love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. 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 What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from dark, gloomy, only because it's on the other side of the world, Doha, Qatar. Folks, we're live and alive. We're in the pearl of the crown jewel, the pearl of the Gulf. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and everybody's are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday. It's Monday News Day, ladies and gentlemen. Holy moly. Alhamdulillah, we are live. We're alive. MashaAllah. And inshallah, it'll be a very good day today because I'm doing a dual stream for the first time ever. That's right. This is like a full official dual stream. We're hitting both, baby. Let me plug this in real quick, but this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news for all the shouts out to all the YouTube audiences, shouts out to all the new members on YouTube as well. Kaya, where? Kaya is not here. Kaya is not here. Ew, go away, YouTubers. Don't say you go away, YouTubers. Twitch chat. Be nice. Be nice. Also, yes, you can see me as the reflection behind me. I know, but you know, I wanted to show you the beauties of the jewel that is Qatar. Also, yeah, I'm going to tell you all about it in a second. This is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker. YouTube chatter says, should I chat in here? Chat in there. I'm going to see both, okay? I'm going to see both. But I'm going to see both. March is next to me. He's actually monitoring the situation. You can kind of see his head on the... Here. There you go. Just to make sure that we got it going on. Just to make sure that we're... You know? Yeah, this is March's set dressing, by the way. I was like, bro, what are you doing? Why'd you put this over here? He's like, well, I wanted to make it. I wanted to put some set dressing. Are you watching both chats or just Twitch? No, I'm watching both chats. Like, shouts out to Aaron Brown for joining the Red Guard General. Oh my God, YouTube chat says this chat sucks.
and we suck. Drama. Yeah, there's big drama. Well, I will say, YouTube chat. You guys gotta go and not only like the chat, but also like the stream, because obviously, if you don't like the stream, you can't let Twitch out meet you. Okay, you cannot let Twitch chat out meet you, YouTube. And what I mean by that is, right now, as it stands, Twitch chat is higher. Twitch viewership is higher. There's a little bit of a delay on YouTube as well, so that you can have the subtitles and all that stuff. I know that there's a little bit of delay, but YouTube chat, from what I understand, is a little bit older anyway. YouTube chat is a little bit older regardless, so that latency is not going to hurt them. Okay, but no, just keep it. And I'm gonna also send hopefully, I'm gonna talk to Belal, and we'll see what happens with the passports and stuff. Can we give subtitles on Twitch? No. All right. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, so much is going on in the world. By March, Marchy Poo's leaving, and YANIS Varoufakis is gonna be here in a little bit. But so much is going on in the world. I'm gonna get to all of it. First and foremost, it is currently Monday, February 2nd, 2026, 10:11 a.m. PST, 10:11 a.m. Pacific time, and here in Doha, in Qatar, it's 9:11. Never forget. Okay, that's right. It's 9:11 p.m. Monday night. And I've been in Qatar. I've been in Qatar for the past couple of days. I came in. I flew in. I have both up at the moment. I just mute one or the other. Nice. Okay, good. That's the right thing to do. That's the appropriate thing to do. That's the real HasanAbi head method right here. Anyway, yeah, open it on both. Just pump it. You know what I mean? Just pump it. Go crazy with it. Go crazy with it. Am I right about the Twitch YouTube audiences? What is this? What is Northern Ireland? Okay, there is no such thing as Northern Ireland. There's only north of Ireland. So technically, you're right. You got ratioed. Pay close attention to who is silent about the new EPSTEIN drops. Yeah, I did get ratioed. I liked my own ratio, as a matter of fact. Y'all need to fucking dial it back, okay? Y'all need to dial it back with this ratioing me shit. I don't. They're flaming you for not knowing that IT and sysadmins ban Twitch alongside porn sites and offices, but YouTube is not. You've alienated tens of thousands of people and pushed them to clan dis. I don't understand why IT at places like at workplaces ban Twitch. I'm trying to be very normal about this. God damn. Okay, sex appeal is back as well. Woke is back. Sex appeal is back. Anyway, we'll get to all of that in a second. What I was gonna say is personal news wise, I ended the broadcast. I was supposed to go live the next day. On Saturday morning, but I couldn't because I was actually flying out to Qatar. 15-hour flight, okay? Freaking 15-hour flight, 11-hour time difference. I get on the flight out of a nightmare scenario. I think people on my Discord server know about it because I was talking about it when I was on Discord, where is there anyone in the Twitch chat that's like oblivious that I did a YouTube stream? I wonder if there's like people in my Twitch chat right now that are just like Twitch only, Twitch exclusive watchers, and they're like, wait a minute, why aren't you talking about how you got unbanned? Like, I'm so confused. Is there a single Twitch only watcher in here? It's the talk of the town at the Web Summit, by the way. Twitch banning me has been heard around the world. Very interesting. Twitch hitting your boy has been the shot heard around the world. Everyone here, especially because I'm like talking about, especially the reasons as to why I got banned, like it being, Israel related, has caused a lot of people here at this conference. Many of the tech people who are like talking about, tech freedom of speech and stuff like that, and censorship here. Many of them are talking about the Twitch ban, which is very surprising. YouTube Super Chatter says Twitch gets categorized as video games by most firewalls, hence blocked at most. Yobs. Lamau. Imagine spending $5 for a super chat and then writing yobs instead of jobs. Here's another Jewish streamer about your ban.
As a friend of this streamer, does this come into your own interpretation here? So I'll just say this. I know Hassan personally. I'm Jewish. My family is Jewish. Hassan is, I would say, pretty anti-Semitic for not playing ice hockey with me.
You fucking asshole. Oh, no. Yeah, Blau is Jewish. Blau's grandfather fought the Nazis and was the oldest. Blau's granddad was the oldest HasanAbi head. He passed away, I think, last year. He was a straight up, he was literally the oldest HasanAbi head, famously.
There, I said it. It's not about him saying Zionist pigs. He is anti-Semitic because, and I'm not, okay, because he won't play hockey with me. And I know he's protesting ice, but that's a different kind of fucking ice, okay? Like, we can all take a little break and go fucking play some puck, all right?
I guess you could call that a heated rivalry. In the sense that there's one gay guy and one straight guy, but they're both playing a queer guy on camera. Brumts. I will not elaborate. Come on. Can you connect better Twitch TV with YouTube so the emotes are consistent for YouTube chat? How do I do that? Yeah, sure, I can try. I don't know what that. Okay, I'll do that. Let's log in. Boom. I think I connected. Oh my God, my mom is so funny. She's sending me best museums to go to in Doha. Like, yeah, Mom, I'm definitely going to have time to do that. Definitely. Wait, I missed it. You got unbanned? What the fuck? I did. There's a way to get YouTube chat on Chatterino, by the way. I don't think so. Anyway, where was I? Oh, yeah. So I wonder if anyone is confused by, whether or not I'm banned. But I was banned by Twitch. I talked about it on my YouTube stream, on my YouTube live stream the next day. We'll get to that in a second. But yeah, I'm back now. I'm back and better than ever before, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm back both on YouTube, where there is 14,000 people watching on YouTube, and live on Twitch, where there's 20,000 people watching. Did you fly in Q suites? No. Or I don't know if they're called Q suites or not, but this was like a regular business class, which is still very fancy, still very nice. But basically, I have a quadrant on the flight. Okay, I have my, like, I'm in the back of business class, and And I'm in this quadrant. So there's 4 seats, right? Qatar Airways. I get down, I sit down in my seat. A lovely lady comes up holding a child. And then a lovely man comes up also holding a baby. The lady looks at me, locks eyes with me, and says, I'm really sorry about this. And I didn't fully understand at first what was going on. And then it hit me. Oh my God, I'm surrounded by fucking babies on this 15-hour flight to Doha. That's how the story begins. Let me tell you something. When I say I'm an anti-natalist now, no more babies, you know, pro-abortion across the board, no more children, I mean it. Okay? It was so cooked. These little babies did not stop crying. Okay? There was never a moment where they stopped crying. I don't even understand how one can engage in competitive crying of this sort. Like, it truly made me feel like they were crying for sport, like they were Olympic level criers. I don't know if the parents were beating him or not beating him enough. I don't know what was going on, but it was alarming. I'm talking about 15 hours straight, guys. 15 hours straight. Crying for 15 hours straight. Headphones, no help. And then these were inquisitive babies. So then they would get up on the panel that's supposed to separate me. And they would try to talk to me too. One of the babies was like, you know, talking age, but still crying age as well. And like I entertained it a little bit because it's like not a no content style situation. Because you know how I say like babies are no content. Like at least this baby was like a little bit of content. Did you offer to help? No, I tried to sleep. And I couldn't. Okay? Yeah, I tried to get them early to be HasanAbi heads. That's what I tried to do. Yeah, I said, this is what I posted in the Discord. There are 2 babies next to me with their parents on this 15-hour flight. I'm 6 hours in. I want mandatory abortions, no more children. That's right. New meta. Speaking of Meta World Peace is here. I met him earlier today. Met him again. Told him we balled before. At the Equinox in Sepulveda. Anyway, you should watch anime with the babies. Babies love anime. Chad, I was on this flight and Hassan was shrieking and crying whenever we hit turbulence. He was filling himself and kept waking the babies. Yeah, I told the baby about my Twitch ban. I said, baby, one day you will be silenced by a big government, a foreign entity. Okay? Yeah. You know how China has the one-child policy that was devastating? Mine is called the no-child policy. Okay? No more children. I'm trying to turn this goddamn country into Japan. Your YouTube subtitles? What? Hope all the boys, girls in MBS are having a fantastic one. Okay, I'm in Doha. I'm not in Saudi Arabia, man. Chill. This is the Al Thani family, not MBS. Give him a real reason to cry about something. That's right. All right, so in any case, okay, the memes are back. So I get off this 15-hour flight. There's this like big opening dinner, okay, with His Excellency. All right, the Prime Minister, like for all of the guests that are invited to the Web Summit. I had to bring like a suit jacket and stuff like that. It's a super formal dinner. And I'm like, sure, I'll go. I get to the hotel. I see Yanis walking out. I'm like, Yanis, oh my God, I'm here to you know, see you. You're like a big reason why I'm here. You know, he's like, well, I'm honored. Okay. This makes me feel very good. Something like that. I don't know. You know, you'll hear him talk. I'm not doing his accent justice right now. He's just as charismatic in person as he is online. The Chad himself. Okay, the Greek Chad, the Greek freak, the real Greek freak. Okay. Anyway, he gets on a shuttle. I'm supposed to have a car take me to this place because I'm in a foreign country. I don't know anything, right? I don't have a car taking me to the fucking dinner. I come back downstairs. I'm dressed up. I'm looking for the car. I'm calling the Web Summit people. I'm like, yo, is there no car? They're like, no, there isn't. I'm like, okay, what do? I try to hitch a ride. I can't hitch a ride because the car doesn't have enough seats. I'm like, fuck, all right, I'll take an Uber. They send me a Google map pin, coordinates. Okay? I'm like, what the fuck is this? This is a coordinate. I can't put this in the Uber. Like, please, can you please send me like the address, the exact address of where I'm supposed to go? They say, nope, that's the only thing we have. I'm like, okay, fuck it. I look at the coordinates. It's like next to, I don't know, it's in a park somewhere next to the toilets. I'm like, this can't be it, right? These are the toilets. The toilets looked bomb though. Like it looked very cool. They were like very cool looking public toilets. Anyway, but I'm like, there's no way. So I look at the map and I'm like, there's a restaurant next to this place, like very close by. I'm like, it must be at this restaurant. Okay. So I take the Uber to the restaurant. Turns out the restaurant is on top of a fucking hill and not the place that I have to go to at all. Because I get out of the Uber, I'm outside of this restaurant, and it's just like a bunch of Japanese tourists. And I'm like, this doesn't seem to be the event because this event is supposed to be this like formal dinner, right? I'm like, I don't think I'm at the right place. I wasn't at the right place at all. It turns out the right place was literally next to the fucking toilet at the park because they just like had set up a whole area. I'm walking down. I'm freaking out. I'm walking down. I'm freaking out. I'm calling the Web Summit people. I'm like, guys, I've never done this before in my life, but this is the most like chaotic situation you guys have put me through. I'm 15 hours into this flight. I'm 11 hours like in a time zone. What are you guys doing? I literally was like, I never complain about stuff like this, but I can't believe it. This is like unbelievable. I'm walking up and down this hill. Can someone please find me? Okay. I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking like, I'm just lost. Like it's over, you know? Like, this is crazy. It took me fucking 2 hours. It took me 2 hours. Finally, someone was like walking past the hill to catch up to me. I was like doing, you know, real-time location reveal. Finally, I get to the dinner. I sit down. Dinner's over. I sat my ass down at the table that I was supposed to sit at. And I've never done a conference or summit or something like this. It is not my speed at all. Okay. I'll be honest. Not even remotely my speed. Okay. Everyone's a tech guy. Everyone's an AI. Everyone's a venture capital person. And it's really funny because this is not my crowd at all. Many people don't know me, except there's one person at the table who's like, oh my God, my son is a huge fan of you. And I was like, okay, I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. Okay. And I guess the way that they do this kind of stuff is they like put you in, there's like one famous, you know, content creator / influencer per table. And then the rest of the table is like peppered with like politicians or, you know, other speakers, and you know, tech people, CEOs, whatever, venture capital firms and stuff. So it's not my speed. Right. Brother, you were the third baby? Yeah. So I sit down. They go, hey, by the way, the desserts were just served and we just ate it. So you have no food. I'm like, no, it's cool. I'm going to kill myself in a video game. That's fine. Was Josh Kushner there? I cooked for him. He's the worst. I don't know if it was Josh Kushner or if it was Jared Kushner's business partner that was sitting at the table. But as soon as he found out who I was from the guy who was a fan, he walked up and he left the table. I'm not even kidding. Maybe it just happened to be the same time that the dinner was over anyway, or maybe because he just heard who I was and he walked away. But yeah, I didn't get to have a conversation with him. Zoran Momdani was a big conversation at other tables, from what I understand, with a lot of people, terrified. My table was very pro Zoran, so that was cool. I was riding for our boy regardless. But yeah, this was the side quest in Qatar. Yeah, this was me as hell. What did you end up having for dinner? They gave me a vegetarian option. There was no more chicken, so they brought me a vegetarian option. I downed that shit real quick, and then the dinner was over, and then I went back. And luckily, it wasn't a total wash because I was talking to Yanis, and Yanis was like, there are very few people like me and Yanis at events like this. Okay? So, it's like being on an island. But yeah, I did have the vegetarian option because that was the only one that was available. I downed that shit. I went back to the hotel. I hung out with Yanis. We talked. What is this? Capsule Bunny? What the hell is this? Pete My Hassan Piker Oshikatsu? Who is this person? Oh my god. Oh my gosh, she got the Chinese Adidas jacket and everything. Yo, this is sick. Are you doing IRL today? No. This is fire. You got Oshikatsu? I don't know what this is, but I love it. But okay. Gaming today, Hossie? No, I'm not gaming today. Are you doing IRL today? And it's 9 p.m. Yeah, it's like literally. You were on Doha News? Yeah, I did Doha News earlier today. I'll cover that in a little bit. But time to get a Hassan photo card? Yeah. So, like I said, big part of the reason why I came to this was because, well, one, I thought Good Mythical Morning was going to be here. But they had a scheduling conflict, so they couldn't make it. And also because Yanis is here. But most importantly, there is the Palestinian refugee camp here, basically. And I wanted to go visit that. And I wanted to go and talk to some Palestinians who had escaped Gaza. And I'm still working on that right now. Hopefully we'll be able to make that happen, even though it's like very difficult to get it's very difficult to get like the permissions to be able to film, and they've never actually live streamed inside of the complex where a lot of these Palestinian injured are staying at, and their family members. So that's like the major reason as to why I'm here. There's some other stuff that I can't also talk about that I was planning on doing as well. But I'm working on a bunch of stuff. So, there's some decent reasons as to why I'm here. So, in any case, that's the first night. This morning I wake up. I didn't really sleep that well. Woke up early. Worked out in the morning. And got a quick weight-lift in. My dad is here as well. I brought my dad out here. That's pretty much it. I spent the entire day doing media hits. I did an Al Jazeera interview that was like the most contentious Al Jazeera interview I've ever done. It was actually kind of unexpected. I'm excited to see what it looks like. This guy was just like cooking me nonstop, and I was super jet lagged, but I think it'll be fine. That was an interesting thing that I was not expecting at all. Contentious how he was just like, you've said that Russia would not invade Ukraine, and then they did. Do you feel sad about being wrong or something like that? I was like, damn, that's the first question. But I mean, it was fine. It was all good. Guessing you to pay $20K for that one? Yeah. What else? What else was I gonna say? Did he ask why you lie about gaming? Yeah, that's what he asked. Yeah, that question in 2026 is crazy. But other than that, Mike from PA is mad at you for being at Qatar. Yeah, well, I'm paid for by the. Is he jealous? Is he jealous that I'm paid for by the Qatari royal family? Is that what it is? Cashing my checks. Yeah. Yeah, Michael from Taiwan, bro. Not even Chinese Taipei. Michael from Taiwan. Out of security concerns? What security concerns, man? It's fine. Hopefully not. Those won't be my fucking famous last words, but how are the Qatari fruit baskets? When will your Al Jazeera interview drop? I don't know. But yeah, I'm here. Should I be watching on YouTube or Twitch? I mean, it's up to you wherever you want to watch, right? This is basically a test right now. On YouTube, we have 20,000 live viewers currently. You should like the stream, by the way. Regional war starting in 3, 2. Okay, chill. I am dual streaming. You should watch it on both. Have the Dawa bro been hitting you up to return to Allah? Everyone here is doing that. Gonna make my own Hassan idol charm. We'll update. Or is that weird? Says YouTube super chat Melly Belly. It's a little weird, but I'm on board with it. Fuck it, why not? I haven't blasted off yet. I'm gonna do that right now. Actually, I don't know how I'm gonna blast off on both. By the way, it's gonna be strange. Live on both YouTube and Twitch in Qatar. Epstein leaks are insane. Partial government shutdown. Got a tab open on both, lol. Let's go. YANIS Varoufakis in the building. Get in now. Yeah, we'll do Grammys recap too. Grammys gone woke. I'm like using Twitch and begrudgingly glancing over at YouTube to see the higher res video. Yeah. Yeah, that's the beauty of fucking hold on. I think this is the right one, right? Yeah, okay. That's the beauty of doing it on both. Okay. Where's my YouTube? Here. Where's the YouTube link? Best Grammys in a while. Grammys gone woke. You guys like it, huh? Okay. YouTube link. This way, if you want to watch me on YouTube, you can watch me on YouTube, you know? Wait, is this the right link? Does this go to the... Hold on. Bro, I don't know how to find... Dude, this is so difficult. What's the background of that Fallout-like thumbnail? I don't know. I found it on the internet. I looked up Piker Broadcasting Service and I found it. Based Kaya Blastoff. What is this? Oh, this is a shorter. YouTube.com at HasanAbi live. Okay, nice. Hold on. Boom. Both. Genuinely asking, why are you and Yanis in Qatar? We are in Qatar because there's a web summit happening here. And like I think Yanis does stuff like this a lot more than I do, where he like goes and talks to these people and tries to educate them you know, about the world collapsing in front of our eyes. I normally don't do this. It's not my speed at all. Yeah, I know you can see my computer screen, chat. I know. We have a one-on-one with Yanis as well. Yes, I'm going to have him come to the room in a minute. Oh, he's done. Okay. Alrighty, so... Anyway, where was I? Do you see the Ackman's reply to Emily Austin's post? I did not. Must be pretty sad to be a prostitute at the Grammys and still not get any clients. Their business is slow, huh? Oh my God. Oh my God. Dark woke is back, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Actually crazy. Would you one-on-one Asmongold in a boxing match, says a YouTube chatter? No, because I don't want to go to prison. What do you think the outcome of that would look like? I don't think it would be good for anybody. The Greek Freak. No, this is Yanis Varoufakis. He is the OG Greek freak, a different Greek freak, if we're being real. Did you see Elon Musk's desperate emails? Yes, I briefly covered it. Anyway, so this was, I was talking to Doha News, is one of the outlets out there, about my ban. Let's take a look.
That I had on Twitch, which is my primary platform where I live stream. And the reason why I got banned is because the ADL, the Anti-Defamation League in the United States, had created a new terms of service violation just around my commentary, where they turned Zionist, which is a ideology, a political movement, into a protected category, and they pressured the platform to basically ban me. for my commentary revolving around Israel. And unfortunately, there aren't many options, especially in America, now that TikTok got purchased and forcibly sold to American owners with the express purpose of making the platform more pro-Israel, and the censorship that has come about as a consequence of that deal. There are very few options out there, so I just have to work within the confines of what's permissible. So when stuff, I just recently got unbanned after a 3-day ban.
Are you not worried about being in Qatar right now? I know it's a small country internally, but geopolitically, Israel has already conducted airstrikes on Qatar, and an increase of an attack on Iran is the main target for Iranian retaliatory strikes. The biggest base in the region and its central command is located in Al Udeid in Doha. I know. No. Because
I recently got on.
Because if a larger regional war breaks out because of Donald Trump striking Iran at the behest of Israel, and then there's Iranian retaliation, we'll figure it out. What are you going to do? The dates are out of control out here, by the way. The dates have been dope. Anyway. Cloud District Enjoyer says Iran would warn ahead of time and hit an empty field like they always do. I mean, hopefully. Hopefully it's not more severe than that. But you never know. I think the biggest problem in that situation is that I wouldn't be able to leave, most likely. I can't stand how socially anxious the whole chat has gotten with this travel of yours. You're a grown-ass man and they want to baby you, shaking my head. Yeah. Do you think Mossad will watch on Twitch or on YouTube? I don't know what Mossad's favorite platform to watch me on is. But yeah, let's get into it. This is a Oshikatsu. I don't know what that is, from Capsule Bunny. I'm honored. This is a Thirst Post from Kayla, also honored. And this is Gizmo absolutely cooking my ass. 2026 is the year of being fat and non-binary. What's worse, Twitch chat or baby's first flight? Probably Twitch chat. Are the dates chocolate covered? No, YouTube chatter. YouTube gang, rise up, says Emerald Moth. I've been a HasanAbi hit since I was in high school, and I'm a middle school teacher and finishing my master's. Chingada migra, all the way from Jackson, Mississippi. Thank you for the $10. YouTube chat L? Why are you saying YouTube chat L? Showboat chats, big bro. I can't. How long will you? How long were you staying in Qatar? Is there any plans to meet your community here in Doha in the next year? No. In the next days? No, there is no plan. I'm just doing the web summit, and then I'm doing hopefully the Palestinian complex that I'm going to go to. It is funny though that like my big Oilers are probably here somewhere. They're both in the chat. and now closer in proximity to them than ever before, my big Oilers. But anyway, let's get started. Qatar pledges $2 billion for startups as Web Summit attendance doubles. This is where I'm at.
Changing world. There's a clear intention here in Qatar to invest.
This is where I'm going to be talking at tomorrow. Okay.
World. There's a clear intention here in Qatar.
Oh. Okay, we're back. I don't know what happened. Lost the internet for a second, but we're back. It happens, you know. It happens, folks. It is what it is. Fear not. YouTube chat is so funny because they're like 10 seconds behind. So while I'm back here on Twitch, YouTube chat is still going. Mods are spamming in the YouTube chat. Saying he's back. All right, let's continue. So this is where I'm. Oh, what the fuck? This is where I'm going to be speaking at tomorrow.
And for the country to become an innovation hub. The Prime Minister announcing an additional $2 billion investment in startups, not only funding them, but incentivizing that they stay in the country.
We are launching a 10 years residency program for entrepreneurs, founders, and senior executives. We invite you to put down roots and grow alongside a nation that invested in your future. To those who choose to invest, create and grow with us, I look forward to what we will achieve together.
Growth in participation at Web Summit Qatar has been really impressive. It's doubled to about 30,000 expected at this year's summit. It's a platform that matches those with ideas and vision to those with funding and expertise, and it's working.
It's been successful because connections were made, partnerships were formed, governments were able to connect with the innovators, startups were able to connect with the investors were connecting with other investors, and you had global partnerships that are being formed.
I'm going to be talking, for those of you who are asking, like, what I will be talking about tomorrow at the Web Summit. My speech is going to be with a Financial Times reporter, and I'm going to prep for it. But the speech is called Defending Truth in a Post-Truth World. So I'm going to be talking about seeking truth from facts. Mao Zedong. Moderated by Raphael Minder, Financial Times reporter Raphael Minder. So all my fave commies love Financial Times. I mean, it is my favorite newspaper. I have no idea, but I'm streaming both Twitch and YouTube, and I can't get myself to stop. Good. Someone said the new Epstein will be founded in this convention. No, brother, we're not in Dubai. Okay? Come to Dubai, baby. This is Qatar. If anything, when you see the green smoke erupt from the Web Summit floor, that means the new Hamas leadership has been born. Okay, if we were in Abu Dhabi, That's where you find the new Epstein. Okay? Hassan isn't escaping the Qatari handlers accusations. The classic Iran-Qatar Qatar-Hamas alliance. Let's ignore the fact that the U.S.'s biggest base is in the region there. No, Qatar is awesome for that reason because half of the chat will get mad and be like, dude, you're going to where CENTCOM is. It's a U.S. base. They're aligned with Israel, you fucking piece of shit. They're a Gulf country. And to them, I say, yeah, so is Hamas. Hamas is here. You know what I mean? And then the other half of the naysayers who are like, Hassan, of course, is being paid by Qatar because he's anti-Israel, because Qatar gave him money. And I'm like, well, the American military base is here. I don't know if you know that. So it's one of those like hilarious situations because that's just how Qatar is. It's supposed to be designed as like a neutral territory so that out of all the Gulf states, it's the one where like everyone congregates, and this is precisely where the negotiations happen. Because out of all the Gulf states, it's the one that is like not as directly aligned with Israel, or at least like puts its money where its mouth is in terms of Palestinians in general, to a certain degree. Obviously, it's not like, it's limited. America's acting like all Gulf countries are too evil to even step foot in when they're literally American is a bit funny. I mean, I know. I mean, half of the reason why the Gulf countries are evil is because of America. But, I understand that concern. There are certain countries I would choose not to go to, and certainly not to, collaborate specifically to do like, ads with the government or something. Oh my God, Hassan saw this on his stream. Haha. Basically, Oshi is the person you're a fan of, and Katsu is activity. I thought Katsu was like fried chicken. People usually decorate with their favorite K-pop idol or anime character, but I usually do political stuff. My Luigi Mangione Ita bag also got quite popular. Oh, hell yeah. That one's crazy. Oh my God. I mean, that's not Luigi Mangione, though. That's an innocent man, whoever that is. I mean, that person is not Luigi Mangione. Luigi innocent. But RIP my granny, she got hit by a bazooka, says behind the crooked cross. Thank you for the $20 super chat. I check in periodically with the YouTube as well. Start invoicing HasanAbi head TikTokers for stealing your jokes. Which one is this?
Hello, Jeff. I heard you're having le epic parties on your island, and I can't think of anyone more deserving of an invite than the meme lord himself. Would love to hear back from you. Dear Big Steen, it appears my last message never got through. After a long day of being real-life Iron Man, I too would like to party and let loose with a bunch of young babes. When's the wildest party you're throwing? I'll be there. Merry Christmas, Big Jeffy. I know it's 6 a.m. and my family's in the other room.
This is real, which is crazy. I think it's probably one of the craziest emails any human being has ever sent to another one in the history of the planet. Okay? Like, genuinely one of the nuttiest emails that one human being has sent to another. Like the level of pathetic you need to be on to send a 25th of December Christmas morning email to prolific international sex criminal Jeffrey Epstein to try to go to a sex party with like children in it, and then not even going. And then not even actually going to the party itself. Like, it's crazy to me.
But I really love to visit the...
Yeah, and Vivian confirming that the timing of the emails align with her memory of being in St. Bart's. Yeah. Yeah, it's just so unimaginably pathetic.
Island. And trust me, a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Hey, Elon. Looks like the UN is meeting this Friday, and let's just say there will be a lot of interesting people at my place. You in? Oh, sorry. I run 2 large companies, and I'm about to launch arguably the most advanced rocket of all time. Watching diplomats do nothing seems like a silly use of my time. Are you fucking stupid? I'm talking about children. God, you're so annoying! This is why we never invite you. Hello, Jeff. I heard you're having epic parties on your island, and I can't think of anyone more deserving of an invite than the meme lord himself. Would love to hear.
Giannis is going to be here in a second. Yanis Varoufakis in the building, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting stuff. Anyway, let's finish this Web Summit video and then we'll continue. Obviously, we're going to be Jewish onliner. What is Jewish onliner? Qatar hosts American influencers alongside Qatari royal who praised October 7th mastermind. Doha Tech Conference brings together suspended streamer Hassan Piker. Brother, putting me alongside Qatari royals is so funny. Like, I am literally Israel's number 1 op, dude. It is crazy. It is crazy. Like, are you fucking serious? I mean, this is glaze, dude. This level of also no longer suspended. Maybe they're talking about Logan Paul as the former Hamas leader, or the guy who eulogized former Hamas leader Yahya Sinwar. You were serious about Logan Paul being there? Yeah, I saw him briefly. Among the featured speakers is Hassan Piker, the far-left political commentator who was recently suspended from Twitch for spreading anti-Israel conspiracy theories and making anti-Semitic remarks. Piker attempted to link U.S. immigration. Did Nick Fuentes, the famous neo-Nazi and famous anti-Semite, write this? This has been my number one. This has been my number 1 take that I will stand on forever, which is the United States of Israel pisses off every Nazi. And it pisses off every, pro-Israel Nazi. I got to use my words carefully. Anyway, Giannis is here. Hold on. Do you want something to drink? No. Okay. I got the usual stuff. My goodness. We'll have you over. Studio with you. Yeah, everywhere I go. Oh wow, you jumped over the cable. Very athletic.
Oh really?
Very athletic. Okay, let me do the noise gate real quick, because I don't know if they can hear you right now. Maybe. Yanis Varoufakis in the building, everybody. An honor to have you here in person.
It's a great pleasure.
Yeah.
Honor, joy, all that.
All right, let's see. Okay, I'll take off the noise gate. All right, this should be good. All right. We'll crank up the gain as well, and then you guys can probably hear us better this way. I hope. Is it good? We're live both on YouTube for the first time ever. Normally I just go live on Twitch.
Right.
And there's 30,000 people watching on Twitch, and then there's another 20,000 people watching on YouTube. So 50,000 total people watching on both of these platforms. And the reason why the static is very bad. What do you mean? What static? Is there static? Anyway, whatever. There's going to be some production issues because this is like, unfortunately, one of those problems where increase the volume. Okay. I'll crank it up even more. I thought I had it cranked up enough, but maybe no. What about now? Is it better? Chat? Is this better? I think this is better, right? It should be good. Okay, this should be good. Real-time production. Yanis Varoufakis in the building, everybody. We're just gonna talk about the valve economy. Actually, that's why
what you wanted out of
That's
me,
why I
right?
brought you here. Yeah, to talk about Gaben.
Hello, everyone.
To talk about Gaben and the valve economy.
He wants insider information.
Yeah, that's what I want to know because he cooked the CS:GO knife market recently out of nowhere.
I don't follow.
Yeah,
I have to tell you that I don't follow.
No, I'm kidding. I know. Well, they might not know because everyone is always shocked because they might know you as Marxist academic. They might know you from Progressive International, but a lot of people don't know that you were early on in
Very early on.
Very early on, and you helped with the valve economy, right?
Well, let me tell you, it's a nice story. By the way, I'm not going to divulge anything that Gabe wouldn't want me to.
Okay.
Because, one has to stick to one's basic ethical rules. But there isn't that much to divulge anyway. But the story, I think, is quite interesting because, I'm not a gamer. I mean, I used to. I'm still.
You're not a gamer.
No, I'm not a gamer. I used to play Space Invaders when I was young, right?
Uh-huh.
I mean that kind of antiquated stuff, and a lot of pinball machines. I love pinball machines.
Okay.
That's it. That's it. Really. So
So you were there when gaming was invented.
I was there when gaming was invented, and then I gave up when it became interactive and
Too
multiplayer and more interesting.
Yeah.
So, around 2007, 2008, with the great financial collapse, I got seriously stuck into what was happening in the world of finance, especially in my neck of the woods, because my country became effectively ground zero. Your country was the original ground zero with subprime market and all that, but when that shockwave hit Greece, we're talking about carnage, real carnage, not the Donald Trump kind of bullshit carnage he's referring to. Anyway, so I wrote a lot. I created a blog just for that purpose, in order to discuss what I thought needed to be discussed. And to cut a long story short, I was writing a lot about the Eurozone, about the problems of bringing different jurisdictions together, different countries together under the aegis of a common currency. Mm-hmm. And I was very critical, and I was explaining the systemic issues that emerge. Lots of boring stuff from most people who are not interested in finance. And one night, it was 2011, I get an email from somebody I had never heard of, Gabe Newell.
Yeah.
Gaben.
And
he said, dear Yanis, didn't say dear Yanis, hi Yanis. My name is Gabe, and my work has nothing to do with yours, but I've been following your criticisms of the way in which Europe has put its currencies together. So I was reading, and he said, I am a game developer, I have a gaming company. I knew nothing about all this world. And I was about to stop reading and move on. I thought, okay, why do I care?
Yeah.
And then he said something that piqued my interest. He said, we are facing in my company similar problems to the Eurozone, according to your description. I thought, what? Here we have a continent, we have 19 countries, put all the currencies into one. What does this have to do with gaming? And so I kept reading. And it was just one paragraph. He said, we have different gaming platforms, we have different games, and there has been a spontaneous evolution of currencies. And we are wondering, I'm worrying that maybe we're making the mistake of bringing those currencies together and creating a common currency in a manner that's reminiscent of the fuck up that is Europe.
Yeah.
He didn't use that word, he was much more polite. And would you like to talk to me about that? So I responded. I mean, it was very intriguing.
Yeah.
To cut a long story short, I happened to be going to the United States a week after that. I was going to go to New York. And he said, well, if you're coming to New York, why don't you come to Seattle as well? And I was flown there. And I remember I arrived in Seattle at the airport. And there's this limo that was waiting for me. And the driver said, you're here for the interview? I said, no. I'm here to spend a day talking to Gabe and some people in the company about, interesting stuff. Anyway, he was really very polite, the driver. And when he dropped me off at the hotel, he leaned towards me. He said, "You are here for the interview." And I thought, "Oh, look, what a pugnacious driver that guy is." Anyway, it turned out that it was an informal interview, and anyway, we worked together for about a year.
Yeah.
And it was great fun because what was happening was very close to what he suspected was happening. Those of you who are gamers, who know about the hat economy and the various... Look, just briefly, these people were game developers. They had not imagined that they would have created a multi-million or multi-billion dollar economy within their games. But what happened was that some of those items that they drop in order to give incentives to people to keep playing the game, at some point they discontinue them and then they drop different items, different gifts, different swords, different hats, different this, that, and the other. So what they noticed, what they actually observed, was that those older digital items were becoming collectibles. And people were stepping out of the game, they were going into eBay and trading them on trust.
Yeah.
On trust. Okay, so you and I are playing Half-Life, whatever, and you want my old hat, and so what we do is we go into eBay. You give me $5,000. Back then, that was a huge quantity of money for a stupid digital hat, right? Which is worth nothing, really.
I mean, I can't believe you're saying that. Gaming's gonna be mad.
Yeah, well, let them. I don't mind. I don't mind. Yeah, I'm quite good at making people mad. Anyway, so but then they would have to trust that the person that actually received the money will actually hand over the hat in the game.
Yeah.
So the idea emerged that, firstly, this is a bubble that if it bursts, a lot of people get burned, and bonds of trust will collapse, and then Gabe was worried that the people would leave the game, and he would lose customers. That's one thing. And secondly, he was thinking of ways of monetizing it. So, why let eBay monetize it and not bring it into the platform itself?
Yeah.
So essentially that was the beginning of my idea about techno-feudalism. Because I was thinking that, hang on a second, here you have spontaneously emerging economies within gaming platforms, within digital universes, which sounds great and very interesting, except that they're owned by one man.
Yeah.
He's the techno-feudal lord. He may be benevolent.
Yeah, I was about to say
but he could be malevolent.
At least on the internet, he's regarded as like the only good benevolent techno-feudal lord.
Yeah, well, okay, but I don't know how he has behaved since 2012, which is the last time I spoke to these people. People, your audience will have to tell us.
No, even to this day. Well, Turks have a special place for Gaben because I think he did like a price adjustment. Was it him who said like piracy is a service issue? I think it might have been him who said that.
Sounds like him. I don't know. I haven't heard him say that, but it sounds like.
But I do agree with that on principle because like I grew up, in the participating in the black market for video games because in Turkey it's like impossible to access them, and there was a secondary market in the country where we would go to like a storefront, like a brick and mortar retail store that would sell, 2 lira video games that were downloaded on the internet. It was completely, it was with a concept called crack. So they would like crack the game so you could play it without having to actually purchase it online. And he's right. The only reason why I downloaded, these pirated copies or purchased these pirated copies at these stores was because it was inaccessible. It was impossible to access it. And what he did was he did currency adjustment. So if a game was like $5,
that's right.
It was 5 lira equivalent in Turkey. And
so it was PPP.
Yeah. Exactly.
Purchasing power parity.
Exactly. PPP adjusted.
No. That's a smart thing to do.
Yeah, and that's why Turks
that's not really,
love him.
Particularly progressive. This is simply smart business.
Yeah, for sure. But because I think because other companies are much more greedy, that he looks better in comparison.
I understand. But it's not just that. The way in which Valve was run internally, the horizontal, or at least in theory, horizontal management structure, lack of management, the rather anarcho-syndicalist aura that the place had. So, You chose your own projects. You didn't have a line manager, and you just had an idea and you put it out there on the internet and you ask people, this is what I'm doing. Would you like to join me? And nobody could say, bad idea, don't do it. It was a question of whether you could garner enough support from other employees to come and work with you. So what I did was, the few months I was there, I actually studied that economy. Because it was an economy in the making. And it felt, as an economist, it was a dream come true. Hasan, do you realize I didn't need statistics? Because, I was God.
Yeah.
When you're God, when you have all the data, when you're omniscient, why do you need statistics? You need statistics only when you don't know and you try to sample in order to get an approximation of the facts.
Yeah.
But if you have all the facts in real time, you know exactly who did what when.
Yeah.
Throughout, from beginning to now, in real time. So it was very exciting. And, and I studied the way in which different items emerged as currency, candidates, and how, the exchange rates between them. It was, for me as an academic economist, like being a child in a lolly store.
Yeah. So that's just a little bit of background for the audience that might not know. But you're here in the Web Summit in Qatar. We're in the heart of conflict right now. And for those of you who don't know, you've written extensively about geopolitical affairs in general, but also socialist, communist movements around the world. And one of the major things that is going on today that I wanted to cover is how interconnected it all is around a singular figure almost, Jeffrey Epstein. It's one of those. It's an absolute vindication moment for the left position, I think, internationally. We've talked about, dollar hegemony and potentially these predatory elite billionaires that control the world of finance, control the globe. These capitalists that are potentially engaging in like horrifying acts behind closed doors. And networking along those lines to dominate the entire planet. And the Department of Justice has been forced to release the Jeffrey Epstein investigation files, and they've taken a slow approach so far. But there have been new dumps that came out over the weekend, and it's been very interesting to analyze. Have you been paying attention to this?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I'm mentioned in them.
You are?
Yes.
Oh, really?
And in the nicest possible way, I have to say.
Are they saying like, oh, look at this like article from YANIS Varoufakis situation?
No. It's much more satisfying for me, because most of our audience won't know that. But 10 years ago, I was the Minister of Finance of Greece, and I was vilified, and I was demonized, and I was presented as a baboon and a fool.
Yeah.
Because I was refusing a new credit card from the financial cabal that's running international finance.
Yeah.
I'm sure that our audience don't know that. Very, very briefly, Greece was the subprime market of Europe. We went bankrupt, and they tried to cover this up by giving us credit cards. And the credit cards were given in order to make sure that the bankers that had lent, these were predatory loans to the Greek oligarchy, were made whole. And the Greek people who were suffering from the Greek oligarchy and the international oligarchy were made to bear the cost of the credit cards. And of course, when you take a credit card to repay a loan, then that credit card runs out and you have to get another credit card and then another one. And not only that, but they were handing these credit cards over. They were pushing them down our throat. It was a predatory loan, a predatory credit card, on conditions of really very harsh austerity, of shutting down hospitals and universities and schools.
As a Turk, I'm very familiar.
Can you imagine 40% reduction in wages and pensions?
Yes, I can imagine.
40%. You don't have that in
no,
in
I
the
know.
United States,
saying,
but it's So this is what's happening, and I was elected with a very large majority, I have to say, so as not to take another credit card, not to take another predatory loan. To say, look, we are going to go bankrupt. We are going to suffer the costs of bankruptcy, but we are going to renew. and they were absolutely insistent on getting my government, the government I was a member of, to take on another credit card, and I wouldn't sign it. And because I was the Minister of Finance, I was the only one who had the authority to sign it. So the Prime Minister, my comrade until then, who succumbed to their pressures, had to get rid of me. So in one letter that appeared yesterday as part of the dump,
Right here, Ariane Rothschild to Epstein
That's
discussing former Prime Minister Alexis.
he had to get rid of me.
Yeah.
He wanted to get rid of me, and he got what he wanted, and he got rid of me. But there is also another one in which what I had been saying has been vindicated, even if I'm saying so myself. And that's, that all those loans that were given to the Greek state were not a bailout for Greece; they were a bailout for the French and the German banks.
Yeah, isn't it crazy how forthcoming they were in these private correspondences?
Why wouldn't they be?
I mean, they're untouchable.
What do you think?
Yeah, no, this is.
I mean, they are the oligarchy.
Yeah.
They talk about the little people there as if they are vermin, as we, you and I are vermin.
Yeah.
And would you expect it to be different?
Well, I thought that they would be a little bit more tactful and a little bit more intelligent.
Why did you think that?
I don't know.
Absolute power
it's because
corrupts absolutely and makes you feel that you are beyond and above.
The reason why I thought they would be a little bit more intelligent is because I'm operating with the same mindset that like a normal person would, where I would not have expected private correspondences to take place on a fucking email type called Jeffrey Epstein Vacation at gmail.com with like this international cabal of political leadership and financial leaders.
Yeah, look, it just goes to show that they feel that they have impunity and immunity.
And they kind of do, because nothing is coming of this.
That's right.
And
the only reason why this guy is in prison is because he must have crossed someone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the only reason why he was assassinated, in my opinion, rather than the common take is, or at least the mainstream media approach is that he killed himself. I don't believe that. Is because they were worried that this kind of information might come out as leverage, like some of these things.
You may say this, I couldn't possibly comment. In the end, I don't give a damn how he died. There are so many people whose lives was absolutely wrecked. Think of the tens of millions of Americans who lost their livelihood, they lost their pensions. They are 90-year-old men and women now in your country working shitty jobs, bullshit jobs, just because they lost their pensions from those people. Now, do I care how they died? No.
Yeah. I will say, what's been also remarkable about the way that this information is disseminated now is that we are in a new media environment, I think, where not only are the oligarchs more untouchable than ever before, like this is the most, I mean, you use the term techno-feudalism, but this is the most, like, this is the closest we've ever been to, not even feudalism, but like straight up monarchy, where we have lords, we have, I mean, I guess, feudalism.
It is feudalism, because it's not monarchy. You have different fiefs and different lords.
Well, wait till Donald Trump stabilizes the whole international design.
He can't.
I don't think so
this is
either.
a fundamentally unstable design.
Yeah.
This is why it's detrimental to the prospects of our species, not just of our democracies or whatever it is left of our democracies. It is pure feudalism. TikTok comes up, it challenges Meta, then Oracle comes in and takes it over. Then something else is going to Open AI comes in, and then Google comes up with Gemini, and so just like in the feudal era, you may have a king like you have Trump, but they are not all powerful. Their power comes from being able to balance the game or recalibrate the game between the feudal lords under them. I mean, if you think of the Magna Carta, which is supposed to be the foundational document of democracy today in the West, what was that? It was a deal between the king and the bloody barons, granting the barons the right to have slaves.
Yeah.
So we, in a sense, the more things change, the more the same they stay.
No, absolutely. I like to. I mean, this is reductive, but like the way I analyze it is that if God is the reason for why the king was supposed to have this absolute power, and you know the lords that sucked up to him were also granted like a level of prominence. In a capitalist structure, it almost feels like the lie that is presented as meritocracy, where we have this same like the self-justifying process here is that these wealthy people, these endlessly wealthy people that you could consider to be barons or lords, are there because they worked really hard. Maybe not because like they got the heavens mandate or whatever, but this time they actually worked really hard and worked really smart. And that's the reason why they're in that position of prominence.
But you know, the mafiosos say that, and they're not wrong. You know, being in the mafia, running the mafia, is very hard work. There's no doubt that, you know, watch The Godfather. Yeah, it's not easy work. It takes skill, it takes leadership, it takes a capacity to manage people. These people don't sleep. You know, they are working all day and all night to keep everybody else down. So what that they work hard? Elon Musk is a workaholic. There's no doubt about it.
Yeah.
Okay,
But at
so
the end of the day, the way I see it
his
is like
trillions have nothing to do with the hard work that he does.
no, exactly.
Right?
But that was my point. He doesn't work a trillion times harder than like
Exactly.
a teacher in Oklahoma who has to like do Uber on the side in the gig economy, participate in the gig economy so they can purchase like extra school supplies for their students. Like that person is working probably harder than Elon Musk is. Elon Musk has delegated the responsibility to a lot of other people who are just as much more intelligent than he is in many respects, because he's not commanding over these.
Look, these people
companies
get
directly.
rich in their sleep.
Yeah, exactly.
They don't have to work. The fact that they work so hard is because they're driven by a very sad propensity towards keeping everybody below them. So it's not productive work. They may do productive things in the process, but these are accidental. Like, for instance, he built some decent cars. Elon Musk is not about that. But the main manner in which these people become so, incredibly wealthy beyond the imagination of the human mind, is by making sure that they have a machine, an algorithm, whatever, industrial robots, whatever, that have the capacity to extract the wealth that the masses are producing and appropriating it. It's just expropriation.
Yeah, on overdrive. Wait, hold on. Things are still working, right? I just had my YouTube break for a second, but I think it's all good. Okay. This is more complicated. This is the first time I'm doing a dual stream on both YouTube and Twitch. So I'm like trying to be cognizant of everything that's going on. So I apologize if I feel a little bit distracted. Hold on. Okay, so I have a question from one of my mods. Says, would love to hear Yanis' thoughts on the lack of job opportunities for new grads and what it means for economies when young people are shut out from careers, thus being unemployed or underemployed and losing faith in the college degree.
Well, you know better than me how your country works. You have a Ponzi scheme called the university system. It keeps pushing costs up, indebting the indebtedness of students, of the student body, has become already the new subprime. The more indebted the students are, the more they try to extract exchange value from the university degree, the lower the level of education that they get as a result. Because the only way of being genuinely educated is by being educated in a way that goes beyond being trained. And so in the end, you have the students, young people, resembling guinea pigs on a treadmill. They go it doesn't matter how much faster they go, they are not going to go anywhere. And then simultaneously, all the work that is being done in Silicon Valley is creating capacities that could enhance productivity, but don't. So, take for instance, just to answer this question directly, I was looking at graduates of schools of radiology. Now, AI can be immensely helpful when it comes to reading CAT scans and MRIs and so on, because it really can say, oh, look, there's a shadow there. You should, you know, with my experience, the AI bot says, this needs to be looked at. That's magnificent. But that's now not how the AI bot is being marketed by its vendor. The way it's marketed is they go to the hospital and say, look, you have 10 people reading these scans, fire 9 of them, and the AI will do the rest of it. So that's why you can't find a job. And the one person who does find work has their soul destroyed, because they can't read those scans. They cannot verify whether, you know, the AI is hallucinating or not, but they take all the liability. And if anything goes wrong, it's down to them. So you get rid of a lot of those positions in the same process, within the same process that creates student debt. And then once the few of them who get jobs have their lives destroyed. Their working lives destroyed.
Yeah, because they're working, like, technological innovation is a good thing, but under capitalism, technological innovation only works to displace the existing labor force, and therefore it instead of offsetting the amount of work that you're doing, like lifting your burden, making your job easier while still keeping your wages relatively high and having the freedom to do other things, it causes you to do 10 people's job, and 10 people's responsibility is delegated to one person.
It takes us all the way back to Karl Marx. I mean, what was Marx's critique of industrialization? It wasn't a critique of the machines. He loved the machines. It wasn't a critique of the factory. He thought that these machines, factories, electricity networks later on, after Marx, were capable of liberating us from need, from want, from chores. But his problem was that if these belong to the 0.1%, and today, when it comes to algos, we're talking about the 0.0001%, then instead of those machines being our slaves, we are enslaved to them.
That's the, I mean, it's a cliche to be like, Marx didn't consider this when he considered pretty much everything. But I do feel like not even just Marx, but economists before him as well could not comprehend the unlimited greed that people have in general, because I don't know where we go from here as far as profit rates declining, and then just a rudderless, billions of people that are out of a job, where all the value for the remainder of the workforce is being extracted in incredibly high rates by the super wealthy.
Well, can we disagree on this?
Well, sure.
I don't believe that human beings are characterized and typified by unlimited greed, and it's not true.
I don't believe it.
And
either.
It's not true that Marx believes that. What Marx said was that human beings embedded in the logic of capital. Once we become enslaved to the machine, and the machines need to accumulate in the logic of profit maximization and profit accumulation, then the human spirit slowly dies, and it is replaced by unbridled greed, which is soul destroying.
Like a coal miner's natural
condition. His critique was that capitalism is not unjust, but that it is irrational. And it is killing our soul and our capacity to enjoy life, to lead a successful life. And therefore, injustice is a byproduct of the capitalist accumulation process.
Just as what did he say? I think he said that the coal miner's natural position is, a coal miner thinks that the natural position is to have black lung. I'm paraphrasing. I'm butchering the quote, but under capitalism, people assume that the natural tendency is towards greed and self-interest.
And there's nothing natural about it. Capitalism is this. We need to understand that capitalism, feudalism, everything we're seeing are totally unnatural and are against human nature.
But my question more so was about where we go from here, because labor organizing is at disastrous levels in the United States of America, and even much of the Western liberal capitalist world as well. Liberalism is collapsing, as it did only a century ago. And it does feel like the same cycle of maintaining stability and order through a fascist organizing is coming back in fashion, but this time the main country that is dominating this process is a nuclear armed superpower, a superpower that is more powerful than any other, I would say, historic empire, you know, especially with the technological availabilities. And I don't know how we organize in that world, especially with no real counterweight, with no real counterbalance, like nation state that is opposing the United States of America.
Well, you know, dialectical thinking, which is what Marx and Engels taught me, is my only source of hope. Why? Because what is dialectics? It's the fact that what we're observing is a contradiction.
Yeah.
You know, you have a remarkable technological means that could liberate us, and at the same time, we have the worst form of illiberty in the history of humanity.
Yeah.
It's worse than feudalism what we have now.
Yeah.
I mean, people underestimate the degrees of freedom that peasants used to have in the fiefs in the 18th, 17th, 16th centuries, right?
Even freedom of movement.
Freedom of movement. And also, you know, they worked for fewer hours. They had a lot of rituals. Every third day was a holiday.
Yeah.
They sang and they danced and they lived in their grandparents' houses. And they didn't have to worry about, you know, social housing or private markets or anything like that. So I'm not saying that the life was fantastic, but anyway, you know what you're catching my drift.
Yeah.
This huge contradiction between, you know, the capacities that we have already developed as a species and the poor quality of life that the masses are experiencing, even rich people, you know, who go to shrinks and, you know, they can't sleep at night and they have to take pills and they have to find gurus and, you know, go to India in order to find themselves, and they never do. Right?
Yeah.
So this contradiction is the source of hope, because this can't continue like this. So, of course, it will all end up, you know, blowing up in our hands with a nuclear disaster, or more likely climate catastrophe or collapse. But at the same time, the possibility is there to grab those machines and make them work for us, to use those capacities. You know, we can feed the world. I mean, there's no need for people to be hungry. There's no need for people not to have housing, except the capitalist relations production. So, you know, that for me is the source of hope. But you mentioned trade unions. Look, trade unions sold out. It's really very simple. The moment they gave up the notion of social ownership of the workplace, and they simply tried for better wages and terms and conditions.
Yeah.
That's it. They lost the game. And to illustrate this, what I tell people is this: you're worried about robots and AI and all that replacing people and getting rid of you and firing you. Well, think about it. Is it the machine that is the problem, or the capitalist relations of production? Let's suppose you have a factory of 1,000 people, right? And it produces widgets. Doesn't matter what it is, and it produces 1,000 widgets. So 1,000 workers produce 1,000 widgets. Let's keep the math simple, right? Mm-hmm. And there is this AI operated or driven machine that could produce 1,000 widgets out of 500 workers. Now, if this company belongs to a private equity fund, the private equity fund will instruct the CEO to fire half the workers and get the AI bot to do the work, right? But if this is owned on the basis of one employee, one share, one vote, they will have a little meeting and they say, do you want this machine? And they say, yes, of course we want this machine. Let's bring it in. And we're going to work 4 hours a day instead of 8 hours a day.
Yeah.
Right? And then we can look after our kids or elderly parents.
Or even 5 hours a day rather than 4 hours a day. And then you offset the cost of the machine that you're paying for. And therefore you still end up working 5 hours a day and have the same exact output.
Whatever. It's going to be a democratic decision.
Exactly.
And the machines will be your servant.
Yeah.
Not vice versa. So let's not focus on tech. This is what I've been saying here in Doha.
Ironic.
Don't forget about the tech. Concentrate on the social relations of production, distribution, exchange, and communication.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, judging by the interactions that I've had so far, I don't think anybody's focusing on the social relations.
I did today.
I mean,
and they were looking at me as if I was an extraterrestrial.
Yeah, no, but they're so far removed from that world. Everyone is on Sigma.
But that's why we're here, right?
Yeah.
We're here to just make them feel slightly uncomfortable about being so disconnected to what the true issues are.
Yeah. But what's interesting is they do recognize the friction. Like, it's impossible not to notice. The contradictions worsen. I think a lot of people, even wealthy people, start noticing the instability. It's kind of like the conversations that have taken place. I'm sure you're more familiar with this than I am, but like in Davos for the last decade have, I think, shifted dramatically in the direction of like, maybe we need to do, first they said, maybe we need to do ethical capitalism. Do you remember? Yeah. This was, I think around 2016 or 2017 when they were like, maybe we need to do ethical capitalism. Maybe we need to focus on stakeholder capitalism.
I got a hernia laughing when I heard that.
Yeah, stakeholder capitalism rather than shareholder capitalism, where like workers also are a part of the stakeholders.
Yeah, but they're never going to do it.
But they never did it. They talk about it.
They have a collective action problem.
Yeah.
You know, it may be, you know, they recognize that it would be in their common interest to fund universities so that students do not go into debt, to have a proper health service, because the one you have in the United States, which is coming to Europe.
Oh yeah,
on a daily basis.
Oh, we're
increasingly
importing,
so.
We're importing our brain rot and our privatization.
That it's totally mad. They know that, right?
Yeah.
They know that, but they simply don't know how to react to this knowledge. So it's what this is the tragedy of the commons. They have that. They know that collectively they should be doing that. But you know, there is a strategy which is far more profitable for them. It is to say, well, let all the others do it while we don't. This is a prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah.
And then the result is that none of them does it.
Yeah.
So they talk about it and they expect everybody else to do it except them. And then, you know, in a never-ending circle of confirmation, when the others are not doing it either, they say, well, what am I going to be, the fool that do it on my own?
Yeah. And also, even in America, if you look at domestic output, domestic production, it's like with the services offered, with corporate consolidation, it's much easier to engage in price leadership than ever before, when everyone else is constantly constantly corner cutting, and then the other like 2 or 3 market competitors also engage in the same process.
Free rider problems.
Yeah, they'll be like, okay, we should do this as well, and then the average person doesn't realize why the services that they're getting are no longer as affordable or no longer as good as they once were, and that creates more instability. And in the process of that instability, you have this cycle where reactionaries will come in and say, oh, it's because of insert vulnerable group. Oh, it's because of trans people. It's because of it's
the scapegoating.
Yeah, exactly. Just like pointing the finger of blame. But that's very successful, and that's how we arrive at someone like Donald Trump.
It's called divide and conquer.
Yeah.
The British Empire ruled 3/4 of the world using it.
Yeah.
And you know, then racism in the United States managed to separate white workers from black workers, and then you have identity politics doing the same thing at many different levels. So we have to go back to organizing.
Yeah. But I do think that, I mean, this is something I think about quite a bit. I feel like one of the major issues is the lack of political education, especially in America. I mean, it's been steadily ripped apart over the last half a century with Red Scare, and I mean, it's illegal to be a communist and be a trade union leader in this country still, like supposedly the freest of the free speech countries out there, and yet your political ideology is such a threat that you can't even be openly a communist and be a part of a labor union or be in a leadership in a labor union, and I feel like that plays a major role where that's how you arrive at rank and filers in places like the Teamsters. There's many rank and filers in my chat that will constantly complain about their union brethren being super right wing and super reactionary and voting for Donald Trump. And obviously the alternative is the Democrats, which is also a liberal party that's also a bourgeois party, and they're not necessarily representing their interests either. But
what do you mean not necessarily?
I mean, they're not representing.
Treat them like deplorables. Remember?
Yeah, that's
Do you
true.
remember Hillary?
Yeah, no, for sure. but like there is an opportunity there.
Donald Trump didn't really have to try very hard to become president of the United States.
No.
He had the Clintons and the Obamas doing all his work for him.
Yeah, and not, I mean, even with Kamala Harris too. Oh my God.
What do you mean? Especially Kamala
Kamala Harris. It was disastrous. And I just kept yelling at them. I went to the DNC. I talked to them in person. I was like, "What are you guys doing? Like, this is a disaster."
Hassan, why did you go to the DNC? The DNC want Trump to be in the presidency if the alternative is somebody like Mamdani or our friend Bernie.
Yeah.
They actively chose Trump in 2015-16 over Bernie Sanders. They knew what they were doing.
I mean, they did write about it too. Like even in 2020 when Bernie was doing the primary,
because they think, Trump, okay, 4 years, then we'll come back.
Yeah.
Whereas if the progressive side of politics gets on board and they are popular, my God, that's it. We've lost our privileges. We've lost our access to Wall Street.
Do you think Trump's like the volatility that Trump represents, not beyond the capital owners, but like for the professional managerial class and whatnot, because they are the ones who are very frustrated right now in America.
Well,
at the tippy top, the capital owners,
they deserve it.
It's true, but will that wake them up? Because I do think it is a little bit.
Well, look, think of the 1920s and 1930s. Now, why did the fascists manage to gain power? It is because the bourgeois liberals were more fearful of the left than they were of the fascists.
Yeah.
And when, push came to shove, they chose the fascists. I mean, Hitler was appointed chancellor by Hindenburg.
Yeah.
The most liberal of aristocrats.
Yeah.
Because he thought, well, okay, I can control him. Well, you can't control him. This is what the people you're referring to now are feeling about Trump. They see the hooded men of ICE just wrecking the country and wrecking the cities, and they think, oh my God, what's happening? But, mate, you chose Trump over Bernie.
Yeah.
And you would do it again.
I don't think that, that's what I was saying. I think that is actually changing.
You think they would choose Mamdani for president instead of somebody like Trump?
I don't know.
Or J.D. Vance? No?
Because the option has never been represented.
No, hypothetically.
In this environment. I do think that looking at the approvals of someone like Zoran Mamdani from the professional managerial class that normally would be very resistant to any sort of left position beyond, liberal Democrats that love small businesses and talk about how small businesses are the backbone of the American economy, all this stuff. I think those people are now recognizing they're now recognizing that they don't want Republicans to be in charge, and they're now recognizing that electability is actually in favor of the left position rather than the establishment Democrats, the moderate Democrats, and it's largely in part because of Chuck Schumer's ineptitude, his incompetence, or rather, I don't know if incompetence is the right word because they are very competent. I think liberal Democrats are very competent at gatekeeping and at shutting off the left position from gaining any sort of access. They're incredibly competent when it comes to that. Yeah. They behave like they're incompetent and feckless in their resistance to Trump, but I think that is by design.
Hassan, do you think their lives has been materially diminished by Trump? I don't think it has. I mean, aesthetically they don't like Trump.
If we're talking about
aesthetically, they don't like ICE, the side of the hooded men and all that. But in the end, if you look at their portfolio, if you look at their net worth, if you look at what they are doing every day, every night, where they go, to their office, to the various dues and gigs and whatever it is that they do at night, their life has not been that severely affected. They may be interested in somebody like Mamdani because he's electable and so on. But the moment he's going to move from New York to the national scene, and he will not be able to have a 3-point plan. He will have to have a multi-point plan.
Yeah.
And the moment that his agenda starts undercutting their privileges, I very much fear that they will yet again succumb to the lure of fascism.
So how do we combat that?
Well, we don't count on them. We count on the right-wing Teamsters, not the leaders of the Teamsters, but the rank and file. We have to speak to them. We have to address them with respect. Dismissing the Trump voters as fascists is a very big mistake. I call Trump a fascist, but we must never surrender masses of depraved people to the fascists. They are not fascists. They are people whose discontent has driven them to vote in that way. I do agree with
that.
We have to pull them back.
I do agree with that. My way of communicating this is like, whether you think they're racist or fascist or not, it doesn't matter. They still need healthcare, right? So this is one area that you can talk to them directly on. I've done this in the past as well. I mean, this is a more comical approach, but there's this podcast where these two kids have like ultra MAGA parents called a Necessary Conversation podcast, and I actually talk to their parents with them. And when they have a conversation, they're very liberal. When they have a conversation with them, they have this dynamic where they're very angry at their parents, because the parents say like unhinged things, right? Justifying the assassination of Alex Peretti, things like that. And in that conversation, when I was talking to them, I was able to convince them of the need for socialized medicine, even though they are recipients of it. The parents are, because they're old. They're like 75 plus, so they're already receiving government funded healthcare. So they're like, I got mine, I'm good. But and even convince them on the necessity for public education as well, in order to remain competitive in the international market against other labor forces and in general. And I think that conversation can be had. It's just the major problem is that the Democrats don't want to have that conversation at all. Like the political party does not want to have that conversation.
But remember, it was Obama that wrecked the public option.
Yeah,
and essentially, Obamacare was a great boon for the insurance companies. So, I lived in the United States at the time, and it was really very hard for me to barrack for Barack, to support Obamacare. I mean, I wanted to.
It's a right wing. But it was already a right wing.
But it was a right wing thing. People were pointing out the fact that he was enriching the insurance companies.
Yeah.
It was
Well, that's not what they were pointing out. The right wing was actually saying that they're going to do death panels, they're going to kill people. Like the right wing was very indecent about their propaganda.
I mean,
which
that was the propaganda
worked.
that was coming from the top of the Republican
Yeah,
Party.
yeah.
But some of the more thinking Republicans were not, they didn't defend it in the way they would defend Social Security.
Yeah.
If they're recipients of Social Security.
Yeah.
The cover that was offered was crap. And it was really terrible, the cover that Obamacare offered. You may say that's better than nothing, but in the end, the greatest beneficiaries were the insurance companies.
Of course. It was basically a subsidy for insurance companies, insurance providers, and that's
if you don't have the public option.
But it's so good for the GDP. Have you thought about that?
Yeah.
It's great. It's
of course.
That's why United Healthcare is, I think, one of the top.
You need to follow this up. If you burn every house down, GDP goes up.
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
so
I know.
Bloody what?
I know. I understand. My point is, what do we do with all this discontent? How do we capture this energy and feed it into more productive organizing? I'm not going to tell Yanis the classic joke of the two economists walking in the forest and stepping on dog shit. I'm sure he's heard it many times.
No, actually, I haven't.
No, stop. I'm not doing it.
All right. Do you know the one about the economist, the physicist, and the chemist that are on a desert island?
No, I haven't.
And they have a can, no can opener.
No.
And the physicist says, "I'm going to go and find some a piece of glass to concentrate the sun's rays in order to melt it down." The chemist goes out to try to find some kind of acid, and the economist says, "Why don't we just assume that it's open?"
Yeah, I like that. I'm not going to do the joke, guys. Stop. Anyway, so new joke unlocked. Yeah, I'm going to tell your joke now going forward. I mean, you're an economist yourself as well, but
no one is perfect.
Yeah. So getting to the crisis in the region that we're in right now, you and I. You had a very interesting take on Trump's tariffs, and I want to talk about that a little bit because I think we have points of agreement as far as like whether or not Trump will be able to rebuild a robust industrial base here in this country, but you were talking about potentially capital, like foreign capital coming back into the United States of America, and like the economic activity that's like coming back to the American heartland. Do you want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, let me say that if you read their texts, Stephen Miran's, Scott Besson's, and their speeches and so on, and the whole of the Council of Economic Advisors, there is a logic there, which one I reject, But the Democrats are pretending that these are buffoons who don't know what they're talking about. And it's not true.
Yeah.
I mean, the Trumpists have more of a logic, however malignant it may be, than the Democrats do, or the European centrists do.
Yeah.
And it's this. The Trump team acknowledges that American hegemony after 1971, after the end of Bretton Woods, has depended entirely on the hegemony of the dollar.
Yeah.
You know, because that was the whole point. The whole point was to blow up the Bretton Woods system that the United States had created in order to maintain and husband, this is a sexist word, I know, but you know, maintain its surpluses. By the end of the Vietnam War, Great Society, LBJ's Great Society and so on, those surpluses had become deficits. And around 1970-71, the administration, the Nixon administration as it turned out, had a simple choice. Be German, that is tighten the belt and introduce austerity, or do what they did, which is to say, okay, we have a deficit, we're going to make it bigger. And we're going to make the capitalists of the rest of the world pay for it. How? And the working class in the United States pay for it. How? Well, we are going to become the net importer of the universe.
Yeah.
So the German capitalists send their Mercedeses, the French send their champagnes, you know, the Japanese send their Toyotas, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And we will simply print dollars and pay them with dollars. And what are they going to do? They're going to have to send their dollars back to New York because they can't spend their dollars in Germany or in Japan or in China. So they'll have to send it back to the United States, and that becomes three rivers. One goes to the federal government to buy treasuries. Effectively, the foreign capitalists will be funding the American army and the American social security system and the American tax cuts for the ruling class.
Yeah.
That's one stream, one river. The second one is going to be real estate, therefore Trump, and the Trump-like realtors. Yeah, that's how they became rich, with all this torrent of money coming from abroad, which is the result of the American trade deficit. And the third one, you know, some money went into the stock exchange.
Yeah.
Limited amount because they didn't want them to buy a lot of important companies like big tech and all that. Mm-hmm. Okay, so that is the model. Now, the Trumpists love this model, but they're really worried, and they're right to be worried, because as one of them said to me when in a discussion I was having, I was quite impressed by this. She said, look, we overdid it. The dollar zone around the world is gigantic because we printed so much. And we keep printing. And the more deficits we have, the more we print. So the dollar zone, think of it as a balloon that keeps inflating, right?
Yeah.
At some point it can be pricked, and then we're going to be in trouble. Compared to the American manufacturing capacity, which is shrinking.
Yeah.
So we need to find some kind of balance again. And the way we're going to do it is by devaluing the dollar, right? And we are going to put tariffs up, not so much in order to keep them up, but in order to damage the Europeans, the Japanese, and the Chinese. Because if I have a trade deficit towards you, right, then there's no way you can win a tariff war against me.
Yeah.
There's no way. You'll be damaging yourself more than you are damaging me.
Yeah.
So they put up these tariffs. The idea was to put up these tariffs to bring them to the negotiating table. To do what? One of the things that they did, for instance, immediately after the inauguration, was to bring the Japanese in and say, okay, you've got $1.2 trillion. I want you to sell this and buy stablecoins, US dollar denominated stable. Why would they want to do that? Because by selling the dollars, they help bring the value down of the dollar, the exchange rate. And you know what does Tether do with dollars that they take? They buy treasuries. So effectively, the Trump administration gets to sell more debt to finance itself and the tax cuts for the rich. So they have a plan. This plan has the capacity of stabilizing the hegemonic power of the Trumpists, of the MAGA movement, not the movement, but you know, the Scott Bessents, the new guy, you know, well, congratulations, you have another idiot who's going to lead the Federal Reserve, Mr. Walsh. Yeah. Right? The guy who was saying that in 2008, I remember him, he was advocating an increase in interest rates while Lehman Brothers was collapsing. I mean, a guy who is incompetent and corrupt. Yeah. He's going to be the new chairman of the Fed. So this is their plan. This is what they like to do. Now, my guess is it is already helping Trump bring into the United States, I mean, it's not my guess, I can observe that, I can see it's happening. A torrent of money is going to come in as investment. It's coming. German money is coming in. Japanese money is coming in. Chinese money would be coming in if Trump allowed it, but he's not allowing it. So from Europe and Japan, money is flooding in, but it won't create the number of jobs that will satisfy and satiate the MAGA movement's thirst for good quality jobs because of automation and because of AI. So in the end, I think it's going to blow up.
Howard Lutnick has openly stated that as well, where he's like, "It's going to be great. We're building these factories, but they're all going to be automated." And it's like, okay, but then the people that voted for this to happen are not going to see any of the returns.
And that's why he sends the troops in to abduct Maduro. He sends the ships, the Seventh Fleet or Sixth Fleet or whatever, in the neck of the woods where we happen to be.
But that kind of stuff is not popular with the base either, I don't think.
Yeah, but you know what? The moment the first few shots are fired, they all coalesce around the flag, don't they?
I mean, to a certain degree, yeah. We did see that. Oh, that's only if there is no resistance. Because that's the reality is that, Trump is...
But he's very careful. He's not doing wars.
Yeah, he's doing it as efficiently as possible.
He's operating like a hitman.
Yeah.
He goes in there, abducts Maduro, and then he says, okay, now I'm going to have a deal with his party.
Yeah. But what happens if there is resistance? And at which point, then there has to be additional response, and then further military incursion, and that's very costly. That's politically costly. I don't know if that'll happen. We'll see. We'll see what happens with Iran. Iran has been unimaginably restrained over and over again in this tit for tat. And I do see a lot of countries that are in the periphery that are trying to play ball, because now the new game is basically you give Trump money directly and hopefully they won't hurt you.
Except it doesn't work. It's like, giving a little bit of blood to the shark.
I mean, Qatar
gave
if you
give a little finger to the shark, that's not going to pacify the shark.
Yeah, Qatar gave $500 million plane, right? They learned from their mistakes in 2016 when they refused to do so because they didn't understand it when Jared Kushner was like, give me money, and they were like, no. And then they almost got invaded. And now in the Epstein files, we found out that the UAE played a big role in that. Because at the time, it seemed like it was Saudi Arabia that wanted to move in on Qatar, but it turns out that the UAE played a much larger role in that alongside Israel than to punish a country that is somewhat more neutral than the rest of the Gulf states, especially with respect to Iran and also with the resistance. Yeah.
Look, Hassan, there's no doubt that this strategy that I try to describe of the Trumpists is not going to stabilize the world. It's going to destabilize the world. But it's not that it is lacking logic. This is what I'm trying to do. Regarding this neck of the woods here, I'm a vociferous critic of the theocratic regime in Iran. But at the same time, I think we should do whatever we can to defend Iran from imperialism, from the attacks by the United States. Because it's for the people of Iran to decide how they will run their country. And, while I'm a critic of the Iranian regime, they have played a stabilizing role in the world.
100%.
They're the ones who defeated ISIS. They have never attacked anyone. They were attacked by Iraq under Saddam Hussein. It was an American
intervention.
It was they used Saddam Hussein, their henchman, in order to attack the Iranian revolution. So people say, "Oh, you're trying to play both sides." No, I believe that sovereign people should be defended, including a regime that one doesn't like, from imperialist intervention, so that the people in there can resolve the contradictions within without being taken over and being colonized. Because this is what the Americans want to do. Not the Americans, the Trumpists want to do with Iran. They want to colonize Iran. And we saw, if you really dislike the Iranian theocratic regime, you've got to ask yourself the question, why did it occur? And it occurred because of 1953. The CIA, with British intelligence, overthrew Mossadegh. They overthrew a genuine, functioning democracy. They imposed a fascist regime under the Shah. When I was a student, when I first moved to England, in the first month I was there, an Iranian friend of mine who lived opposite me in the Hall of Residence was murdered by Savak agents. So I know exactly what Pahlavi wants to do and what the CIA wants to do. They want to bring back the horror story that they had imposed in 1953 about the Iranian people.
Well, I don't even know if Pahlavi wants to do that. I feel like he just wants
Who
to.
gives a damn? He's an
Yeah,
idiot.
yeah. He's
But,
a
you know,
puppet, but
He's following orders.
Yeah, but he's not
He
even.
wants
like,
to go back. He wants to be king.
But he kind of gives me the vibes of a guy who's just like happy living in Maryland.
Yeah, well, maybe they made him ask for, but
Yeah.
they actually tried to present him
Yeah, yeah.
as the leader of the Iranian
but
revolution,
there's no
which he's
mobilization.
not.
Yeah.
You know, the people who are demonstrating against Khamenei in Iran, they don't want Pahlavi back.
Yeah. But in Western media they cover it as though he's like the guy. But
Yeah, all right.
no,
we saw this
agree.
back in Iraq, remember?
Yeah, they'll welcome us as liberators. But no, I completely agree. That is actually something I've talked about quite a bit as well. Like, one must understand why the Iranian Revolution took place in the first place, which means that like the Islamic Republic is also with. Like I see it as like three different points of pressure. Obviously, the most significant one being the economic pressure from sanctions, with the express purpose of destroying the country's health and destroying the country's economy.
Yeah, killing
that
people.
Is so
The sanctions are
unstable.
killing people.
Yeah, it's so unstable that they rise up. Right. Sanctions are basically to say you're going to starve until you kill your leaders. No other way about it. But then there's the domestic repression that the Ayatollah is engaging in. Partially because of their own personal zealotry, but also partially because they want to satiate the base that they have, the 20 to 30% base of support that they have that justifies their existence and justifies their control over the country. And I think they have to scale that back, because this cycle of repression is only going to continue to grow, and that creates a perfect environment for Americans and the Israelis to take control over that.
Indeed.
And
the last thing we
weaponize
want
it.
to do, to see happen, is for Mossad, the CIA, to take over Iran.
Yeah.
That would be a catastrophe for the whole region, for maybe the whole world. Because look, even to begin with, let me be clear on something. The Iranian Revolution was a genuine revolution. It was genuine people's uprising. It was steered in a way. I mean, in the end, it ended up killing my comrades in Iran. You know, the Tudeh Communist Party. They were all murdered.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to say that it was not a popular revolution.
Yeah.
It was a popular revolution. It
Yeah.
didn't come from outside. It came from within.
Yeah.
It was a result of all this story that begins in 1953. The message I get from Iranians who are opposing the regime is increasingly they're worried that Mossad and CIA will take over and effectively do what happened in Libya.
Or Syria.
Because Libya and Syria, but Libya is a great example because, you know, the standard of living in Libya under Gaddafi, whatever one may think about Gaddafi, he was a brute, there's no doubt, was very high. And, you know, security was pretty good. I mean, the people led good lives
Especially
in
in comparison to now.
Okay,
It's not even
and now it's like a scene from a Hollywood movie after Armageddon.
Yeah.
And you know, even so, what Trump is succeeding in doing is creating a coalescence, even of dissidents in Iran around the regime to protect it from the Mossad and the CIA plan to wreck the country and to turn it into, you know, a godforsaken place.
I think that one of the
And I'm
major,
saying this as an atheist, by the way.
Yeah, but one of the major issues I think with the Islamic Republic is that their number one enemy internally, in order to maintain stability, in order to continue controlling the country in its entirety, has always been the left. It's not. I don't think it's like the sectarian conflicts that brew in the country. It's a very diverse country, obviously. Some of it is propped up by the CIA. You know, like you have Kurdish militancy, the Balochistan independence movement, and things like that. But I think the major problem that they see that threatens their power and threatens their absolute control over the country is the historic socialist or communist position in the country. And they've been able to very successfully wipe that out through, you know, brutal repression, not dissimilar to what you were talking about with Savak.
But I have to say the CIA has been very successful and Mossad has been very successful.
Oh,
I
for
mean,
sure.
Look at what was happening during the 12-day war.
Oh, no,
I
of
mean,
course.
they clearly, the CIA and the Mossad have units.
Oh, yeah,
Iran.
yeah, yeah.
A lot of the people who died during the riots, during the rebellion, during the genuine uprising, a lot of them were killed by agents.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that.
By the way, for the record, because I see some chatters responding, I'm saying historically, this was the left was the primary threat to their power, which is why they, ruthlessly cracked down on the left
In 1979.
Yeah, and
they actually rose up together with the Communist Party.
Yeah.
The Tudeh party
exactly.
participated in the Iranian Revolution. At some point, they were picked out and they were shoved into one building, and then they were all massacred.
Yeah, and now it's not. Now it's a nascent movement in comparison to what it was historically. That's what I was saying. So there is not really I don't know if there's like a really robust left movement left in Iran in general.
There probably isn't.
Yeah.
There is the tradition.
Yeah.
And look, Iran is a hugely sophisticated society.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We must remember that, right? I mean, their science prowess, their literature, their music, their theater. It's a it's a magnificent society that could do really well without the sanctions. And in a sense, if something holds back this evolution and this development and the demise of theocracy is the sanctions.
Yeah.
The sanctions have been detrimental to the
sure.
democratization of Iran. In the same way that the sanctions in Russia have been a godsend for Putin.
Yeah. Well, I think the difference there is that it was much more difficult to isolate Putin from the global markets as opposed to, especially with like its energy.
It's not just that, Hassan.
To Europe, whereas they've been able to effectively isolate
through
Iran.
Dubai, through China, through Pakistan, and so on. But the point I'm making that about Putin being so much strengthened by the sanctions doesn't have anything to do with trade. It's got to do with the oligarchs.
Yeah.
Because one of the greatest problems that Putin had before the war, before he invaded Ukraine, was that he couldn't control the oligarchs. He tried. He imprisoned a few of them. He killed a couple of them, and so on. But still, they kept most of their money abroad.
Yeah.
And they used the openness, the membrane, which allowed them to communicate between East and West, in order to keep one foot in Moscow, one foot in Britain, or Spain or Portugal or wherever. With the sanctions, he had a deal to offer them. Say, listen, choose, get out, or come in here, and I'm going to give you IKEA, McDonald's, Deutsche Bank, because now these conglomerates are leaving. I'm inheriting them, and I'm giving them to you, but on condition that you keep your dough here, and you're under my direct control. And they said, okay. And they had a deal, and now he is far more in control of the oligarchy than he was before 2022.
Yeah. I don't even know where that ambition ends in Ukraine in general. It's entirely in his hands now. Like a lot of people in America think, oh, Donald Trump is so close to Putin, and that's the reason why he keeps getting dominated by Putin. And there's definitely a level of reverence that Trump has towards even people that you wouldn't expect, like Kim Jong-un.
Why wouldn't you?
And
he likes strongmen.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? He drools over strong.
Yeah, but outside of that, I would say that
he likes them misogynistic.
Yeah.
He likes them hating trans people.
Yeah.
He likes them being totally nationalistic, not tolerating dissent. So what is there not to like?
He's almost jealous about the level of control and power that they have over their nation states. But outside of that, I do think that he recognizes the pressures that he's getting from the American side to like try to manage the Ukrainian ceasefire, but his attempts are all for naught because I feel like it's entirely in the hands of Putin at this point. Like he has dominated the battlefield, and that's it. That's
You're
where
quite right.
That reality is impossible to contend with if you're. I mean that is a major blow to American hegemony, perhaps more than even like almost to the same degree as like Chinese manufacturing, I would say.
Yeah, but you see, there is a whole school that you know this better than me. The realist school in the United States. Henry Kissinger, before he died, was saying that, friend John Mearsheimer says similar things. It's not what I say, but it's what they say. They say, look, it took us decades to separate Russia from China, to divide them and conquer over them. And now what the Democrats did, along with the idiotic centrist Europeans, is they pushed Putin in the bosom, in the embrace of China. So he wants to end that because he thinks that he sees that China is the only game in town that he has to worry about, the only opposition to his aspirations and to his program. So that's not irrational. What I find distressing is the centrists' lack of a cogent answer to the question, what the hell do you want to do with Ukraine?
Yeah.
Do you have a plan for war? They don't. You know, I get the answer, oh, but Yanis, you know, he's the, meaning Putin, he's the new Hitler. I said, well, if he's the new Hitler, why aren't we sending troops to fight him? Because, you know, last time we had a Hitler, we drove him into the bunker and forced him to commit suicide. Why aren't you doing that? No, you want the Ukrainians to do that with third-rate weapons that you send them, right? When there is no way they can do that. It's essentially, you know, the worst service you can.
Unless they disband NATO and get the Turkish military to go and fight and defend Ukraine, because they don't even have, like, the Europeans don't even have a competent enough standing military.
So they have no plan for war.
They don't have the numbers,
and they have no plan for peace.
Yeah.
This is what is so distressful. And in the end, you know what they have? They have a vested interest, and this is especially the Europeans, to prolong the carnage. Because in Europe, the only growth model that they have, and that is just a sign of the orchestrated idiocy which is running the European Union, the only growth plan they have is armaments, you know, spending money on guns. But because they can't even borrow money, because we don't have the equivalent of your treasury, right? We have a central bank, but we don't have the equivalent of your treasury. The only way of doing that is by austerity. Shifting money from schools, from hospitals and so on, to Rheinmetall, to take over Volkswagen factories and build tanks where Volkswagen used to build cars.
I think that's going to be
But in order to convince the electorate to do that, you have to have a simmering war forever.
Yeah.
So my message to Ukrainians is, you know, don't trust the Europeans. The Europeans want you to be killed slowly.
Yeah.
Slowly. So that they can maintain the facade of having a growth program.
Yeah, and that's why I think like a lot of people said, oh, Trump wants to destroy NATO. I think that's a laughable concept that people that's a laughable argument that people engage in. I mean, maybe if he took over Greenland, but even then it would not have disbanded NATO, because NATO is a profoundly important part of the protection racket that we have. So that when we tell our European allies, you have to spend 5% of your GDP. You're spending that on American weapons that you're purchasing for your own defense. And like you said, the other side of that is the austerity that kicks in, where Europe is becoming more and more Americanized. Like Europe had at least a good run with attempts at social democracy. And I feel like what comes next
that
for
died
Europe,
in 1991.
Yeah, and it's now it's in its death knells, like it's in its death throes. The European social democratic system.
Oh, that's finished.
Yeah, because now
they killed it off with the Euro crisis.
Yeah, now you guys in Europe will also say, oh, the Ansar Allah is going to find out why we don't have healthcare. Have you ever heard that? Americans say that all the time. Whenever we're doing force projection, dumbass Americans will be like, oh, this militancy is going to find out why we don't have healthcare. I'm like, why don't you find out why you don't have healthcare? Shouldn't you be mad that you don't have healthcare and instead you're doing this?
Yeah.
It's not improving your life in any meaningful capacity. And now I wonder if that American, like that Western chauvinism will also be a big enough motivator for the Europeans to continue on this dangerous path. Because these past couple of months have been very interesting.
It's been very interesting, but you know, we tend to exaggerate the extent to which this is a point of inflection or a major break from the past. You know, I grew up in a country that was a member of NATO, and it was fascist. And you come from a country that managed to combine fascism and NATO. So when people say to me, oh, but you know, a democracy has the right to be a member of NATO because NATO is the defender of democracy, I say, what? I grew up in a NATO dictatorship, fascist dictatorship, right?
Yeah.
Number one. Number two is NATO is not about defending democracy. It's like the mafia.
Yeah.
It creates insecurity to sell you protection.
Yeah.
And if, at some point, Putin volunteered for Russia to join NATO, and they said, no.
Yeah.
And because then who are we organizing against?
That was really. Did you listen to the Tucker Carlson conversation with Vladimir Putin?
No, I couldn't bear doing it.
I thought it was very interesting for one reason, and that is because the entire time, I mean, Vladimir Putin does the same thing where he like talks about, he's like a big fan of Dugin, and he talks about the historical reasons as to why Ukraine is Russia, all this stuff, and that's whatever, that's bullshit, right? But there was a point in that conversation where he turned around and was like, we want it to be America's Israel. and I think
that is correct.
And I think that's real.
He offered it.
Yeah,
and the Americans freaked out.
Yeah, he wanted to be, another Israel, and maybe Trump wants that. I don't know. I don't know how we could manage that, because that could
Trump
be a
thinks?
bulwark against China.
Can I just throw
What do you think?
on the table my idea of what he wants? He wants to go into bed with Putin.
Yeah.
In order to replace the role that German capital played in selling Russian fossil fuels to Europe. So, up until the war in Ukraine, Germany and Russia had a very interesting pact. Essentially, Germany was getting natural gas for a pittance.
Yeah.
And this was one half of the German industrial model. The other half was selling to the United States.
Yeah.
Net exports to the United States. Cheap energy, low costs from the Russian gas to the United States. I think he wants a deal with Putin whereby Trump, that he's going to be selling, he is going to take over the gas and the nuclear power in Zaporizhia and so on and sell it to the Europeans.
Like Americans are.
Yeah.
That makes sense. We've already made
and that will
for,
be, and Putin will go along with that because it will be his way out of the, the Cold War, the isolation.
That's interesting. I could see that happening. I mean, we are already selling. We're making up for the LNG that they're not getting to begin with.
We're paying through the nose for your LNG. I mean, think about it.
Yeah.
Now in Greece, we have Kimberly Guilfoyle, who's used to be married to one of his sons.
Yeah.
She's the U.S. ambassador.
And was married before to Gavin Newsom.
There you are. There you have it. I mean, amazing.
She's
American
bipartisan.
politics, my goodness.
She's bipartisan.
It's even uglier than Greek politics. So, now they are building pipelines in the Aegean Sea, our sea, the sea between Greece and Turkey, right?
Yeah. When you say our sea, I'm like, wait a minute.
Yeah, our sea. You're a Turk, aren't you?
Yeah.
We are reliving the Ottoman, the Byzantine Empire.
I'm joking. I said my sea.
Our sea. Anyway, so, they're building these pipelines that will go all the way to Moldova and to Ukraine. Now, imagine you're an extraterrestrial. You're coming down to Earth. There's a climate catastrophe breeding, right? They are not doing anything, unlike the Chinese, to decarbonize the economy.
Yeah.
And instead, they make it worse because, you have cheap Russian gas that could be feeding the whole of Europe. But no, they're stopping this, and they are taking tankers that they are loading after spending a lot of energy to liquefy the natural gas that comes out of fracking in New Mexico and Texas and so on. They put it in the ships all the way down the Atlantic. They go through the Gibraltar. They go all the way past, Malta and Italy and the Peloponnese, and they go all up, and then they unload that and they push this after they deliquified it, they gasified it again. They push it all the way to Ukraine.
Right, but you need to
now,
make new
if you're an
refineries.
extraterrestrial, you think, what kind of idiot? This species
but
deserves to go extinct.
But that's economic
Yeah,
activity.
of course. But breaking this window is economic.
Exactly. No, but it's the same. This is why capitalism is so suicidal.
Yeah.
Where it's pushing towards ecological disaster. It's suicidal in every aspect of our lives, and yet it just is mind-boggling. People
The
don't realize
capitalist will sell you the rope with which you're going to hang him.
Yes.
Remember?
I love saying that. But I think the other side of the story with America redoubling their efforts, not into competing in R&D against China and trying to stake a claim over the renewable side in any meaningful capacity, is to redouble on oil and gas.
Yeah.
And it almost, the way I describe it is almost like, you're playing a board game, right? You're playing Monopoly, and your competition is starting to buy everything, right? So you just flip the table and you say, no, I'm not playing this anymore. And that's what I feel like is what the American move against China is, because China is dominating the future of energy. It's definitely, I don't know how well the Western world can recover from that. Like, I don't know how well the Western world could ever try and compete with that. And they're pretty honest about it. The Trump guys, I'll give them credit. They're very vulgar, but they're very honest in their vulgarity. Where I think it was Scott Bessent, who was at Davos, who just said, "What are you, stupid? You're buying all these, you're buying these solar panels, and you don't have a battery system. You don't have a battery factory. You're buying the batteries from China. They control the refinement and the procurement almost entirely, right, of these rare earth minerals that are necessary to build this new technology." So every time you're moving in the direction of, it was Lutnick again, it wasn't Scott Bessent, sorry. Every time you're moving in the direction of renewable energies, you're giving China more energy dominance over the world. And you're undermining the oil
Give
and
it to
gas.
us, give it a buyer
Yeah,
LNG.
no, that's what they're saying. They're very honest about it. And I think that's the major reason as to why they're trying to secure all of the oil producers to the
It's
best
so
of their ability.
short-sighted, isn't it, Hassan? Because, 2 points here. Firstly, the Europeans have been done, not for buying Chinese solar panels, but in 2001, the top-notch solar panels were German.
Yeah.
And then we stopped investing in Germany, in Europe. So we just dropped the ball.
Yeah.
And the Chinese picked it up.
I've been
and
talking about
run
this
with
for
it.
years.
Right? That's number one.
It was the biggest growth sector even in America as well.
Yeah.
And yet at a
And
time,
we dropped it.
75% of the subsidies were going to the oil and gas industry. And it was
Exactly.
instead
That's
of
political
building,
corruption.
Yeah.
It's not a plan. It's not, some kind of economic
Yeah.
blueprint. It's just corruption. It's like Epstein levels corruption.
Yeah.
Right? But the second point is that I don't think that their policy of essentially grabbing the fossil fuels of the world is logically coherent, because part of the MAGA movement, a substantial part of the MAGA movement, is grounded in the Permian Basin. It's grounded in fracking. Fracking is important to these people.
Yeah.
I mean, just watch Landman, which
Yeah.
actually I like very much.
Oh, well, my dad loves it too.
I love it. I love it. It's really very good.
Yeah.
But anyway, just forget it.
There's that rant I've seen in Landman where he talks about.
But the LNG that we're buying in Europe comes from that,
Yeah.
right? Now, if the price of oil falls below 62, 63, 60, they're gone. So, they're grabbing the Venezuelan oil. What happens if they grab the Iranian oil and they push all this oil into the market?
But they're not going to. There's no way, because then the price of the oil barrel goes down so much that then
Exactly.
these companies can't profit.
So
anymore.
what is the point of grabbing the fossil fuels of the world unless you want to keep them from entering the market?
Yeah. No, that's
Okay?
what it is.
But
yeah.
they won't be able to keep it because, even if the American army goes in there and takes all the Venezuelan oil and the Iranian oil to hold on to it, Chevron and Exxon will want it. And they have enough clout, if they can get it, to get it within the administration. Even Trump cannot stop them from doing that. So he's going to be turning the MAGA base against him. So I don't think they've thought it through. I think it's just, drill, baby, drill, because it sounds good to the base.
The
base doesn't realize that
you mean
drill,
Chevron is going to stop them from releasing more barrels in the
No,
market?
the Chevron will want to release more barrels.
Oh, you think Chevron will? But
yeah,
wouldn't
because
that,
Chevron that doesn't have that much of a stake in fracking. It is the smaller independents that do. And when the big fish wants to get its teeth into the Iranian or Venezuelan oil, they would play the game like Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia can sustain a lower price because they have volume. But the Permian base independents that are the fundamentally true believers in the Trumpist movement, they will be pissed off.
Yeah, he's going to cook Texas. For sure. I mean, it's There's a lot of I guess from what I've seen though, they're offering contracts to some of the smaller independent companies as opposed to Chevron and stuff in Venezuela.
Yeah.
Because it's like dirtier, it's harder, it's harder to extract, it's harder
But
to
Chevron are
refine.
better at extracting the dirty stuff.
But yeah,
Not the independents. The independents can do fracking.
yeah,
They cannot do. There's no way they can harvest the oil from Venezuela from the tars and all that.
yeah. And then it's also another lever against China as well, who's still obviously reliant on oil and gas. Like they're not, they're moving away from it, but they still need it in the process of
Yeah, the
of development.
This year, for the first time, they reduced their consumption of oil and gas.
Yeah.
For the first time.
I mean, but that doesn't mean that there's still need for it, which is, I think, Trump's counter to the nuclear trade option that China has, which they pulled a little bit in the beginning of the tariff wars when they said, okay, we're doing export controls.
Yeah.
And that was like, that was something that was unheard of, I think, because that is the biggest weapon that they have at their disposal. If they could just like stop, magnets and rare earth minerals from entering the American market.
They won that war.
Yeah, exactly.
So
all
far.
of a sudden, America can't make their weapons any longer. Like it just completely destroys American
drones.
dominance. Yeah.
They can't make drones.
Well, China's making the drones anyway.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think this is a leverage point against that. If they ever tried that again, then America can be like, okay, no more oil for you. You will get no oil.
Well, we were having this chat, folks, yesterday, Hassan and I, when you were not watching. And I said that 2025 is going to go down in history for three monumental events. One, we already discussed. Putin won the war in Ukraine. Not against the Ukrainians, but against the Europeans and the Biden administration. Secondly, Trump won the commercial war, the trade war with Europe.
Yeah.
And thirdly, we have a new game in town, which is stablecoins, which is going to be the next source of financial instability in the world, with the Genius Act.
I'm so oblivious to the cryptocurrency. I don't know anything about it, so I don't.
Well, don't think of it as cryptocurrency. Think of it as the privatization of the dollar.
Yeah, which is
we're not talking Bitcoin and Ethereum.
We're moving even further away from the gold the gold standard.
Of course, forget the gold standard.
I know. I'm not saying that we need to go back to that. I'm not like a Ron Paul acolyte or something. I'm saying that what was that move away was initially to basically make it so that the confidence in the dollar was backed not by anything material, but instead by the confidence that people have in, I guess, the American military. And now we're even further eroding that confidence, and we're moving into something even more speculative, something that's even more unstable, ironically enough, even if it's called stablecoin.
Well, we're saying this before. After 1971, American hegemony, including the American military, were based on the fact that the United States could make everybody else work very hard to produce real things that they would have to sell to Americans for dollars, so that they could get the dollars to buy stuff like think not from America, but from copper or oil or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's the exorbitant privilege of the dollar. But at least the dollar was controlled by the federal government, the Federal Reserve. But now with stablecoins, and by the way, if we have crypto enthusiasts and crypto libertarians and so on, don't start throwing things at me for saying this, because this is not about Bitcoin. It's not about Ethereum. I don't think these are macroeconomically significant. I'm quite happy for Bitcoin to do its thing. But Tether and Circle, the US denominated cryptos, if you are a Bitcoiner, if you're a crypto head, you should be angry with Tether, angrier than I am with them. Because what they're doing is they're usurping the idea of crypto and distributed ledgers and decentralization, and they are attaching it to fiat money, which you should be against if you are a Bitcoiner. So and the reason why they're doing it is because they're privatizing the dollar, and they want to enhance the capacity of the federal government to increase its debt. So if you're a libertarian, you must think of the Genius Act that the Trump administration pushed through Congress as a major assault against your own ideology, not against my Marxism and so on.
Yeah.
Because what Tether does is you give them dollars, they buy treasuries, short-term treasuries, and they put them supposedly in some kind of safety box so that they can redeem your dollars, right? Now, when 6 trillion is going to go in within the next 18 months, according to the US Treasury, according to Scott Bessent, from plain vanilla bank accounts to Tether, that's 6 trillion new federal debt, which, of course, Trump is going to use in order to give more tax cuts to his mates, not to you folks. And okay, so there is the increased mind-numbing levels of inequality from that, but it's also the source of the next financial crisis. Because at some point, when there is a run on Tether, once these people will do something nasty with Tether, because if you give a private company in El Salvador the right to print US dollars, believe you me, they will do something similar to what Lehman Brothers would do. And then when there is even a small run on Tether, people will realize that Tether depends on treasuries. And they know that Tether will try to sell said treasuries. So people will start dumping treasuries. So the value of treasuries will go down. And so the collateral, which is upkeeping the value of the stablecoin, so a doom loop between Tether and treasuries. And who's going to save them from that? The Fed won't be able to, because the Fed has been kept out of this game. Congress has banned the Fed from regulating this.
I think in the absence of alternatives, though, isn't that what will force everyone to play ball, no matter how much, no matter how collapse is imminent, because it's like the fear of devastating instability in the aftermath of that, which is kind of also part of the reason why a lot of people are forced to play ball with Donald Trump whenever he's doing these like tariff initiatives. Even if it's self-destructive, they have to play along with it because there is no alternative currency.
They will play with ball with that, but when the whole thing, when the bottom falls out of all that, we're going to have a major catastrophic, depression. And unfortunately, I like Lenin saying that things have to get worse before they get better, but the depression bred monsters. Yeah. And as Rosa Luxemburg said from her prison cell, there is a fork on the road. It could be barbarism or socialism. Yeah. But it's not necessarily socialism. It can easily go to barbarism, and this is what has happened in the past.
This is what has happened in the past, and also
if we're not organized,
and we don't. That's my biggest fear, is that we don't have the necessary infrastructure to organize in the direction of socialism because of the war that liberals have waged against their left flank, against the socialists, so successfully, especially in Western liberal democracies, has made it so that there is no political education. There is no interest in organizing. People are satiated by the treats that they can get, and they can't even imagine a world where they don't have that. I mean, we saw a snapshot of that with COVID, which was nothing in comparison to what we're talking about right now. Like, it was nowhere near the levels of the Great Depression. And even then, what did the government do? They had to come in and try to give the world's consumption engine some liquid, some cash, so they could continue purchasing things, so that the entire global economy doesn't collapse. But even then, the limited amount of restrictions that Americans experience, as far as having to show a vaccine card or something when they're going to get jalapeno poppers at Applebee's, that was so much. I mean, that was so devastating that they wanted to rise up in arms almost. So.
That's right.
I don't. But they didn't organize
an organization before the depression comes. The depression will breed monsters again. Yeah. That's why this is the time to organize.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, I'm trying to do my best, but I feel like it's quite difficult, especially in this age of disinformation as well.
We can only try, Hassan. And trying is fun. Let's make it fun as well. I mean, you seem to be having a good relationship with all these tens of thousands of people, and get them to organize something in their own neighborhood.
Oh no, that's what I urge them to do all the time.
And, with their neighbors and the local communities, and something that aims at ownership, at collective ownership. This is the only thing. Even if you manage to tax the rich by another 1%, 2%, 3%, that's not going to change anything. Yeah. The only thing that's going to change is to reconfigure property rights.
Yeah, I mean, it's ironic because like in order to save liberalism, they have to do social democracy, but they don't even want to do that. They consider that to be
They
so
can't do this
radical.
anymore.
Yeah,
They can't even do this anymore. You see, once upon a time, under FDR in the United States, Willy Brandt in Germany in the 1960s and 70s, Harold Wilson in Britain, and then again in the 60s and 70s, there was still a clear demarcation of power between industrial capital and organized labor. So, if you were a politician, a social democrat, a New Dealer, you got elected, and you brought the captains of industry, capitalists, and the trade unions around the table, and you cut a deal. And you said to the capitalists, part of your surplus value will go to the workers, another part will fund social security, food stamps, whatever. Correct? You could do that. I mean, it wasn't easy, but it was doable. You could imagine.
but there was also a lot more pressure, external pressure from the labor side that allowed that to be justified to the captains, the titans of industry.
That's right. I mean, it's in your own interest. Otherwise, you will have to suffer long strikes and you will lose money.
Or they'll kill you.
Well, okay. Loss of income worries them more than
That's true. These guys are more afraid of becoming workers, becoming laborers, than they are of dying.
That's right. But after financialization, power shifted from the captains of industry to the bankers, and now it has shifted from the bankers to big tech. So, can you imagine putting Elon Musk and trade unionists around the same table? I mean, what are they going to discuss? There's nothing to discuss.
Yeah.
Nothing to discuss. Okay. So this idea of social democracy being the social democratic or New Dealer leadership being the referee between capital and labor, that's gone. What is also gone is liberalism. The idea of the liberal individual. When you have AI bots essentially hijacking your mind, infusing desires into you as a result of work that it makes you do for it when you're posting stuff on the internet. So liberalism is gone, social democracy is gone. The only thing that is left is the Marxist left. Yeah.
No, that's why I go back to the Epstein stuff, because it's like, this is one of the things that like should unite. I feel like it's the closest expression to like class solidarity that even the lumpen pros and the reactionaries have ever experienced, because they also all believe like, oh, the international pedophilic cabal is real, right? And then all of a sudden you have this revelation that like maybe the Alex Joneses of the world weren't so wrong about their initial analysis on this part, and yet all Elon Musk has to do is tweak the algorithm a little bit and just pump it full of AI. And now I'm seeing on my own timeline so many people get duped by fake posts. So many people.
You know what happened to me yesterday?
What happened to you yesterday?
I got from the BBC a very nice, polite email. I appear on the BBC quite often.
Yeah.
And they said, "Oh, Yanis, we saw this talk you gave on Venezuela and Iran, and it was very interesting. Can you interview tomorrow live on BBC television?" Mm-hmm. And I clicked on the link. It wasn't me. It was a deep fake of mine.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and I had to write back and say, "Look, I'm glad you enjoyed it, but that wasn't me. It was a deep fake of." And they said, "Oh, but it was so cogent and so well put."
You should have been like, "Yeah, that was me.
Yeah.
I got it. I got you." No, but that's terrifying.
It is terrifying, and it's terrifying when it says things that I could have said.
Yeah.
Because then it's so easy to slip into the narrative something that I would never have said, and that's defamation. Yeah. Right. They can present me as anti-Semitic. They can present me as anything because everything else is something I would have said.
Yeah, but the reason why I'm also pointing to this is because like this should be a moment of radicalization for a lot of people, and yet they're so busy going back to old narratives. Like I see these guys were very openly talking about, trafficking minors. Like they were using the term like minors, young women, all this stuff very openly. And yet I see so many people go, "Oh, QAnon was real, Pizzagate was real." They're hyper focusing on like the 4 different emails where they bring up the term pizza. And I'm like it's insane. Like they're talking about torturing people and stuff like that. Like they don't need to hide and use code words to say pizza. It's very clear that they're openly speaking about their desires in general. And yet people find themselves in these different narratives rather than hyper focus on the actual evil acts that are taking place. because they're so malleable, they're so persuadable, especially with AI and especially with social media. And I think Elon knows that, and that's why he's that's why even though he's been mentioned in the Epstein files quite a bit, I don't know if you saw, he was begging to go to the island. Insane, and yet they can get away with releasing this information because they know that the public is not going to respond in the way that they normally should.
It's another version of Steve Bannon's flood the zone. I mean, if you dump so much shit onto people, after a while they won't even smell it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean that's what Trump has done as well. That's like Trump's success in many ways is he's such a domineering force, and it's like there's almost like outrage fatigue where you're like, what am I supposed to get mad at? Is it Cuba? Is it Venezuela?
Yeah,
is it Iran?
He moves very quickly.
Yeah, is it Greenland?
That's the geopolitical version of flood the zone.
Yeah,
he abducted Maduro. On the same day, he talks about Greenland. So before we even got a chance to discuss the abduction of a head of state, we are already worrying about Greenland.
Yeah, and the same goes for domestic affairs as well.
Sure.
It's like ICE is in Minneapolis, then they're going to move into another city, and the people are too divided to organize a significant response, except for the fact that these neighborhoods are actually getting together. There is like definitely a lot of decentralized movements in general that organize at the community level and do a pretty good job of like I saw it in Minneapolis. I saw it personally. These guys are super well organized.
I hope that they go beyond organizing defensively.
Yeah.
And they become a movement for progressive change.
Yeah. No, that's exactly what I'm thinking as well, which is that like
have you thought of running in elections?
No.
Well, why not?
Because
look, it's a horrible thing to do. I've done it. I can confirm that it sucks.
Yeah.
Big time. But it's a dirty job. Someone's going to do it.
I know, but
these people have to vote for someone. What are you going to say to them when the midterms come?
Well,
don't vote.
No, of course not.
Well,
but I have.
Who they going for the Democrat who wants to?
Well, I have my people. That's why I'm.
Yeah, okay, you have your people, but not everywhere.
That's true. But my goal is to try to, like my.
And why should these people have their lives destroyed by being elected and not yours?
Well, it's not even about like my life being destroyed necessarily, but because my life gets destroyed all the time doing what I'm doing anyway. I mean,
come on.
No, I'm able to.
You're having fun here.
No, I know, but I'm able to overcome it regardless because I have like built this this resilient base of support, and I have ways of working around it. You know, I get banned on Twitch, I go to YouTube, but my point is, there's a finite amount of time and energy and effort that I can spend on this, and I feel like this is how I can maximize my output.
Sure.
Doing agitative propaganda, I think, and also creating a community that is then going out and participating in their own local elections, as many people in my community have already, to success.
At some point, you have to go to graduate to the level where you take their voice and you put it into some kind of assembly, some kind of Congress, maybe a state one, maybe a federal one.
I don't know. I know a guy.
Get ready.
I know a guy. His name is Cenk Uygur. He tried to do that and he failed spectacularly. So.
Well, failure is okay.
Yeah.
I mean, in 1905, the first Russian Revolution failed, and it gave us Sergei Eisenstein's magnificent movie, The Battleship Potemkin, which was an important, first step towards the real thing.
Well, since then, his methods have changed. I feel like he's. I mean, you might like it actually. He's big into realignment with right wingers in general, like with Tucker and all those guys.
No. That's
I'm not.
That's not me, mate.
Okay, well, I mean,
do not realign with Tucker.
You say
I want to speak
to the people
honestly and respectfully to the victims of these people.
Yes. We're on the same page. Yeah. As Michael Brooks used to say, be ruthless to systems, be kind to individuals. I
suffer
try
from the system.
Yeah.
So much so that they have actually become part of it.
Yeah. Because I think at the end of the day, that discontent and that anger that they feel, that resentment that they feel, that materializes in fascist expression, that discontentment is coming from the material inefficiencies that they experience. And therefore, if you isolate that, and if you talk to them directly about those problems, and explain to them the real pathway to solve it, they're not going to lean into the culture wars. You know what I mean? If you give people, it's not even a zero-sum game, but if you give people the two options where you're like, okay, you can keep dominating trans people or Guatemalan people that are like literally doing your landscaping and are the backbone of like the productive forces we have, or the agricultural output that we have that put food on your table, and you don't have healthcare, or you have healthcare but you don't get that. You don't get that moment of feeling satisfied because you've dominated someone lesser than you. That makes you feel more powerful. I think most people are going to go with material improvements.
Indeed, I was campaigning in some election in Britain some years ago, and I was in the north of England, which has shifted from being left-wing to being ultra-right fascistic.
Yeah. Oh, you mean like the labor enclaves in the north?
That's right, the so-called Red Wall.
Yeah.
And I gave a talk, and there was this elderly woman who came to talk to me afterwards. She said, look, I like what you say, but I can't possibly agree with you because you keep believing that migration is not a problem. It is a problem. Next door to me, in my block of flats, my apartment block, I have it's a small flat, and it's inhabited by 4 Romanian boys. Now, each one of them has a job, so together they have an income that outbids any local renter, any family that wants to rent that apartment.
Yeah.
And this sounds reasonable. So I could have dismissed her as a bigoted woman, or I could ask her more questions. Like, for instance, can you tell me the history of the building? And she said, it used to be a council house.
Social housing, yeah.
Right? And what is it now? Well, Thatcher soldiers. And who does it belong to? She says, well, nobody knows, some kind of hedge fund. I said, okay, now tell me, let's say that I wave a magic wand, those 4 Romanian boys go back to Romania. How is this going to help you? Yeah, because the fact is that it will still be owned by this. Maybe they will demolish it and create a shopping mall or something out of it, but the housing problem is not going to be solved. Maybe we should consider the fact that weak people have been turned against one another, you against the Romanians and so on, by those who profit from both of you.
Yeah.
And she listened. It wasn't that I was being smart. It's because I wouldn't have thought of that had I not asked her the question. So tell me the history of your building.
Yeah.
So ask people the history of their buildings, of their neighborhoods, of this, before you articulate an argument to try to convince them otherwise.
Yeah, no, absolutely. That's what I try to do, and I try to speak to people at their own level, like, or speak to their immediate desires.
I know you do, but this wasn't my message to these folks.
But we've also briefly talked about entryism versus third party last night privately, not on camera. And this is something that I've been thinking about quite a bit as well. This is also often an issue. Hold on, what is this? No, I don't want to do this BIOS utility update. Jesus Christ. Okay. And the way I see it, Americans do not have any class consciousness whatsoever. They have problems. They experience those problems, but they have no productive output. They have no productive outlet to address those problems at all. So they focus on anyone that leans into their anger and resentment. And the right is very good at leaning into that anger and resentment and then redirecting it to other, marginalized populations or people that have the same class interests as they do, right? In the case of the Romanian versus the elderly woman, like you described. So the way I see it, there's only 2 major parties in the country right now, and my solution is not to like overtake the Democratic Party and like turn it into like a communist party or something. I don't think that's ever going to happen. It's a bourgeois, capitalist, liberal party, and it has played a very important role in identifying and neutralizing any sort of more radical left positions out there. Having said that, it does still have an election mechanism, and it still has a massive platform in general. It has a massive podium in general. And I do think that liberals, self-identifying liberals actually have more of a socialist tendency than they think they do. And the way to open that conversation up to them is by running socialist alternative candidates within the Democratic Party infrastructure.
What the DSA does.
Yes, exactly. So I do agree with that system. This doesn't mean that you shouldn't attempt to design a third party on the sidelines as well. Having said that, I don't know if the opportunity for a third party viability is there right now, considering how many people still self-ID as liberals.
We're on the same page. Starting a third party now would be suicide.
Yeah.
You can see it with the Greens, Stein and so on, that it really doesn't have the dynamic to change the scenery. But I think the answer lies in between. So, you and I were discussing yesterday the unique opportunity Bernie Sanders had in 2016 to start a party then, because he had run within the Democratic Party, because he had hundreds of thousands of volunteers, because he created the infrastructure, he created a political revolution, right? To use his terms. And at that point, he could have started a third party that would be viable. But that, by not doing it, that opportunity was killed. So you have to start again. As you say, like Mamdani, like AOC, like others, go through the party. If a figure like Mamdani
and then not allow
comes
them to,
out,
not allow them to be neutered either, because like the political machine does actually chop away their radical tendencies if they even existed to begin with, or if it
well,
was
that's why you need
you
need the socialists within the Democratic Party to be better organized amongst themselves, to have more
party discipline,
factional, like the Trumpists did. The Trumpists did take over the Republican Party. Of course, they had huge capitalist help.
They're directionally aligned.
It's just
more capitalism.
That's right. But so your work is much. What you need to do is much harder. But you can do it. You can emulate what Bernie did, but with the intention of stepping out and taking the new structures that you have created within the Democratic Party with you if you hit a brick wall. And again, the National Committee chooses Trump over you.
Yeah, I mean,
or somebody like Trump. Or
I know,
but
at that point, there is a much more robust pressure mechanism that can engage in labor militancy.
Yeah, that's right.
Like that's a very different environment to be in.
A new kind of labor militancy.
Yeah. That's a very different environment than the one that we're in right now, where like all of these, from what I've seen, maybe I'm too optimistic, but from what I've seen, you got the Barbras and the Debras, white wine moms that are coming from the suburbs, accountants, lawyers, teachers, nurses that normally are just like straight blue, no matter who voters that are very frustrated with the way things are going. They're not experiencing like, absolute economic death and destruction in the way that we've seen in the past that has led to more radical movements growing in the country, but they are frustrated by the instability. And I think like those people can also be convinced of the viability of this socialist alternative.
Yeah, no, utterly.
Yeah,
I agree entirely.
All right, well, it's late.
Well,
I don't want to, yeah.
I am an old man. I will leave you with the youth, the young with the youth. Thank you for having me.
This was incredible.
It was great fun.
Yeah.
It was a good way to end a very long day.
Oh, yeah. You gotta, after talking to tech executives about the importance of AI and data collection, you gotta come back to earth a little bit.
And biting my tongue most of the day.
Yeah.
It's very badly injured from all this biting. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you for coming on. This was incredible.
Thank you, Hassan.
Thank you. All right. YANIS Varoufakis, everybody. I'm going to fix the audio now. I know everyone's been complaining the entire time.
So you will continue for many hours?
Oh, yeah. I mean, not for many hours, but I'll definitely continue.
Very good.
All right. Here, I'll walk you out. All right. I don't think the noise gate is working at all. There's fundamentally no difference between the noise gate being active and the noise gate being inactive. I feel like. Like, I'm not seeing any changes. I'm not seeing any major changes right now. Wait, did it work? Is this better? It's gone? Okay. There was a hum when you guys stopped talking? Okay, well, it happens. You just got owned? Wait, why did I get owned? Why did I get owned? I don't understand. Hello, hello, hello. All right, I think I've fixed the audio levels as well. I think it's a lot better now. Buzzing is still there. Buzz when you speak. I think the game was just high earlier that caused the hum. It's all good. Okay, good. Change from socialist audio to capitalist audio, dude. Ohioan Haitians are the next target device. They're coming to Springfield as per Mike DeWine. 30-day search starting this week. Okay. Thank you, YouTube chatter. YouTube super chat. It's there, but it's much better. It's fine. Don't worry for sure. What did Oliver... He kept calling you a fake demon and a pussy for not running an election. You have the opportunity to... What is this? You have the opportunity to do the funniest thing every day. Hassan, I'm doing zakat here to Nazar proof you. Your XLR cable is either not entirely in the cloud lifter or whatever boosts your SM7B, or it's not grounded and touching computer power cables. It's not horrible audio, just slight buzzes from before the game kicks in. Afghan auntie from New York City, Zohra. It's the XLR cable. It needs to move. It's getting an electrical interference from laying on another cable, most likely. Where the fuck was this? Where the fuck was this tech support earlier when I needed it? I hope it didn't cook. Was it really that bad, guys, or were you guys exaggerating? Is it fixed? No, it was bad. It's fine. It was pretty bad. It was the worst audio of all time. Okay, let me listen to this fucking audio that's like supposedly the worst audio of all time.
This is the French and there are champagnes, you know, the Japanese and there are Toyotas, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And we will simply print dollars and pay them with dollars. And what are they going to do? They're going to have to send their dollars back to New York because they can't spend their dollars in Germany or in Japan or in China. So they have to send it back to the United States, and that becomes Three Rivers.
That's it. I mean, it's annoying, but that's nowhere near as bad. Y'all are freaking crazy, dude. Y'all are crazy for this.
Does whatever, right?
Yeah. Y'all are crazy for this. Also, YouTube chat, you can subscribe to become a member. Now that I'm dual streaming, I'm going to continue dual streaming as well. You can subscribe to become a member on YouTube chat. You can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service on Twitch as well. I could hear it in my earbuds when listening on the phone, but I switched to my TV and I couldn't hear it at all. Is it still buzzing? This is what it sounded like. Really woman like you described. So the way I see it, there's only two major parties in the country right now. And my solution is not... Yeah, it buzzes. Yanis is right. Run for Congress and Senate and stream it. Be Lula. Okay. There's a difference in what we hear and what you hear in volume. Video audio is pretty loud for us. Okay. Okay, yeah, we're gonna talk about Ryan Grimm and the Ehud Barak conversation now in a second. Let's continue. All right, let's move on from this.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Let's talk about the Grammys, okay? Billie Eilish cooked.
And as grateful as I feel, I honestly don't feel like I need to say anything, but that no one is illegal on stolen land. And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter, and all I want to say, sorry.
Before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say eyes out. We're not savage, we're not animals, we're not aliens, we are humans, and we are Americans. Also, I want to say to the people, I know it's tough to know, not to hate on these days. And I was thinking, sometime we get contaminados. I don't know how to say that in English. The hate get more powerful with more hate. The only thing that is more powerful than hate is love. So, please, we need to be different. If we fight, we have to do it with love. We don't hate them. We love our people, we love our family, and that's the way to do it, with love. Don't forget that, please. Thank you. Thank you, God.
Congratulations, Billie Eilish. Wow. That is a Grammy that every artist wants, almost as much as Trump wants Greenland. Which makes sense, I mean, because Epstein's island is gone, he needs a new one to hang out with Bill Clinton, so. Nicki Minaj is not here, she is not here. She is still at the White House with Donald Trump discussing very important issues. Actually, Nicki, I have the biggest ass. I have it. Everybody's saying it, Nicki. I know they say it's you, but it's me. Wop, wop, wop. Look at it.
Bad Bunny!
Overnight, Bad Bunny making Grammys history.
Bad Bunny, te vi quedar.
The Puerto Rican superstar becoming the first Spanish-language artist to win the biggest award of the night, Album of the Year.
I want to dedicate this award to all the people that had to leave their homeland, their country, to follow their dreams.
And winning Best Musica Urbana album earlier in the night, and getting political.
Before I say thanks to God, I'm gonna say eyes out.
The Winds kicking off an historic week for the 31-year-old. On Sunday, he'll take...
I had to order food. Sorry. Holy moly. Okay, I'm back. I'm freaking back, baby. I'm freaking back. Okay, W Bad Bunny. Just want to say woke is back, even though there is some elements of woke being back. Once again, it's made the right-wingers really upset, really offended, but including Donald Trump. But also, on the other hand, you got a lot of these people who are wearing like ice out pins who were, you know, nowhere to be found when the conversation was revolving around Palestinians in Gaza. I do find that very interesting, let's just say. I find that interesting, okay? Ice out is like you know, we mustn't allow this movement to turn into what, you know, the Time's Up movement look like, right? Like Hollywood has a tendency to take something over and then neutralize it, neuter it in its entirety. You in 2018 quoting Yanis? What is this? This is just, why are you just posting a photo? Where's the, Oh, this is a Giannis quote. Oh my God, you're right. My face when she says borders are scars on the face of the planet. Oh no, why'd you bring this up, chatter? God damn, dude. God damn. I'm over here talking about how performative Hollywood is, and you just showed me my most performative Hollywood ass moment. Hollywood Hossie up in this bitch. This is why it was called Woke Bay. This is what it is. Yikes. Yikes.
Center stage at the Super Bowl halftime show. But perhaps the most talked about moment of the night came near the end from Cher.
Oh, the Grammy goes to Luther Vandross.
Luther by Kendrick Lamar and SZA winning Record of the Year, but Cher saying what sounded like the name of singer Luther Vandross, after whom the song is named. Kendrick officially becoming the most awarded rapper in Grammy's history, with 27 statues, taking the mix-up in stride.
We appreciate you at the bottom of our hearts. Luther forever.
And it was a night of big performances.
Put it up a two. So what's the meta here? Why does everybody hate Apata? Because I think that's a jam. Am I crazy? I love that song. Don't go back to Twitch King. We just got you on YouTube. Crying face says Rolling Thunder 1000 on the YouTube super chats. Listen, I'm monitoring both. Okay, I'm on YouTube and I'm on Twitch, but I'm gonna keep it $150. Okay, we got to get those YouTube numbers up. I mean, I only got on this YouTube stream, I've only got 20,000, and let's be real, Twitch has more. Twitch has 31,000, YouTube has 20,000. Just saying. Just saying. I like it, but we got to get those numbers up. You fell off? I did. I fell off, dude. I fell off. I mean, I'm going to keep working on on YouTube. Bro, that's 50K combined. Nobody cares about the combined numbers. Let's be real. No, the combined numbers don't matter that much, in my opinion. It's irrelevant. I like it. Okay, we got to get those likes up on the YouTube. Get it in front of more people. 140K to 20K is a fall off. What the fuck? Exactly, bro. That's what I'm saying. You didn't schedule it though. True. I did not actually end up scheduling it, so that's probably a part of the problem there. But still. Also, please subscribe to the YouTube channel. I was going to say you fell off on Twitch, but it's still like 15th most watched. Yeah, I did fell off. I did fell off pretty hard. All right, let's continue with this.
Lady Gaga casting a spell on the Grammys, adding 2 more statues to her collection.
I'm really honored. Being a woman in music, being a songwriter, being a producer is something that really makes me who I am. So I feel a sense of belonging here after almost 20 years.
What do you tell yourself as you follow your dreams?
You know, I always lead myself back to...
Okay, Trump's one good takes of the Grammys are ass. These are horrible songs. I don't think any of these songs are horrible, but do I just not have good taste?
Rehearsal and discipline and practicing. Those things for me are like an internal metronome, and it allows me to keep a deep relationship with what I'm creating.
She said, take your time,
The nominees for Best New Artist teaming up for a monster montage.
Tell me you got something to give. I want it. I kinda like it when you call me wonderful.
The Grammy goes to Olivia Dean.
I guess I want to say I'm up here as a granddaughter of an immigrant. I wouldn't be here. Yeah, I'm a product of bravery, and I think those people deserve to be celebrated.
Olivia checking in with her biggest fan before coming to talk to me.
Was that your mom?
That was my mum, yeah. She's the first person I had to call because she was waiting up in London. So I was like, let me actually speak to her.
Jelly roll!
And country superstar Jelly Roll sweeping his categories, winning 3 awards.
Oh my God, Jelly Roll. My goat. Bro, I saw Jelly Roll on the front cover of like Men's Health magazine, and it one-shotted me. I thought to myself, there's an entirely different world out there. Like, there are 2 alternative realities in the United States of America, and Jelly Roll, Ozempic Roll, is representative of this totally separate world, totally separate universe that you and I are not a part of. Okay? We're not a part of that world at all. Or maybe some of you are. I'm not. Okay? There's an alternative planet out there. There's like a MAGA universe out there, and they fucking love Jelly Roll. They go hard. They're like, oh my God, all your coworkers. You know, the Grammys are kind of pussy shit, but and it's woke, but it was pretty good that Jelly Roll got some awards, huh? Peak coworker music, yeah. It's just, what is this? I think every celebrity needs to be educated and weigh in on every political issue is something we can leave in woke one. I wasn't desperate to hear Jelly Roll's take on ICE. This isn't tax codes or even Palestine, dude. They're killing people on the street. Yeah, famously, when I think of Palestine, I think of something different than killing people on the street. I'm glad that this is actually more important to you, though. That's nice. Jelly Roll talking about ICE. Okay, now we have to hear what he has to say.
People shouldn't care to hear my opinion, man. You know, I'm a dumb redneck. I haven't watched enough. I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I've had one for 4 months and don't have social media. I can tell you that people shouldn't care to hear my opinion, man. You know,
he ain't wrong. He ain't wrong. He right.
I haven't watched enough. I didn't have a phone for 18 months. I've had one for 4 months and don't have social media. I hate to be the artist that's that aloof, but I've become so disconnected from what's happening, and I'm just not I grew up in a house of like insane pandemonium, and like I didn't even know politics were fucking.
Another former rapper gone country star, by the way. Oh, this guy used to rap. Who the fuck is this guy? Brother, this guy is all the rage. Apparently former rapper turned country star. Jelly Roll has no opinions on ICE kidnapping people on the streets. I just don't get it. Like, what is this pussyfooting around the issue, right? Just fucking say it's bad, dumbass. Like, what the fuck? What is this like Republicans buy my album shit that these guys are doing? You're such a bitch. Oh, I don't know. I need to do the proper Marxist education to be able to figure out whether or not, you know, mass thugs that are unaccountable to no one except for Donald Trump, or kidnapping people and killing people in the streets. I think that's, you know, this requires additional political education. It's like, what the fuck? What kind of political education you need to be like, it's bad to murder random people in an effort to terrify the population. It's bad to murder random people as they're trying to stop you from kidnapping their fucking neighbors. You know? I guess I know what he wants to say. He's just afraid of saying it because he's afraid of the woke. Right? That's what this is, right? Because he's afraid of the woke beam getting him, hitting him in the face. So close to the radical woke brigades. Did you see this crazy ratio? Oh my God, that's awesome. We'll talk about that in a second.
Real until I was in my mid-20s in jail. Like, that's how disconnected. When you grow up in a drug addict household, you think we like have common calls about what's happening in world politics? Like, we're just
bitch, this ain't world politics. Dude, what is this, dude? Oh, I don't understand it. Dude, we don't have common calls about woke global politics. Bitch, this shit's happening next door. What the fuck? Bro, they're not asking you about the devaluation of the dollar and what that will do to the dollar hegemony, okay? Like, motherfucker, you ain't splitting the atom. They're like, hey, do you think kidnapping people is right or wrong? He's like, I don't know. This is a very difficult subject matter to broach. Oh, it's awesome. I like that. That's funny. I mean, the silver lining is woke is so back that he's just guy who is a juggalo with a fucking face tattoo is terrified of being like, yeah, I think it's great. I love eyes. I can't say what I want to say because they'll beat my ass over there. If I don't twerk in Gay City, they beat your ass. I heard. I'm Jelly Roll, and I love twerking in Gay City. I promise. I'm gonna keep twerking.
Trying to find a way to survive, man, you know? And I have a lot to say about it, and I'm going to in the next week, and everybody's going to hear exactly what I have to say about it in the most loud and clear way I've ever spoken in my life. So I look forward to it.
Bro said, I'm going to make an announcement soon. Don't worry. Well, the world was waiting for Jelly Roll's take. So, yeah. I'm going to come out and talk with Al Shara. That's right. Have y'all heard of HDS? This movement, True Salafist Islam. Okay? They were protecting the Sunni population that Bashar al-Assad was destroying. And yes, a lot of people say that HDS is an offshoot of Al-Qaeda or Daesh or ISIL, these jihadists, these Salafist brigades. But to me, I think Jelani has gone through a radical transformation. He's a man who wants to defend the institutions, and the greatest institution of all is the civic nationalism that he represents. That's right. He's uniting the country, and I think we're gonna do a collaboration coming up next week. Okay, that's what he's gearing up for. He's like, I don't want to talk about this I stuff. Let me tell you something, okay? As Jelly Roll, I believe in permanent first world genocide, which is precisely the reason why I like ice. This is the visions of Sakai, black and brown proletariat rising up against their white counterparts and destroying the suburbs. This is why I'm in favor of ICE. As a permanent first world genocide, or JD Pond, Maoist third world is, I believe in ICE killing, murking white people in the suburbs. I think that's a good thing.
Thank you for bringing it up. I can tell you that people shouldn't care to hear my opinion, man. You know,
I don't. This is what he used to look like last year. God damn, bro. The dumbest take. Billie Eilish just
It's
invited
illegal.
everyone to her house. Breaking Americans are calling on Hollywood elitist Billie Eilish to return her $14 million LA mansion to the Tongva tribe after she claimed no one is illegal on stolen land. She could also graciously host illegal aliens in her mansion. After all, she has the moral high ground. Yeah, I love having conversations with the fucking dumbest people in society. It's like, excuse me. The government, the nation state is just like your bathroom. Okay. Oh, you don't want border walls? Well, guess what? You can't have a divider into pisser either. I need to see your cock. Show me your cock right now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This vast amount of land that is unoccupied, except for private ownership, could be occupied by people. Could be occupied by working hands. Well, that must mean I'm allowed to go into your bathroom while you're taking a shit and watch you. Okay. That means you cannot have privacy at all. That's what that means. It's so fucking stupid. Like, how is this a serious argument? I think about how dumb this argument is, but then I think about how dumb most people are, and then I realize, like, oh, this shit actually does work. Oh, the government is just like the family. The government's planning is just like when you're budgeting. Yeah, really. Is that how it is? I didn't realize your family had 800 military bases around the planet, and 80% of all purchases being made were being made off of the currency that your family invented, okay? Through a process known as SWIFT, virtually controlling all transactions around the planet. I didn't know that your family was capable of doing such impressive things. What kind of fucking family are we talking about? And the same concept is like, oh, borders are you don't like you want immigrants to live in your neighborhood? Well, how about random people live in your house then? I don't know. Maybe these two things are totally fucking separate, dude. I didn't say I want to live in a fucking commune where everyone is like, you know, everyone is living on top of me. That's not what I want. I want everyone to be able to have their own fucking homes. Stupid. Fucking idiot. And they do this with everything. They'll be like, oh, you don't like ICE? I guess you want murders to take place in the street. No, actually, that's the reason why I don't like ICE, because they're murdering people in the fucking streets, dumbass. I didn't say I don't want any law and order, you fucking baboon. Why are you making up idiotic positions? That's not my argument. It's a totally separate argument that you just came up with. But it's so easy to, I guess, quote unquote, destroy the fucking tolerant worldview here if you're just a dumbass. Marie Concentration Camp Perez was at the Grammys? No. Don't think we forgot she voted to fund ICE. Oh my Lord, what a fucking tweet, dude. What a fucking tweet. Dialed in. Is black and white thinking that's really what fucks with people? Honestly, it's not even black and white thinking. We're thinking in black and white ways, and these motherfuckers are thinking in not even colors but tastes, I guess. If the conversation is about black and white thinking, these guys are doing like the taste of orange thinking, okay? It's not even like, this is irrelevant, okay? This is not a counter argument to be like, oh, you don't want fucking people that have been living here to get the proper documentation so they can live here freely and work and continue doing what they're fucking doing. Well, that means you must want strangers to live in your house. You're a fucking idiot. Did you Chapel Roan dress? What the fuck? I did. It was awesome. With the nipple rings. That shit looked fire. I can't even show it on stream though. It came from this tweet. Girl defiles. She don't give a fuck. I can't believe both of the girl bosses, Marie Concentration Camp Perez and Ghislaine Maxwell, were both present at the Grammys. That's crazy. She used to pay rent with old avocados she got from a dumpster, and now she funds ICE. Okay, is that real? I saw that coexist post. Hassan, your send Joe Biden to space comment is doing work online. Libs are getting owned and is starting to realize that Joe and Mamala held on to the files and let Trump run amok. Please, plus win. Wait, where is it getting? Where is it getting virality? Where is it gaining virality? What?
Of old, it's you, sir. And then I come to you in the white shirt there.
Okay, I think politicians spend so much time arguing amongst themselves about the problem. Economics is really simple. I've got £10.
Yeah, you have a visible head injury, okay? You shouldn't be talking about economics, big dog. Sorry, I'm being a little ableist, okay? But it's like, what do you mean? Oh, economics is simple, really. It's like dollars you make and then your expenditures, right? Yeah, oh, is it? Is it like that? How many fucking military bases do you own? How many aircraft carriers do you own? Do you control the entire financial transaction system on the planet? Is that what you're doing? Because no, the economy is not like fucking family debt, okay? It's not. How many assets do you own? Like, what is backing your net worth here? Shut the fuck up. It's dollars in, dollars out, simple as.
In my pocket. If I go out and buy 3 pints of beer in Cambridge, I'm probably borrowing money. If I carry on doing that, then I'm going to run out of money and I'm going to go bust. It's not difficult, guys. Just sit down, work out what the country needs to do.
The audacity of like this fucking dullard to be like, it's not that difficult, guys. Like talking to fucking economists on a panel. It's not that difficult, yeah? In it? Fucking hell. You bought 3 pints and you bought the 4th pint and you've run out of monies. And now you're using other people's monies. In it? All right.
And work collectively
because the
together.
country does not operate as your budget does.
We have a budget. But why not? Why not? Why
in
not?
the country, total expenditure equals total income. In your life, you have a wonderful independence between your expenses and your income. So when you cut down on your expenses, your income doesn't cut. It's not cut. But for the country as a whole, if the country as a whole goes into a major savings spree, then its total income is going to come down. So your personal life is not a good model on which to base
Oh, he's got me, blimey. He's got me, the bold man. Hey, what are you doing? I thought you'd be on my side, sir. You're quite handsome. Blimey. Oh, no. Oh, at least he had the decency to shut the fuck up after that when the entire crowd erupted in applause. Does he read YouTube chat though? Yes, I do. I do read YouTube chat as well. It is funny though, because I check in with YouTube chat every now and then and I look at the super chats and there's still people in the YouTube chat being like, HasanAbi, your takes on music are valid. Don't listen to these haters. And that was like 2 hours ago. Winners win. HasanAbi heads rise up. Billie Eilish and Phineas are now songwriters with the most song of the year wins in Grammys history with 3. Let's go. Let's freaking go, baby. HasanAbi heads rise up. Bro, you look EP as hell. Dog. Right now, it's 1:33 p.m. in Los Angeles, okay? It's currently 12:33 a.m. here in Qatar. I'm in the next day, okay? Currently, for me, is Tuesday. It's Tuesday. Billy on the pod when? I'm not going to do that. That's not happening. I saw my tattoo artist and I bonded over both being HasanAbi heads yesterday. Hell yeah. Yeah. If you want to rewind on Twitch, you have to subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. You can rewind for free on YouTube. However, you should still subscribe on YouTube. Bro, I am on the same time zone as you. I'm not complaining. First of all, you're not complaining because you're adjusted to your time zone. I'm not really complaining that much either, but you have to realize, like, I have had very little sleep and have done, I think, like 12 interviews today. And I was running around the entire day. I thought you were in China. Am I dumb? No, I'm in Qatar. All right, let's continue with the Grammys.
You are a Grammy winner, and how's that feel?
It is every kid's dream to hold. Every kid that ever wanted to do music.
CEO of the Recording Academy, Harvey Mason Jr., on the magnitude of the show.
I felt it was a great celebration of music, all the different genres, the diversity, the performances. I just thought it was a really special night to kind of come together around music.
And the one and only Lauryn Hill bringing down the house, returning to the Grammys stage after 27 years with a collection of artists, including Wyclef Jean.
Why do they even invite you? Seems kind of weird given it's mostly VCs. I mean, it's the same reason why they invited YANIS. I think there are some people that work at the Web Summit that want ideological diversity, and they do their very best to try to bring in people that demonstrate that ideological diversity. Because, like, the overwhelming majority of people that are here are hyper-capitalists. Like, they're all VCs. They're all, like, in the AI space and stuff like that. And it serves them to hear from people that they normally never hear from. Because these are guys that are rarely, I mean, I guess I do have a lot of HasanAbi heads at the convention. I've taken a lot of photos, but like most of them are fans because of my advocacy on Palestine. But that's not necessarily a bad thing, because like that means that they're going to be more charitable to my worldview, given that they've heard my advocacy and they agree with it. So they're probably a little bit more open-minded towards what I have to say about capitalism as well. Dang, Giannis really believes in you to run for office, law? Yeah, I think that's crazy. I think I have more impact doing this and getting others to, like, influencing others to go and run. Good to know that you're meeting the Ayatollah to foment better U.S.-Iran relations. Yeah, that's what I'm here for. Live reaction to your boy Denny Avdija getting selected to the All-Star reserves.
Getting his first NBA All-Star selection is Denny Avdija.
Yes.
Welcome.
That's your guy, man. We said it. We talked to him.
Who?
Danny was, I mean,
Who?
When you watch him play,
Who the hell is this?
he's a big guard. He got a change of pace. He knows how to play the game. He was very young.
Who the hell is this?
To this league, but now he's found his role. He's found his pace. But most importantly, he's found his confidence. Absolutely. And this is why we
Yo, no bullshit. This dude gets signed for Christmas for a present? Who the hell is this?
talking about Portland right now is because of that.
Yes. Yes, they've been one of the surprises of this. Yo, who is that? All right, we have one more selection. It is the very last. They just picking anybody for the All-Star game this year. Okay,
My goat. That's a fellow YouTube streamer. Flight and I are both YouTube streamers, so we have a newfound bond there, you know? Primary Gavin Newsom, you know that's what Giannis wants you to do. Gavin Newsom will assassinate me with a drone strike. Oh damn, there's Denny defenders in the YouTube chat saying Denny's a good player. Well, I'm not giving him any of that. Okay, I don't give a fuck.
For Fuji's reunion.
It was all so great. What a moment there from Lauryn Hill. That in memoriam performance was just fantastic. All the performances were amazing. One we didn't get, though, was Bad Bunny. It was a running joke all night with Trevor Noah and Bad Bunny that he cannot perform because he's got the Super Bowl coming up in just a few days. And coming up in about a year, the Grammys are right here on ABC and Hulu and Disney.
The Justice Department faces another wave of criticism after releasing more of Jeffrey Epstein's case files. More than 3 million pages of documents and images related to the convicted sex offender were posted on Friday. A top justice official says the review is now complete. Others say much more material needs to come out. Scott McFarland has been reading through the many documents. Scott, good morning.
Adriana, good morning. We're still working our way through the millions of pages that were released more than 40 days after the legal deadline for the Department of Justice to share the file.
Oh, yeah, I didn't cover the Trevor Noah. Jokingly asked Hillary Clinton, how did you kill Jeffrey Epstein? Trump was also very mad at Trevor Noah in general. He was very, very mad. Free rewind on YouTube. Stop showing your bias towards YouTube chatters. We need equal representative parasocialism. This is basically apartheid chat. Yeah, well, sorry. They're my newfound I mean, you guys literally are watching on Twitch. Like half a YouTube chat is normally Twitch watchers, okay? It's all the same. Daily Show host Trevor Noah on Thursday in an interview with Hillary and Chelsea Clinton jokingly asked, how did you kill Jeffrey Epstein? I have to ask you a question that's been plaguing me for a while. How did you kill Jeffrey Epstein? Asked Noah with the laughter from the New York studio audience. Because you're not in power, but you have all the power. I really need to understand how you do what you do because you seem to be behind everything nefarious and yet you do not use it to become president. VODs are way better on YouTube too. Yeah. YouTube chat is our fedayeen. They're all spamming L Twitch right now. All right. Well, YouTube chat, if you're spamming L Twitch, I need to see some motion. Okay. Let's see where the membership goes on YouTube chat. Because if you want me to be permanently on YouTube chat, I need to see some movement. Okay. I need to see some movement from you guys on YouTube chat. I need to see some memberships on YouTube chat. And I also, more importantly, need to see some likes and the analytics move up. Because as long as Twitch is still my primary platform, as long as Twitch is still where most of my audience is, you know, I don't know if that movement will happen. It is becoming easier, though, now that I'm actually streaming on YouTube. Give us time to pump up the numbers on my YouTube, Andy. It won't ever catch me on Twitch. Brother, you're a beacon of the light. Love you, Joe Rogan to the left. Also not sure if you said, but Pretty's murder was ruled homicide. Yeah, we're going to get to that in a second. And Twitch, if you want me to stay on Twitch, you got to do a hype train. It's that simple. Piker Broadcasting Service, baby. I'm making the competition. I'm making the fandoms. I'm making the fandoms compete against one another. Yeah. Yeah. YouTube actually counts viewers, not just chatters? What do you mean? Pitting your children against one another is true. Halo's dying. Thank you for the 10 gifted. Oh, shit. It's already... Oh, damn. Memberships are rolling in on YouTube. God damn. 10 gifted. God damn. Pick up the slack, Twitch. YouTube chat is holding the freaking line right now. And the YouTube numbers, concurrent viewership numbers went up. It was up 22,000 now. Coder 77, thank you. Why is Uncle like this, chat? Listen, I have to create a little bit of sense of competition here in order to make sure that I have my even footing if I ever get permanently banned off Twitch, I have a place to go to. Okay? You just have to remember that. That's all this is. I mean, look, Jewish onliner is posting me alongside Qatari royals and shit, talking about how dangerous I am. That's crazy that they like put me in the title. What is this? Nancy Mace instructed staffer to boost posts like this on Reddit, according to New York Magazine. Female politicians in swimsuits and bikinis. Nancy Mace, women of the right. Nancy Mace, best rack in DC. That's awesome. What? Speaking of geopolitics, you made a
This
cameo
video is
in the
sponsored
new-
by Saley.
Wait, I made a new cameo in the Casually Explained. Where? Oh God, did he say he put me as, oh God, no. There ain't no fucking way. He brings up Gaza and then brings me up as like a left radical akin to equivalent to fucking Asmongold and Nicolas Fuentes. Anti-Pelosi slander is not awesome. Bro, you're wrecking my home. Radical's my boyfriend. Got him listening to you at work, and now we beefing because he's a YouTube Andy. Oh shit, I'm a real home wrecker. I'm a real home wrecker, baby.
The agency insists its work is done, but that's only fueled more controversy. The millions of pages of Jeffrey Epstein materials show the prominent men who were once in the disgraced sex offender circle, including these photos of former Prince Andrew on all fours over an unidentified woman on the floor. Queen Elizabeth's son has denied all wrongdoing, but British Prime Minister...
It's unbelievable that like there's this international pedophilic cabal of financial elite and incredibly unimaginably wealthy, unimaginably powerful individuals, and every single fucking right-winger, every single like conspiracy right-winger is basically going along with like Pizzagate was real. Remember Hillary Clinton? And it's like, bro, what are you talking about? I mean, yeah, sure, Hillary Clinton, absolutely, but also lock in, motherfucker. Ain't nobody out here is defending Hillary Clinton, but you're the one who's like only hyper-focusing on Hillary Clinton in an effort not to talk about, you know, Donald Trump. Let's be real. I've spent some time going through his emails. I always thought the elite are racist, but mostly keep it to themselves. He's so disgustingly Jewish supremacist that it broke my brain. He's doing race science shit with Chomsky. He refers to non-Jewish as cattle. Anti-Semitism fuel. Yeah. I need people to understand something, okay? Like, when I talk about Judaism or it being separate from, like, Zionism and shit like that, I don't mean that there are no Jews that believe Judaism and Zionism is married to one another. Of course, there are plenty of Jews that feel that way. And the same thing goes for Jewish supremacy, right? Just like there are white nationalists and white supremacists, there are Jewish supremacists as well. This is not, like, weird or unique. The only thing that's unique about Jewish supremacy in general is that it's not an equivalent to like, you know, black people, like black liberationary movements and things of that nature, because black people have been historically marginalized. And while Jews have been historically marginalized, Jews in contemporary society are not systematically marginalized at all. They can be victim to hate crimes, but that doesn't mean that they can actually be, that they're like systematically cast out from polite society or from, you know, levers of power in the way that black and brown people are. Anyway, my food is here. Hold on.
Starmer called on him to testify to Congress. And this appears to be an email from Elon Musk to Epstein in 2012 asking, what day, night will be the wildest party on your island? Sent 4 years after Epstein pleaded guilty to soliciting a minor for prostitution. Musk, who repeatedly has called for the release of an Epstein client list, denies any wrongdoing. Writing over the weekend, if I actually wanted to spend my time partying with young women, it would be trivial for me to do so without the help of a creepy loser like Epstein. The new documents also show Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick arranged a visit to Epstein's island with his wife and children in 2012, after which Epstein passed along this message to Lutnick. Nice seeing you. But late last year, Lutnick said he had cut off ties with Epstein years earlier.
My wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
On Friday, Lutnick told the New York Times, I spent 0 time with him. A Commerce Department spokesman said Secretary Lutnick had limited interactions with Mr. Epstein in the presence of his wife and has never been accused of wrongdoing. Other emails show New York Giants co-owner Steve Tisch asked Epstein to connect him with women. In a May 2013 email, Epstein invited Tisch to his mansion late in the evening. Tisch responded, "Can I expect trouble?" In a statement Friday, Tisch said he and Epstein exchanged emails about adult women, adding, I did not take him up on any of his invitations and deeply regret associating with Epstein. President Trump consistently has said he kicked Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago club and ended their friendship 2 decades ago. And while there are hundreds of references to Trump in the trove of newly released documents, the president claimed they further exonerate him.
Not only does it absolve me, it's the opposite of what people were hoping, you know, the radical left.
The Friday release was only partial, just more than half of the projected 6 million pages. But the Department of Justice now says the review is over. A new statement from Epstein survivors said this is not over. We will not stop until the truth is fully revealed and every perpetrator is finally held accountable. A major issue in this release, dozens of unredacted pictures of young women's nude bodies and faces. The New York Times flagged at least 40 explicit photos to the Department of Justice. Meanwhile, CBS News has learned several lawmakers are demanding immediate access to the records, Vlad, to check if the department is illegally withholding any files.
All right, Scott, thank you very much.
Overnight, the survivors calling on 2 New York judges to provide emergency relief and shut down the Epstein Files website immediately, after a number of them had their identities exposed. Writing, DOJ committed what may be the single most egregious violation of victim privacy in one day in United States history. DOJ officials say they work to correct any mistakes when they become known.
Every time we hear from a victim or their lawyer that they believe that their name was not properly redacted, we immediately rectify that.
But the emergency request includes this quote from a person whose name has never been divulged before, saying, "I've never come forward. I'm now being harassed by the media and others. This is devastating to my life." The document's also raising serious questions about why Jeffrey Epstein was given such leniency after investigators initially uncovered potentially breathtaking criminal activity.
It is just this incredible, deep, visceral level of frustration and disappointment and sadness and grief.
Released for the first time, the original prosecution memo from a DOJ lawyer in the U.S. Attorney's Office in Miami in 2007, showing that federal authorities had uncovered evidence pointing to the broad scale and depravity of Epstein's molestation and exploitation of girls and young women. According to the memo, FBI agents discovered that Epstein arranged for massage appointments for girls and women ranging in age from 14 to 23 years old, with victims receiving a finder's fee of $200 if they recruited other girls. The memo goes on to warn that Epstein represented a continued danger to the community based on his continued enticement of underage girls. Federal prosecutors initially wanted to charge Epstein with at least 60 felony counts, but in the end, Epstein was offered a deal.
Damn. I got the chicken harissa, and this shit is bomb as fuck, bro. Is actually insanely good, like shockingly good. At fucking 1 a.m. in the morning too.
Where he served only 13 months of an 18-month prison sentence on Florida state charges, even allowed to work in his office during weekdays. President Trump's name comes up thousands of times in the Epstein files, mostly in news articles, but also in emails written by Epstein himself. The newly released files also include records of unverified tips to investigators, including some uncorroborated information pertaining to Trump and other high-profile individuals. The two men had a falling out, and the president says he cut off contact with Epstein decades ago. DOJ officials have said the allegations regarding President Trump are false and do not come from credible sources. The new documents are also placing even more scrutiny on men who we've known spent time with Epstein. Among the thousands of new photos released, these never-before-seen images of former Prince Andrew, who was stripped of his royal titles last year over his relationship with Epstein. Now seen here, crouched over a young woman, her face redacted, the date and context of the interaction unclear. Representatives for Andrew have not responded to a request for comment, but now the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer is calling for Andrew to testify before Congress. Epstein was freed in 2009, and the newly released documents show he continued to communicate with some of the most powerful men in the world. The newly released documents show in 2012 Epstein emailing tech billionaire Elon Musk, allegedly discussing plans for Musk to visit Epstein's private island in the Caribbean. In one email, it appears Musk asked, quote, What day night will be the wildest party on your island? Musk says he never went to the island, and this weekend said he has long advocated for the release of files. Epstein had been cozying up to some of the most influential men on the planet since the 1990s. All have denied any wrongdoing and any knowledge of crimes or Epstein targeting children.
So much collateral damage to so many, and it's becoming clear that every prominent person who spent time with Epstein is likely regretting it. George?
Pierre Thomas, thanks.
Oh, you
The
think?
FBI just dropped 3.5 million files, and it is incredible. Huge bombshells about some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe they let some of this stuff out. I mean, it is stunning. Honestly, one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and say, not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're gonna get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and Epstein had a relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
He was evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that because in 2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts. And it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD. Your request that I provide you antibiotics that you could surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to give STD medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually...
Dude. Bill Gates goes to Epstein Island and does allegedly what we all expect him to do at Epstein Island. Gets an STD, finds out that he has an STD far too late, and may have given said STD to his wife. His wife doesn't know, obviously, that, you know, he's cheating on her with sex-trafficked possible minors. So he reaches back out to Jeffrey Epstein to be like, hey, do you know what kind of like antibiotics that I can secretly dose my wife with so she doesn't find out that I cheated on her? That's the story here. These people are such freaks, brother. I mean, I've hated Bill Gates since COVID for going to AstraZeneca and making sure that, like, the Global South did not get those patents for free. He's been a real piece of shit for a million different reasons. So this just confirms my suspicions all over again. I mean, it's not even a suspicion. Because what he did then was objectively evil. Because he was worried about what that could do to IP in general. Yeah, big finance guy, Jeffrey Epstein, by the way. God. Isn't it crazy how fucking hard every single normalizer fell in their face on this issue? Like, whether it be ContraPoints or Ezra Klein or all these people that are like, no, you guys don't understand. Like, Jeffrey Epstein was just like, he was ferocious. He had a ferocious appetite. Just him, though. All these other billionaires that he was linked up with had nothing to do with the sex trafficking. I promise. It's very interesting. Because these guys, like, they look at a situation like this, and in their minds, this has to make sense. Like, they can't not live in a world where, like, these fucking billionaires are evil, that the system is designed this way, right? It's crazy to me that, like, the normalizers that say, no, 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 that's all crazy talk. Here's what the reality is. Have to quickly rush to tell you, like, what you can see and what your suspicions are here are actually totally ridiculous. I promise. Just listen to me. Okay, well, how can I listen to you ever again? You know? Of course, these guys will never be punished for these bad takes because their job is to deliver takes like this.
You start this episode where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what we know, I think this guy had a lot of very powerful friends. I think this guy was a predator and a pedophile on an extraordinary scale. And I think those sides of his life were mostly separate. I don't think there is a list of bold-faced names somewhere. I think I should say, before I start this episode, where I am on the Epstein story. If you force me to give you my best guess, given what...
Ain't nobody was forcing you, big dog. Ain't nobody was forcing you at all. I say this, and I like Ezra a lot more than I like some of these other fucking centrist weirdos. But one must examine the tendency to immediately think, no, 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 this is conspiracy, this is crazy. These guys that are directly tied to people that, you know, finance me and stuff, like, they can't be evil. Because if I'm being as charitable as physically possible here to Ezra Klein, which many of you will get mad at me for doing, I think that's the point. He's like, well, listen, I think personally that these guys that fund the abundist movement, they can't be all that bad. After all, they pay me. And it seems like a big chunk of them are directly affiliated with Jeffrey Epstein, as were many financial elite. So I can't believe, personally, that these guys are bad. Wait, since when do you like him? I just think that despite the fact that he's wrong all the time in spectacular ways and in ways I talk about all the time, in a weird way, he's like, he's just too polite for me to hate him too much. Because, like, all these other political operatives are so goddamn vicious and so monstrous, not just to me, but just in general, that his like, kind liberal shtick works on me. I'll admit it. You know, it doesn't work on anybody else, but it works on me. So I'm telling you why. I know why. That's why I maintain charitability.
Blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now, again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates...
It's so funny because, like, what's been shocking to me is how Nick Fuentes has reacted to this, I will admit. Because, like, in a way, he's almost exactly like Alex Jones, right? Like, Alex Jones says, like, there's a pedophilic cabal of libtards that are, like, dominating society and doing crazy sex rituals. Turns out it's real, but Alex Jones can't fucking say anything about it because all of his buddies were doing the sex rituals, right? And the same thing almost goes for Nick Fuentes as well. Like, for Nick Fuentes, this is an opportunity. This is an opportunity to max out on anti-Semitism, right? Like, Jewish guy who like talks about, you know, Goyim is a horrifying international sex criminal pedophile that was clearly working with both the CIA and also Mossad, and was also securing contracts for the state of Israel, right? And what is fucking Nick Fuentes doing? Selling Jeffrey Epstein merch and talking about how the only problem with Jeffrey Epstein is that he's Jewish and not that he was like doing fucking blackmail for Israel or sex trafficking minors necessarily, as though if a Jeffrey Epstein was Christian, then he'd be fine. Nick's Nazi friend reacted by trying to get a dunk on you. Hassan Piker spent his entire career running cover for Israel by blaming classism and fascism just for the Epstein files. I read from Jeff Worship is Baal to Bibi Netanyahu. Fuck Goyim is Jew not bring hot wasp girls and let's scam the world. Usury because Goy are cattle. Yeah, this is what I mean. Like, these guys unironically are like, no, you don't understand. They're organized along the lines of being Jewish and not organized along the lines of, like, promoting Israel's interests. Like, I don't give a fuck about Jews, big dog. I care about fascism. I care about Israel. This is no different than the way that these guys used to do the Kahanas posting, where they would find like a Kahanas guy in like the in a fucking crowded room or something in like a synagogue talking about how like the Goy are cattle, and then they would post that to be like, this is what all Jews believe. No, they don't. You're talking about a very, very specific person, right? This is, you know, this is not indicative of the entire international Jewish movement. Just like Nick Fuentes is not indicative of the entire the entire Christian movement around the globe, right? Like, how many fucking Christians oppose Nick Fuentes? Now, you might say, well, Hassan, there is a far larger percentage of Jews that don't oppose this kind of ideology, which I think is probably not correct, than there is Christians who oppose Nick Fuentes. I think there's fascists of every background. Okay? There's going to be Jewish fascists, there are going to be Christian fascists. I oppose not the Judaism or the Christianity of the fascists. I oppose the fascism. You know what I mean? But yeah.
Did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk, who has been saying for years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says, Epstein tried to get me to go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete
Okay, I'll be honest. It kind of was, maybe Elon was saying like, oh, Epstein tried to make me go to the island by talking about how there's like young girls there. And it was really enticing for him, you know? Because it doesn't, when I look at those emails, it doesn't feel like Epstein is trying to get him to come that hard. But he is mentioning that there's like young girls that are at the island. So I guess maybe if you're a pedophile, that's like super enticing as an offer. You know?
Later responding to another headline which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island, and he says this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files, and we can see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day night would be the wildest party on your island? The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is a guy who said, I refused it. I could never do that, right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, do you have any parties planned?
Pedocon is a theory like gravity is a theory, boys. You already know. I mean, let's be real. I mean, these guys are all bipartisan. Okay? They're all fucking bipartisan. There's no Democrat, there's no Republican. They just run the country. They run the planet. They don't give a fuck. Also, another judge me by my enemies moment, by the way. As you guys know, Elon Musk is an op. And as I've said over and over again, spend any amount of time being an op of mine, and you are inevitably going to find yourself outed for sex crimes. I don't know why that's the case. I don't know why it works that way. But that is something I can stand on. It is a consistency that I have seen. It is a consistency that I have lived through. Many of you have as well. And I don't know why that's the case. But I guess I bring some vibes to the table that like a lot of pedophiles hate. You know, I bring vibes to the party that really piss off a lot of fucking pedos.
I've been working to the edge of my sanity this year. I really want to hit the party scene in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the I went to go study math excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, hey, I just went to go talk to scientists. Elon's like, hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do. And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable. I can't believe these guys are lying to us and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys. Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, we'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, I refused. But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, oh, bro, I dumped her. And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the dumped Elon. He says, bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New York. Hopefully, we can schedule another time in the future. Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these fights.
Yeah, that was so crazy. How can you have any fucking confidence in the federal government from this point on? You know what I mean? What is this? A memo just went to employees at two of Musk's companies. SpaceX has acquired XAI. Oh, God.
Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not?
Yeah, Vivian also corroborated this information. Tom Pritzker wrote an email. Oh, Pritzker, too, was like super connected. It was U.S. policy to destroy the career of any U.S. officer enlisted that objected to the rape of children in Afghanistan. In June 2011, American billionaire Tom Pritzker told Epstein that he was in a remote valley of Afghanistan with armed soldiers, toys, and boys. It was his birthday wish. General Petraeus helped out. Yep. That's our big boy's relative, isn't it? Isn't that JB's brother or dad? Oh, cousin. Can't believe you'd be so cruel to a fan. What is this?
Because I met him the other day. You can see me on his stream, on the protest stream, right around the time when he was meeting the woman from Code Pink. And, you know, I was a fan of the guy. I really was. But me and all of my friends had to do this, talking to him. I'm 6 feet tall. Without my shoes on, I'm 5'11.6". So you round up, I'm 6 feet tall. Now I had to, what do you think about the It's not fair. It's not fair.
I'm sorry.
He needs to slouch.
I'm so sorry.
He needs to do, is there a leg shortening surgery? You know, you ever see the people on TikTok, like they got the leg length thing and they're like, I'm hot now, but they're just like hobbling around. Like someone needs to do something, okay? So make his posture worse. I'm filming this video to break my.
He said, make his posture worse. Shorten your legs for the cause. No matter what we find out, nothing will come of this. What's the goddamn point? First of all, if you are not using this as an opportunity to show your friends and family members the truth about these out-of-touch billionaires and millionaires, you are delusional. Because guess what? There are opportunists out there that are using this as an opportunity to propagandize against, like, Jews in general, right? Shifting the attention away from the financial elite and the metric ton of evil crimes that they engage in and the blackmail network that that holds everything together. They're just going, oh, they're doing this because they're Jews. So there's people organizing right now to radicalize people in the wrong direction. That's number one. Number two, yes, even if justice is not served in this process, and I don't believe there will be justice served, let's be real, because there's a reason why these guys talk so openly about their sexual deviancies and their illicit activities, their heinous crimes against humanity. And that's because they're billionaires. And they know that they are untouchable. And unfortunately, for the time being, they are. But if you want to design a future where they are no longer untouchable, you got to work extra hard. This is how you get people on board. Okay? You tell them, don't you feel like it's kind of crazy that all of these like rabid anti-communists are all pedophilic sex traffickers and financial criminals that are constantly talking with one another about like ordering new children and other sex trafficked women, adults as well, to rape and abuse, while in the process of also like selling, I don't know, Israeli surveillance technology to other countries and shit? Don't you feel like that's a little strange? All these people who like fucking hate communists, they all just like get off on, I don't know, complete dominance and also pedophilia. I mean, seriously, if there's one group that's like virtually untouched, unscathed in this, it's like Marxist-Leninists for the most part, okay? Sure, he met with Fidel Castro one time, that's it. I mean, let's be real. That's straight up. Because people will be like, there's no Muslims on the Epstein files. Bitch, of course there's a shit ton of Muslims on the Epstein files. What are you talking about? The fucking UAE is all up and down. UAE is Epstein's major partner beyond Israel. MBS is on there too. I think even the Qataris to a certain degree are involved. There's hella Muslims on the Epstein files, big dog. Everybody's on it because Epstein is a representation of American hegemony. Okay? Yes, I said ML specifically because Chomsky is not a fucking Marxist-Leninist. As a matter of fact, he's like my first, the first break-off point for me with Chomsky was his criticisms of Lenin. Okay? If you've ever listened to Chomsky speak on Lenin, you already probably feel a certain type of way. I have, at least.
See what you saw, or did they see it and ignore it, or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, you know, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room, I assume, was on video. This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so Howard has a different perspective. Now, if you don't know, that guy, do you think he's...
Bro, he's so slimy. Oh my God. Howard Butlick is so... What a fucking slime bag. Remember 9/11, okay? This guy literally farmed his own company to get a fat 9/11 payout, okay? He successfully sued the airliners and was able to get a ginormous payout. And then he did not distribute the funds evenly to the victims and instead took over by majority share, took over the trial awards and pocketed it. Is the stream crashing? Is bro glitching? Wait, what's happening? Am I still glitching? What about on YouTube? Am I glitching on YouTube, chat? Just the screen audio is fine. Is the video still effing? There have been new recordings of Epstein talking to Ehud Yarak. Ehud Yarak. Oh, that's awesome. That's a Turkish chatter. Saying Ehud Yarak is so funny. Is it Ehud Barak? Yarak means penis in Turkish, but like a very vulgar way to say cock. And it also happens to sound like Barack. There have been new recordings of Epstein talking to Ehud Yarak. Epstein is giving him details about high-value, high-influential people in America. It sounds like Yarak is trying to make sense of it and even trying to write down their names. Yeah, I know. We're going to cover that in a little bit. Yeah, there's also this, I give you permission to kill him. But I don't understand. Why are they fucking protecting the person? Like, there ain't no way that Jeffrey Epstein and this other person are having a conversation about, like, killing someone, and then they hid the fucking name. Somebody uncensored this? Who is it? Is it Benjamin Netanyahu? Is Susan Hamblin? I saw a tweet saying, is Susan? Yeah, these guys are so horny to do redactions. They fucked up on the redaction on this one. The response back that Epstein got from the center originally was redacted name Olga Exposed. Finkelstein the goated. Epstein and Dershowitz reached out to Finkelstein, but he called them pedos and threatened to strangle them. Wait, no, there's no way this is real. Sworn testimony of Jane Doe 3. What is this? Epstein is a person of integrity who should be given credit for serving. My guess is if Epstein put your daughter at age 15 in such a position, you wouldn't publicly describe him as a friend and a person of integrity. In fact, I would hope that you'd promptly throttle both Epstein and Dershowitz. Sworn testimony of Jane Doe 3. Wait, how do we know this is at Finkelstein? Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz was around Epstein frequently. Dershowitz was so comfortable with the sex that was going on that he would even come out and chat with Epstein while I was giving oral to Epstein. Even as a person as you is impossibly ignorant on their place in the world, and y'all don't take responsibility and revolt to your nation's actions as Yankees while being one of the most armed populace of all time. Fuck all y'all. Oh my God, brother, I know. Okay, we are sedated. We're working on it, man. We're working on it. What do you want me to do? You're coming to the one fucking group that is like aware of all of the horrifying actions that the American government is contributing to and yelling at them. We know, man. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? We know. We're trying. We're fucking cucked. Saw some people claim Fidel Castro had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein to blame away from the financial elites on the communist leader. That claim collapses under the latest leaked emails, which indicate Castro showing him to be an enemy of sex traffickers. Yeah. Obama White House counsel was helping Epstein on how to answer questions. You in the files? Brother, I'm 34 years old. If I was in the Epstein files, I'd be a victim. You know that, right? Like, if I was in the Epstein files, I would be in the files as a victim. I think you are. Okay, man. The one in the Prince Andrew photo? What? Are you rage baiting about like pedophilic rape? Is that the joke that you're engaging in right now? Like, haha, you were raped as a child by Prince Andrew? That's your joke? Kind of weird, man. All right, let's continue with
Telling
this.
the truth there, even this guy who's contradicting the official narrative, this guy literally lived next to Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lives next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied too. I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting. Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I lived next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often do you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he could have.
Cap. Also, we know that's a lie now, but I do want to point out that this podcast that is the New York Post podcast called POG Force One is the one where JD Vance talked about me and Kaya. Just something a little fun for you guys. That's the same podcast, POG Force One. God, these guys do propaganda poorly too. They can't do anything right.
Be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal. And we got invited over and it was like 5 seconds and we left and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
They participated.
But Howard Lutnick, he could never. No. He's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him? He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey wished me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough. They're lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a
Have you seen that dumbass theory on X that Mamdani's Epstein's son? Jeffrey Epstein is like, I'm a self-described liberal billionaire who routinely collaborates with neo-Nazis and fascists. I love the liberal world order. I love Steven Pinker. I love basically every fucking major donor to the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. I love the duopoly. I love bourgeois capitalism. I love bourgeois democracy. Okay? I hate the dictatorship of the proletariat. I hate communism. I think all communists should be dead. And then after all is said and done, you got right-wingers being like, that's Zoran. Here's the AI photo of Zoran. Here's the AI photo of Zoran. I believe it now. You see? See, Jeffrey Epstein was Judeo-communist. And then they're like, oh, there's a photo of him with Fidel Castro. It's just like, you have to be the fucking dumbest person on the planet. I swear to God. You have to be the dumbest person on the fucking planet. Okay? It's like Yanis Varoufakis has told me that his name was mentioned as well in the Epstein files. They were reading and sharing a lot of materials that they were reading with one another. Just because someone has had limited contact at some point doesn't make it the same. If you want to fucking yell about someone, yell about fucking... If you want to yell about someone, yell about Noam Chomsky. Noam Chomsky was a whole-ass pedophilia advocate, okay? My man was manufacturing the age of consent. That was the consent he was manufacturing. I'm sorry. I think Noam Chomsky's writings are very important. I still think Manufacturing Consent is a great work, okay? But let's be real. My man was a libertarian socialist, okay? That's just the case, all right? There's a difference between someone who is supposed to be my ideological ally and me openly recognizing that they were engaging in a ridiculous, extensive, quite intimate relationship with an international sex trafficker for both Mossad and the CIA versus like a one-off that Zoran's famous director mom, as a part of like the New York elite, went to a party that Jeffrey Epstein also was at. Okay? And then to expand on that, to be like, well, very clearly Zoran's mom is like deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. And not only that, but Zoran himself is deeply involved with Jeffrey Epstein. You're a fucking idiot. Okay? You're a complete psychopath. Jeffrey Epstein was basically butt-fucking Donald Trump. And you're over here being like, but what about Zoran? I imagine that Zoran was also a victim of Jeffrey Epstein. You know? What the fuck? Ehud Barak and Jeffrey Epstein are taking turns fucking Trump in a sex dungeon somewhere. And these guys are like, don't look at that. 7,000 emails between Jeffrey Epstein and Ehud Barak being like, I love doing espionage for the glorious state of Israel. We should sell more surveillance technology to Mongolia. We should sell more Israeli surveillance technology to Kazakhstan. I love doing espionage for the Mossad. You are my best friend, Ehud Barak, former Prime Minister of Israel, Ehud Barak. I love doing Mossad activities. And people are like, don't worry about that stuff, okay? Don't worry about that stuff. That stuff is irrelevant. It's negligible. Focus on made up shit that I made up with my mind. And it's the same thing with like the Pizzagate losers, okay? The fucking Pizzagate losers, like, what are you saying? Or the I hate Goyim shit too. It's like so fucking stupid. Yes, dude, he was a fucking Jewish supremacist. How is this shocking to you? He was a sociopathic monster. Okay? I can't believe I'm about to say this, but this is yet another tendency of people looking at like not the in-group. If Jeffrey Epstein is a white Christian and he's talking about this, you know that doesn't reflect on all fucking white Christians. But because Jeffrey Epstein is Jewish and talking about Jewish supremacy, you think like, oh, well, all Jews are doing that. All Jews are you know, Judeo-supremacists. It's not the case. I have no interest in fucking defending this shit. Okay? Focus up. Focus on the actual fucking problems here. Yes, Jeffrey Epstein is a Jewish supremacist. Wow, shocking revelation. He's also an international sex trafficker that was blackmailing the financial elite at the behest of Mossad and the CIA. Hello? Are you fucking stupid? Do you have a brain issue that this is like, you think this is the largest revelation here? I can't believe the guy that literally wanted to put his penis in a fucking like a glass canister to preserve it in perpetuity was also a guy who had crazy eugenicist opinions about Jews. Wow. I am shocked, I tell you. What a shocking guy. What are we doing? Are we canceling him? Are you fucking stupid? It would be more shocking if he wasn't. If he was woke, it would be more shocking. You understand? If he was not like, if he was an anti-Zionist, it'd be shocking. This is the anti-Semitism we were talking about for months to have come as a product of Israel mind-fucking everyone. I know. That's what's so frustrating. People that think like the major takeaway here is that like all Jews are up to no good are fucking stupid, okay? Focus on the real problem. Israel is the real problem. You're a fucking moron, dude. And I don't give a fuck who defends Israel. If the overwhelming majority of Jews are in defense of Israel, then they're fucked too. If the overwhelming majority of Christians are defending Israel, then they're fucked as well, okay? But Israel is the problem here. This is what's frustrating to me. What about the Putin connection? That's also not very surprising. Putin himself is also very connected to Israel. Israel is a fucking pathway for all of the Russian oligarchs to be able to enter the European markets. They all have fucking dual citizenship with Israel. And not only that, but Russian is the third most spoken language in Israel. Or fourth, I guess. I guess technically it's Hebrew, English, Arabic, and then Russian. You're technically right, but is proportionality not something to consider? No, because it doesn't fucking matter. Because I am a fucking Marxist. I do not organize along boundaries such as the people's religious opinions, dude. What are you talking about? You guys hate IdPaul and love talking about how fucking silly people are when they're like, when people talk about like black separationists or whatever. You love maybe getting a little heavy-handed when talking about black separationists, as a matter of fact, about how like dangerous or radical it is. Okay? You aggressively tackle identity politics of other sorts, but don't realize when you're engaging in it. I'm talking about Zionism. Yeah, I know. My analysis will always be structured around class. I don't give a fuck about tribalism. I think that's idiotic. It's not only idiotic, it's unproductive, and it's a distraction for no reason. Okay? And people who love hating on identity politics will literally do it in the reversal. You love saying, oh, wow. Don't say all men are trash. You get really up in your fifis. But then you turn around and go, well, proportionally speaking, a lot of Jews are Zionists, so fuck all the Jews. Okay, well, you're an idiot. You know what I mean? Anyway, I don't give a fuck what someone's background is, okay? I don't give a fuck what someone's ethnicity is. I don't give a fuck what someone's religion is. I care about their perspective. I care about their advocacy. I care about what they're defending. Israel is indefensible. It doesn't matter to me if it's a Jewish person defending Israel, if it's a Christian person defending Israel. My point is going into the feelings rabbit hole when doing agitprop to normal people in our lives. I've tried and they just like zone out. What do you mean feelings? It doesn't, I don't give a shit about, I don't combat anti-Semitism because I care about Jewish feelings. I combat anti-Semitism because it's a bigotry, because it's unproductive, and because it's a fucking deflection away from the main point of contention. Okay? When have I ever given a shit about the feelings of the in-group that I'm defending? I mean, black people have called me white supremacist over and over again when I was shitting on Nicki Minaj back in the day, a point that I was vindicated over a million times over. Did that stop? Did that change my perspective? No, it didn't. You do care a lot, to be honest. Yeah, I care so much that I became a white supremacist, right? Would you date a Christian? I have. I've dated Jewish women. I've dated Muslim women. I've dated Christian women. I've dated women of all different backgrounds and religions. I don't give a shit. Nice Bathroom says, still waiting for a happy Black History Month for all 13 black chatters and 4 black YouTube chatters. First of all, this is propaganda. Okay? As evidenced by the fact that I've been around the block, and every time I go out, we meet a ton of black fans, black HasanAbi heads, and they all say, oh, I'm the only black HasanAbi head. It's like, no, bitch, you're not the only black HasanAbi head. There's hella black HasanAbi heads. Yeah. Eddie Liger is correct. Mr. ACP. He's right on this. The Fidel Castro thing is like completely fucking ridiculous. He did not have an extensive relationship, as far as we know, with Jeffrey Epstein. And what we do know is that Jeffrey Epstein actually saw Fidel Castro as a hurdle against his goals in Cuba. Fidel Castro died. Now a lot of possibilities. Fidel Castro died. Now a lot of possibilities for me, Epstein wrote in a 2016 email the same month Castro passed. Also, he was a rabid anti-communist. He celebrated the fall of the USSR. And of course he celebrated the fall of the USSR because there was a lot of sex trafficking of young girls and young boys in the aftermath of the fall of the dissolution of the USSR. And I suspect that these guys also took advantage of that as well. So, anyway, before the Cuban Revolution, Havana was full of brothels that were frequented by Western financiers. What does not exist in the leaks is evidence of correspondence or relationship between Castro and Epstein. If it did exist, you can bet the Trump admin would have released it immediately for political purposes. The ruling capitalist elite always want to pin its crimes on communists, but in reality, socialism has historically been the strongest barrier to elite trafficking networks. Just Barack Obama's White House counsel giving Jeffrey Epstein advice on how to answer questions about Donald Trump having sex with a girl at his house, allegedly. I knew Epstein professionally and has always had positive dealings with him. I don't know about his personal legal issues. Other than that, I have read in the public reports and therefore don't have any comment. Trump is likely to be based questions soon about me. In an ideal world, what do you think he would and could say? Supposedly, a girl said that Donald had sex with her at my house when she was underage. She said she had a witness in 1993. Pottinger story 2 weeks ago. McGiver said that Pottinger wanted to meet him. I emailed back, do not meet. You are not involved. Yesterday, what is this? MacGyver? Oh, God, this guy was so fucking stupid, dude. I mean, he could not fucking spell for shit. It is truly mind-boggling how bad he is at all of this. He was just fucking... He was just letting the keyboard sing, man. I mean, it is unimaginably frustrating. He was just typing whatever, okay? He did not care about what the output looked like. He was just like, yeah, whatever, close enough. Yesterday, MacGyver sent me, Pottinger worked his way into my office to tell C2 me that, very annoyed, I called and got his feelings, me the above. Yeah, we already talked about this, but Elon Musk's daughter, Vivian, friend of the show, confirmed the St. Barth trip. Admittedly, I was first dumb enough to think he actually meant hanging out with young diplomats. Lol, lol, lol. However, after he clarified that he meant to party with young women under age of 25, I still chose to work on rockets and cars. Oh, I'm such a nerd. Rock solid. I honestly believe that Elon was too autistic to understand the signals he was being given and genuinely thought it was a fun party with tennis and snorkeling. Yeah. Oh, I just wanted to totally go to a party. Oh, yeah. Comedy is legal, dude. Average Epstein email chain. This is what 90% of Jeffrey Epstein email chains look like. Mentally, we are ageless. Maybe the pipes are from hell. Do you think God is cool with smoking? I'm not sure. Can you send me a selfie? Maybe Epstein had dyslexia. He did. It's still frustrating to me. I apologize for all the dyslexics.
2005, like walking in the guy's house. I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner. Is that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent. And they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files. That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files. Very clear.
Yeah, that's why he knew it. He's like, yeah, I saw him at the party. At the kid fucking party. I was there. Ah, totally. Ah, make America great. Dark MAGA.
Clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it, just because he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions where they say things like complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. You know, it's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But
what if Q from QAnon was originally Epstein? I mean, that's more believable than anything else. Oh, yeah, now they're cooking with gas. What is this update on Peter Attia situation? We're hearing here there's a battle royale between Paramount Corporate and CBS News' Barry Weiss. She does not want to cut ties with Attia and sees it as a given, giving in to the mob. Paramount sees it an HR matter and that Attia can't give expert advice. CBS News is expected to cut ties with Peter Attia over Epstein links just days after Barry Weiss announced them. Oh, my God, that's the other thing. Because Jeffrey Epstein is so heavily connected to the pro-Israel crowd, that, you know, Barry Weiss, being an agent of Israel herself, acting in the capacity of as an agent of Israel, has understandably hired so many Jeffrey Epstein affiliates. Yeah, you blew it again, Barry. God, you can't get anything right. Bovine Barry.
Oh, there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on...
Oh, DOJ has killed that link since then, by the way. Now, the reason why they killed that link, or I will admit, some of the stuff in there, because this is a comprehensive investigation, is going to be like crazy ramblings, right? And some of the complaints are from non-credible witnesses, or not witnesses, but like non-credible actors. And you have to parse through what's credible, what's a credible allegation, and what's a non-credible allegation. Okay? No, believe the fucking victims. Okay, chatter. That's not how this works. Okay, stop. Believe women doesn't mean believe women unconditionally, that believe or victims have no capacity to fucking get something wrong. It just means don't reflexively disbelieve them. Okay? As is normally the fucking case. Jesus Christ, dude. How are we still doing this in 2026? This is a FBI tip line. Some of the things that people are saying in the FBI tip line are just fake. You have to be an adult about this. Like, I don't think George H.W. Bush ate the fucking intestines of a small baby and ate the fecal matter of the intestines. Like, I think that's not credible, okay? And even in the FBI complaint summary, there's some stuff that they bring up that are from non-credible, like there are non-credible allegations here. Some of them are credible, though. This doesn't mean that like Donald Trump didn't do any sexual assaults. Of course he did. We know that he did. A civil court found him liable. And not only that, but also his ex-wife has talked about it too. You're sane washing them? What?
President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey. The friend told Alexis that she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after
the tip lines categorize their tips by credibility. Why would they put non-credible accounts in the files? They literally have non-credible accounts in these files. They openly say some of these accounts are non-credible. What are you talking about? You didn't do the reading. You didn't do the reading. They're literally, some of these tips that he's looking at are non-credible, and it literally says witness is unreliable.
Laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later, there's very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm going to censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims are unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were true, would have come out already. Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release.
On this topic, did we cover pizza being references? Ironically possible the calls coming from inside the house regarding Pizzagate? No, I don't think they're fucking referencing pizza when they... I don't think the Pizzagate pizza references were actually child pornography or children, okay? I think that when these guys, if anything, after seeing like millions of pages of the Jeffrey Epstein investigations, we found out without a shred of a doubt that when they talk about fucking children, when they talk about raping children, they say it, okay? They say it. When they talk about pizza, it's most likely about pizza, okay? I don't understand why you think, like, in the overwhelming majority of instances, they're just straight up talking about, prostitutes and prostitution, but then randomly they switch it over to pizza and cheese pizza to imply child pornography, when there's literally child pornography in the CSAM, in the fucking files? What are you talking about? Whoever believes this guy is a moron, he literally gets paid by Israel to share pro-Jew propaganda. How does it make you feel that your favorite neo-Nazi that you think is like the most honest fucking, the most honest defender of the truth is refusing to tie this back to Israel, but instead consistently talks about Jews? Meanwhile, the Israeli state is up my fucking asshole every single day in ways that they never hit Nick Fuentes on. Let's be fucking real. Nick Fuentes talks about being debanked, but the only reason why he had his finances under scrutiny was because he participated in January 6th and he got a fucking fat check from a cryptocurrency guy right before January 6th. He didn't get debanked because of Jews or debanked because of Israel. That's fucking bullshit. I love that you guys think that the guy who's selling Jeffrey Epstein hoodies are actually a serious commentator here, you know, and not actually trying to undermine the severity of Jeffrey Epstein's crimes. Anyone that looks at the Jeffrey Epstein situation and goes, well, this is how Jews are, is actually a fucking moron, okay? You're an idiot. You're an unproductive, undisciplined moron who doesn't understand that the real problem here is not Jews, it's Israel, okay? Jesus Christ, the Groypers are fucking braindead? Yeah, of course they are. On the other hand, they're like, no, you don't understand. Nick Fuentes is selling Jeffrey Epstein hoodies as a filter, bro. It just shows how high IQ we are.
Because then they get in trouble and their buddies get in trouble, and that's a huge problem.
Perhaps a big part of the reason why they're mad is because the guy who fucking made 4chan poll right after meeting Jeffrey Epstein, Moot or whatever his name is, and that the entire anti-Semitic reactionary right movement, this counterculture, supposedly counterculture movement of defending white people, was perhaps also another Mossad conspiracy, and that really hurts their feelings when they hear that. When they hear that this is also that they were being duped into like unproductive mechanisms of thought, methods of thought by potentially a Mossad agent, that really frustrates them that they've been psyoped. How do they factor in Steve Bannon, Jeffrey Epstein's butt buddy? Yeah, Nick Fuentes for the past few weeks. Jeffrey Epstein wasn't a pedophile. He was an ephebophile. That's why I'm selling his merchandise. Ephebophilia is based. Nick Fuentes unironically looked at the Jeffrey Epstein situation only a month ago and decided the real crime of Jeffrey Epstein was not that he was an international sex trafficker of minors. That stuff was based. It was that he was Jewish while doing it. And there are still people who sincerely think that this guy has any fucking serious, any serious care or consideration for covering these issues. Okay, he just straight up said it. He literally was like, well, you know, he was really cool. Like, you'd be a part of that too if you had the opportunity. Also, I'm selling Jeffrey Epstein merchandise. Jeffrey Epstein is cool as fuck. That's what he said. Okay? Meanwhile, a lot of these fucking liberal outlets are trying to present Jeffrey Epstein as a Russian agent, or they're trying to say, well, he talked about Putin quite a bit. Yeah, bitch, you know who else he talked to directly? Ehud Barak. Liberals and Republicans both are moving away from the Israel connections for some reason. And even the supposedly anti-Israel right, the anti-Semitic anti-Israel right, is also doing the same in their own way. I wonder why. Because there's only one truth here, and anyone that tries to move you away, anyone that tries to deflect your attention away from that one singular truth is fucking lying to you. That's it. They have an agenda. You can think in your mind that I'm trying to preserve the safety and security of Jews. That's why I'm an op, because I'm not a real anti-Israel agent or whatever. If you want to believe that, you can believe that if you want. But there's a real reason why Israel's agents are way fucking aggressive, way more aggressive in the way that they come after me than they do with Nick Fuentes. That's because I think Nick Fuentes is basically a fucking Fed. Jeffrey Epstein traveled to Paris with the Academy Award-winning Jewish-American filmmaker Woody Allen for a pedophile convention in March 2012. Yeah, here, let's take a look at Nick Fuentes' take on Jeffrey Epstein. Nick Fuentes, 6 months ago, Jeffrey Epstein had a pedophile island and Trump is covering up. Nick Fuentes this week, this whole pedo thing, it's like, you know, they're really pedophilia. It's not really pedophilia. Here, let's hear.
This whole pedo thing, it's like, is it really pedophilia? I don't want to be the one that has to say it, but I guess I'm being forced to say it. It's not really pedophilia.
Who's forcing you to say it, Nick?
Okay. They weren't trafficking 5-year-olds. It was like they were technically not legal. Big difference.
Also, you don't know that either, but
in my opinion, I know that's a controversial take, but that's not really the issue there. Okay. The issue is not that they were barely legal teens, which is what it is. It's horrendous. It's awful. It's pedophilia. Okay, relax. No, the issue is that Epstein is a Jewish spy.
Look, you don't understand. If Epstein was a Christian spy that was doing international sex trafficking, then that would be good.
Probably working with Israel. That's the dilemma there. He's working with Israeli intelligence.
Yeah, I think both of those things are a problem, man. And they're actually inseparable, as a matter of fact.
This whole...
So that's number one. Here's another one.
Sometimes you got to be the villain. Epstein's my boy, dude. Let's just be honest. Epstein was cool as fuck. There, I said it. What are you going to do? Go ahead, cancel me. Yeah, I said it. Jeffrey Epstein was cool as fuck. Now what? Go ahead, cancel me. Do it. So sometimes we have to be the villain. Sometimes we have to be on a villain arc. That's okay.
He's so edgy, man.
I'll be a little unpopular. I've been unpopular before. I like it better.
He's so big.
You niggas are not ready for that conversation, but Jeff Epstein, not a pedophile, but you're not ready for that conversation. All of his victims, 14 to 17. That's not pedophilia. But y'all niggas ain't ready for that conversation. People say that's normalizing pedophilia. No, that's defining pedophilia.
Dude, he's so based. I can't. It's unfathomably based, dude. It's fucking unfathomably based, dude. It's so based. All these fucking dumbass groypers who are, you know, just as pedophilic as Jeffrey Epstein, who are just like, no, you don't understand. The problem is he was doing pedophilia while being Jewish. If he was doing pedophilia while being Christian, he'd be fine. This is why there is this convergence between like Sex Pestany and Nick Fuentes. They've both defended this exact same thing over and over again. Maybe not on Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know if Destiny has taken it that far, but they still have that same contrarian dog in them. He had a I'm not on moment because of your call out. Yeah, no, he's been crying because I called him. Dude, I'll be honest. Like the greatest counter to the Nick Fuentes Groyper movement is just to be like, brother, you are literally a manlet and you are a gay Mexican who is a white supremacist. This does not make any sense. Your own movement will inevitably kill you. Okay? There's no problem with being gay. There's no problem with being Mexican. There's no problem with being a short king if you're going to be a short king. Combine all of that with a neo-Nazi all of a sudden, though, that contradiction itself is ridiculous. It's self-defeating. And all of his fans have been getting so fucking mad on the timeline, crying. They're like, what? You can't say this. You can't say this. Why are you not being woke? You're supposed to be woke. Shut up, bitch. You're a fucking loser too.
Far left communists called me a racially unpure, degenerate Jew lover. I was like, I was at Charlottesville. How could you say that? But then I found myself agreeing with him. I was like,
I do think he's a Israel normalizer too. I don't think he's invested in any way, shape, or form with destroying Israel. I don't think he cares about that at all. I think he just hates Jews. They're short seething. I saw one guy comparing manlet to the F slur. That's so funny. Groipers are groiplets. They're so funny.
You know what? You're right. You're right. We do need a racially pure Aryan. We do need a completely non-degenerate Aryan warlord who is sufficiently anti-Israel.
Okay, then, you know, I guess you know what you need to do then. Get into the bunker, little man. Because that ain't you. Get into the bunker, little man. That ain't going to be you. You can't change. I thought that's what it was, right? I thought this is ethnicity. This is bloodlines. This is racial purity. You don't have it. I guess you might, I don't know, try to find an alternative vision. Little guy.
Right, Hassan. True.
He doesn't have a counter for it. That's why he's coping. And for the last like week or so, he's been crying, going, I'm not owned. I'm not owned. I'm not owned, over and over again. And that's precisely the reason why all of his fucking little groiplets have been going and doing the same exact thing. I mean, look at this. This is another one of his fans. Used 4chan, invented poll, jerked off to hentai, gamer, banned on Xbox for saying the N-word, had drip, girlfriend had a submarine, groiper. Jeffrey Epstein is a groiper. He's just like me. He's just like me. This is like the Zoomer version of the fucking Alex Jones pivot, right? Guy who spends his entire life talking about financial elite engaging in a pedophilic cabal, doing sex crimes. All of a sudden, his besties are all over those files. And he's like, actually, let's focus on something else, please. It's like, brother, everything that you envisioned that Barack Obama was going to do, Donald Trump is fucking doing. Your analysis directly is prophetic about the Trump second term. And now you can't even say shit about it. And the same thing goes for these guys. Oh, Jewish cabal of pedophiles, like dominating society. All of a sudden, Jeffrey Epstein, at the behest of Israel, all of a sudden it happens and they're like, well, the problem here is that they're Jewish. Otherwise, they're very cool. I want to be the Christian Jeffrey Epstein. Like, that's what they're saying, right? They're running around being like, Jeffrey Epstein has swag, actually. He had bitches, bro. He was sick. No, I don't think he was, actually. Groiper and Ethan, same talking points. It was not surprising to me at all. Ethan Klein is now defending known neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes. Yeah, what's wrong with being a gay Mexican manlet? And it's really funny because he also, I'm willing to bet, has made fun of Nick Fuentes being a gay Mexican manlet. At least one of those things. He's probably made fun of Nick. I know he's made fun of Nick Fuentes for being gay. So it's just odd that when the opportunity arises and he has to like defend, he has to attack me, he chooses to align with the neo-Nazi. Ethan Klein shared self-admitted Nazi Nick Fuentes post claiming Hassan's ban was Jewish censorship and agreed with them. Yeah, Israel censorship regime. DHS has a list of American domestic terrorists that they surveil on the basis of their anti-Israel and anti-ICE activism. If you cover it, you get banned over frivolous rules the ADL will establish ahead of time. Surely this will make people love Israel. It's Jewish censorship, not just Israel, but you'll never go there. He knows, Nick, and he's grateful you said it so he doesn't have to. It's really a beautiful symbiotic relationship you two have. Inspiring. Ethan Klein is like, yes, prominent neo-Nazi anti-Semite Nicholas Fuentes. It is Jewish censorship, as a matter of fact. Perfect example of how libs and conservatives love what Hassan says, but hate when he says it. Zero object permanence. Woke 2.0 goes kind of hard, not gonna lie. In Woke 2.0, we're not falling for the soy nonsense. Get bent, dork. Nobody's gonna get back calling Nick fucking Fuentes a short gay Mexican. So being gay is bad? Being Mexican is bad? Being short? This is your communist king? Genuinely, what's going on with Woke? I didn't even know that there was this much of a clear-cut, immediate. God, I wish I knew this beforehand. What did you do to Ethan to cause to hate you so damn much that he side with a neo-Nazi on a horrible take? What do you mean, dude? He's Mr. Petty Grievances. Yeah, speaking of which, the menswear guy, Twitter menswear guy defended my honor. Respect. Some of the libs are waking up, I guess. Yeah, this was, I mean, pretty clear cut, but. So being gay is bad? Being Mexican, being short, that's bad? Writer here, the terms gay, Mexican, and manlet here are being used to attribute modifiers of the neo-Nazi. The writer is jabbing at the contradiction, not the traits, like saying vegan cattle rancher or pacifist arms dealer. And it's very clear that I'm doing that because he's, in the past, what I'm responding to is him saying that I'm a rich socialist. To which I responded with, I'd rather be a rich socialist, i.e. a class trader, than a gay Mexican manlet neo-Nazi. It's pretty obvious what I'm saying here. I can't believe that there's still people that are trying to hold on to this as though this is going to get me canceled. First of all, we live in an environment where if I was unironically homophobic and also anti-Mexican and anti-Semitic, that wouldn't even do anything to me. So, like, what are you arguing on? You know what I mean? It's not like people are sheltering their fucking opinions about hating Mexicans or hating gay people. So, like, you're not going to be able to cancel me on this issue, you fucking idiot. It's just so crazy. And they think that, like, they can maybe eat away at my audience who does care about these sorts of things by, like, creating this this fissure as though there is one. When anyone with a fucking brain cell knows exactly what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's get back to this pedophilia defender, Jeffrey Epstein merch wearer.
Damn, this far-left communist called me a racially unpure, degenerate Jew lover. I was like, I was at Charlottesville. How could you say that? But then I found myself agreeing with him. I was like, you know what? You're right. You're right. We do need a racially pure Aryan. We do need a completely non-degenerate Aryan warlord who is sufficiently anti-Israel. You're so right.
It's so funny. Yeah, he's not sufficiently anti-Israel, so he even admits that here. But what's so funny about this process also is that, like, he doesn't understand. These guys only operate on hypocrisy. The currency on the internet is hypocrisy. If you come across, even the mere appearance of hypocrisy is worse than the actual act. It's not bad that he's a Nazi. It's bad that he's a Nazi while also being a Mexican. No, it's bad that you're a Nazi, you fucking idiot. But the fact that you're also of Mexican descent and gay in the closet makes it doubly ironic because it's additionally suicidal, right? The problem here is that you're a fucking Nazi, you dumbass. That's the real problem.
Hassan, true. I've been saying this. I've been
like, I wouldn't sit around and be like, well, this Aryan god is a neo-Nazi and therefore he's good because he's not hypocritical.
Saying this, I am Harold.
My favorite thing is that for some reason you can be canceled for this stuff, but Nick gets to defend pedophilia. There are a few single issue things for me, but I think touching kids or defending it as someone no one is supposed to get away with, and he's a hypocritical Nazi. I know. I think that's it's one of the most heinous things. Like, outside of being a Nazi, I think being a pedophile or being a pedophile defender is pretty much up there. And this guy happens to hit both of those things.
I'm like the Silver Surfer, okay? I'm not here to eat the planet. I'm the Silver Surfer. I'm the minion. Okay, I'm Bob. I am just here to announce the arrival of Hitler 2.
Oh, I'm such a nerd. I love comic books.
Okay. Hassan, dude, I agree. You are right. We need a 100% pure Aryan, no degeneracy, like, you know, blonde hair, blue-eyed wife, 100 racially pure children. I agree. You're so right. We need that person to train ICE without the help of the IDF to destroy these people. That's so true.
Like, even with ICE, you're talking about black and brown people, mostly Hispanic people, like majority Hispanic people going out and like killing white people, and you're like, no, this is good. while using Israeli surveillance, while using Israeli techniques. Like, these guys can't even be consistent on fucking upholding white supremacist thought. You know what I mean? They're killing the legacy Americans, big dog. What the fuck are you talking about? The Scandinavian descent, the Germanic origin, legacy Americans that have been living in fucking Minnesota for like 200 goddamn years are getting killed. Their children are getting killed by, Hispanic ICE agents that have been trained by Israel using Israeli techniques, using Israeli surveillance technology, using the Palantir surveillance technology that took out a fucking full-page ad in the New York Times to be like, Palantir supports Israel. Like, this is the most pro-Israel, pro-pedophilia administration of all time. And Nick Fuentes has to sit around and defend it because he thinks like they're actually purging brown people from the boundaries of the continental United States by the state boundaries. Good luck. Yeah, it's fine.
Why are we outsourcing our anti-immigrant task force to the IDF? You're right. Our right-wing death squads should have zero infiltration by Israel. We should have a homegrown right-wing death squad led by a racially pure Aryan. Okay, now I can agree with them on something. I don't agree with Hassan Piker on everything, but when he said we need a racially pure Aryan to have a...
Look at this cope, dude. Oh, man. He has been... By the way, he's been malding about me calling him a gay Mexican manlet for the last week at this point. Like, every single day, he's like, oh, my God, I just don't like that he just mentioned that. Yeah, we need a pure, racially pure, non-degenerate Aryan. Oh.
A homegrown right-wing death squad. I was like,
Yeah, there are multiple clips. It's hard to watch. I know. And all of his like little groypers are consistently posting it to be like, Hassan crashes out. Hassan crashes out at Nick Fuentes. And then you watch the video. And in the video, he's just like being a fucking goober, flailing around. Being like, Yeah, failing to understand the point I'm making. Nick Fuentes and the far right broke their brains with the far left. The crazy woke are talking about racial purity. The crazy woke. Maybe you should stop anchoring your entire worldview around what you think is woke and whatnot, okay? I mean, I joke about like woke and woke 2.0 and dark woke and all this shit. I don't give a fuck about any of this stuff, okay? You guys are stupid. This is what's anchoring your movement, is your resentment towards like people who are empathetic. You're a fucking idiot. Top 50 Nick Fuentes pedophile scandals. Wait, here's Nick Fuentes and Laura Loomer.
The official drink to America first. Link. To the hostile takeover of the Republican Party.
Absolutely. Wow, I just hate that, I just hate that we fell apart.
To the hostile takeover of the Republican Party.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. America first, guys. America first. God, Laura Loomer looks like such dog shit. It's crazy.
I don't really buy the idea that, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just a look at a small fraction of the files. And over the next few weeks, we're going to go through all of the major findings we can from this 3.5 million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been, not only to this administration, but to so many rich and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide their relationship with this man that many of them held post-guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them. And according to reports,
The latest release of Jeffrey Epstein files by the US Department of Justice contains millions of documents, thousands of still photographs, and hundreds of hours of video. Among those videos, an interview believed to have been conducted by Steve Bannon, the American right-wing pundit, former advisor to Donald Trump, with Epstein, part of up to 15 hours of recorded conversations that previously have not been published. There's at least a couple of hours of them in the DOJ files, including this segment in which Epstein discusses being a convicted sex offender.
Is your money dirty money?
If you live,
I just asked a question. Is your money dirty money?
No, it's not. So, in fact,
why is it not dirty money?
Because I earned it.
But you earned it.
I earned it legally.
We went back to this before. You earned it. You earned it advising the worst people in the world, right? That do enormous bad things, and just to make more money.
So, instead of asking me the question, should you take the money? Because I think it's a legitimate question.
You think it's a legitimate question?
Yes, no question. Because I think about, I think you have to, ethics is always a complicated subject. But I can tell you that with the money I gave to help try to eradicate polio, in Pakistan and India, instead of asking me,
I thought this was fake. The DOJ only released 2 hours. I thought this was actually fucking fake. They have the Steve Bannon footage.
Let's give some basics or some things I want to do inquiry from the others. Walk me through the Santa Fe Institute.
What the fuck? Is real and is dumb as fuck.
That money should be given to these children for vaccines. I think you might want to ask their mothers who received the vaccine, who know their child now won't get polio, and ask them if Epstein should have helped these people.
If we walked in, you're a mathematician. We walked into that clinic where they're giving that money out to these people that are in the most dire straits of poverty and sickness, and told them that the money was coming from a, class 3 sexual predator?
Tier 1.
Tier 1's the highest and worst?
No,
I'm the lowest?
I'm the lowest.
You're the lowest. Okay, Tier 1, you're the lowest. But a criminal.
Yeah.
Bannon can excuse pedophilia, but he draws a line at communism. Per the Epstein files, Steve Bannon was invited to go out to dinner on Super Bowl Sunday. His response is, "Are you a commie?" I mean, he's just making a joke.
Yes. That the money came from them. What percentage of people do you estimate? I understand you don't like probabilities. Do you estimate would say?
Why did Steve Bannon interview him? Steve Bannon did this deposition for him for PR purposes. Steve Bannon famously got close to Jeffrey Epstein in an effort to do PR for Jeffrey Epstein when his that is literally the reason why he's actually training him here. He's coaching him to communicate better around the pedophilia stuff. That's 100% the truth. And then when the heat turned up, Steve Bannon turned around and, oh my God, the Epstein files confirm Melania met Trump through Epstein. Oh my God, that's real too. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's like everything that we have suspected, everything that we've talked about, it's all coming out. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. Epstein introduced Melania Trump to Donald Trump. Oh my God. Brother, every fucking theory is real. That's crazy. Our Queen Candace Owens is 130K concurrent viewers. You are a waiting room for her. Man, if I was fucking only on YouTube, I'd be cooking her too. Thank you for the $5 though, Potato Gun Camper. I'm a clandestine operative myself, so shout out to the YouTube chatters. Dual wielding YouTube and Twitch to artificially inflate stream numbers. Let's go. Bot gang, rise up. Let's continue.
I care. I want the money for my children.
I would say everyone said, I want the money for my children.
Did they know where the money came from?
I think if you told them, if I told them the devil,
100%.
the devil
himself.
The devil himself said, I'm going to exchange some dollars for your child's life.
Do you think you're the devil himself?
No, but I do have a...
What is that beeping? Is that happening in the video or is that happening here? Dog is Nick Shirley. Holy shit. He is actually illiterate. What the hell? He is. He's not very intelligent. Oh.
A good mirror.
It's a serious question. Do you think you're the devil himself?
I don't know. Why would you say that?
The files also appear to contain fresh documents relating to Lord Mandelson, the former ambassador to Washington, sacked by Sir Keir Starmer last November for failing to disclose the extent of his links to the disgraced financier. The documents include what appear to be bank statements in which Epstein made payments to Mandelson or his husband, totaling $75,000 over a 2-year period in 2003 and 2004. In the first statement, a payment appears to have been made to Reynaldo Avila da Silva, that's Lord Mandelson's husband, for $25,000 with Lord Mandelson, Peter Mandelson here, listed with the abbreviation BEN, typically meaning beneficiary in banking terms. In the second statement, Lord Mandelson is listed as the direct recipient of $25,000. As in the third statement, just 4 days later, a second payment of $25,000 direct to Lord Mandelson, $75,000 in total. These statements come a day after it emerged that Epstein loaned Lord Mandelson's husband $10,000 in 2009 to fund his training as an osteopath. And just a few months later, emails in which Lord Mandelson told Epstein he was trying hard to soften government regulation on taxing bankers' bonuses in response to a request from Epstein himself. Also released still photographs of Lord Mandelson wearing only a T-shirt and underpants talking to a woman in a bathrobe whose identity has been concealed. It's not clear when or where the photograph was taken or indeed who took it. A spokesperson for Lord Mandelson said no one can say who or where the photo was taken. Lord Mandelson has absolutely no idea or indeed whether it has any connection.
And just like Alan Dershowitz, Lord Mandelson kept his underpants on. Just as Alan Dershowitz also did throughout the duration of his involvement in the Jeffrey Epstein pedophile island.
To Epstein at all. Peter Mandelson questions the authenticity of the supposed bank documents. He cites false attribution of a United States Social Security number, questionable dollar check payments into UK banks, incorrect beneficiary details, and errors in dates and spelling. He told Sky News there are also multiple formatting errors in the documents, and I would like JP Morgan to confirm on the record that they are certain these documents are authentic and that the individual checks are also authentic. Until this fact-checking has been achieved, I maintain my original position, which is that I have no record and no recollection of ever receiving these sums and that these statements are false.
So you don't believe the victims, the survivors of this. You don't believe these women, now women, they were children then.
No, I do not.
You don't believe that when they came forward to the FBI or the police department that this was real.
They're all in it for popularity and money.
I don't believe the story. I did read about the baby, that supposedly the uncle and all that.
So you deny the survivors.
Why hasn't this
Yeah, Bob's got the hat on, I know.
been brought out before?
2 reasons. Under Biden,
I'll say it again, it was an active investigation, so they legally could not release any of this information. Now under Trump, we're not getting the information because he's actively hiding it from you. They have redacted. Some of these things are, there's like a picture I remember.
For the record, I don't think this is entirely correct. I think this is a liberal defense. Not all of it. Obviously, Ghislaine Maxwell case complicates things a little bit, but this investigation, even prior to Ghislaine Maxwell, could have been released. And not only that, but there were so many different files that they could have released regardless that was not pertinent to the Ghislaine Maxwell case at all. And not only that, but also there was a lot of appetite for the release of this information because one of the Epstein affiliates, ironically enough, who was in direct contact with Jeffrey Epstein a lot, broke the story to the Daily Wire leading up to the election, talking about how Jeffrey Epstein was a lot more connected to Donald Trump than we previously had thought, and the liberals completely refused to cover it. I remember at the time because I talked about it at the time, and I know Kyle Kulinski talked about it at the time. We all kept talking about how ridiculous it was that the Democrats were instead leaning into the Clintons rather than exposing the Epstein-Trump connection.
One that's like Epstein in the middle, and it has little lines branching out to his co-conspirators. They are all blacked out. They're protecting the co-conspirators. Then there's a whole page of 32 victims that have their photos, names, and addresses.
Why would they do that?
For fame and money.
Who's doing it for fame and money?
The women.
The victims? The children?
The victims.
Can you name one of them?
No.
No.
Then I guess they didn't get that fame.
Well, they ain't that far up the pole yet, are they?
Fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs.
Come on, Bob. Don't wear the hat while you're saying those things, man. Yes, I did mail him the hat. Yes, I mailed Bob the hat. That is the thing that I did. I leveled him up. Now he feels more comfortable with his MAGA stuff. It only gave him more confidence. Now that he has the big old hat on, now that he has the big ass hat on, he's just more confident than ever before. Everywhere but the US, there are consequences. Yeah, Slovakia's Prime Minister, Slovakia PM's National Security Advisor resigns over Epstein links. Crazy that in the rest of the world, the Epstein files are actually having consequences, but in America, no one seems to be affected. He's bringing shame to the Ultra MAGA hat. That's also a good point. Also, here's another good point. Jeffrey Epstein had a conversation in 2013 with Ehud Barak about Palantir. Palantir signed its first contracts with the Israeli government in 2014 and opened an office in Tel Aviv in 2015. I wonder which country Jeffrey Epstein was working with.
Companies look out, and even though I know Peter, I've never met Peter Thiel, and everybody says he sort of jumps around and acts sort of strange, like he's on drugs.
Smoking, yeah. He looks still under drugs.
However, he has a company called Palantir. P-A-L-L-E-N. T-I-E-R. Palantir is Peter Thiel's company. And look out.
Palantir, P-A-L-A-N-T-I-E-R?
Yes.
I-E-R? Palantir? Palantir? Will we be able to surveil the Palestinians better with this new technology? And did he misspell it? I didn't even pay attention to that. What? Will this help us identify Hamas babies? Palantir? No politic here. Palantir.
H-I-E-L-L-Y.
T-H-I-E-L.
Yeah. L-L-Y.
No. T-H-I-E-L-L.
What?
Okay.
So he thought that
he goes, okay. Okay, Jeffrey, you are not very good at spelling.
Peter would put you on the board of Palantir. Peter Thiel is one of the best. I've never met him. He's going to come here next week. So I wanted to talk to him after I talked to you.
Okay.
he and Andreessen, it's called Andreessen Horowitz. Andreessen Horowitz, that's what they pay Larry $1 million a year. Just to advise them.
Andreas and?
Andreessen, Andreessen.
That every part of this is wrong. Oh my God. He can't spell anything. Yeah, another one of my ops, Egghead Mark Andreessen. Also, I am beginning to notice that I've collected the worst ops of all time. Elon Musk, Mark Andreessen. Luckily, I don't think Jeff Bezos knows who I am. Inshallah, he will never know. I don't think Peter Thiel knows who I am. I'm actually kind of terrified of Peter Thiel, so I hope he doesn't know who the fuck I am. But I got the worst fucking ops, dude. It is crazy. In 2015, Bannon's least legal residence was found abandoned with massive damage. Oh yeah, I remember that, including a hot tub damaged by acid. Neighbors reported a steady stream of partiers and recording of pornography. I remember that. Oh my God, you think Steve Bannon was doing some Epstein shit and like melted bodies in the hot tub? Or not hot tub, in the bathtub? Oh my God, I totally forgot about that, dude. Until this moment. You're right. Trigger warning. Yeah. Entire jacuzzi bathtub seems to have been covered in acid. Bannon's landlord wrote, I'm out of town. Is there any way you can talk with Diana, sort things out? Damage was estimated to be more than $14,000. Neighbors said Bannon was not living at the home and that Clohessy was the main resident who had a steady stream of disruptive visitors. Clohessy had become involved in an undercover investigation of a jail guard who was suspected of smuggling drugs and contraband into the imprisoned friend of hers. The report details. Washington Post reported a story on Saturday investigating counselor to the president Steve Bannon's legal residence since no one really knows where he lives. But the course of that investigation, they uncovered something that is even more disturbing. A hot tub at the house where Bannon claimed to live looked like it was filled with acid. Bannon's ex-wife Diane was the one residing there. Neighbors told the Post they'd never seen Bannon near the house. The theory is that Bannon claimed to live in Florida because the state does not have an income tax, therefore allowing him to avoid paying taxes of his earnings. Wait, Clinton is there going to testify? Clinton's capitulate the House Epstein inquiry, agreeing to testify. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Let's go. Yeah, Mark Andreessen and Peter Thiel are both mentioned by Jeffrey Epstein in this email or in this correspondence with Ehud Barak. Also happened to be, and Elon Musk too. They're all Joe Rogan Experience guests. Have you guys noticed that? The only guy that seemingly is scot-free of any involvement with the Epsteins is Mark Zuckerberg and maybe Jeff Bezos, which is kind of surprising. Is there like an anti-pedophile coalition of billionaires? Because Mark Zuckerberg, for all of my anger and resentment towards him, he is an alien, but he's also like a wife guy. Steve Jobs, Steve Jobs, he died. Well, I guess he could have met him before he died. Oh my God, the bar is so low. I just realized the bar is so low for billionaires that we're like, well, at least this billionaire didn't meet with an international pedophile sex trafficker. Wow. Wow. The standards, man. The standards for being a redeemable billionaire is if you are not tapped in with the elite pedophilic cabal.
Horowitz.
And Howard?
H-O-R-O. Horowitz. Horowitz.
Horowitz.
Yes.
What they are? It's a lobbyist. What they are doing?
They are the biggest venture capital people in Silicon
Jeffrey, you are not very good at doing spelling. Jeffrey, why?
Valley.
What, bigger than Sequoia or Kleiner Perkins?
These are the new Kleiner Perkins. Everybody, these are the smart boys.
Yeah.
The Epstein experience. Joe Rogan podcast, check it out. The Joe Rogan experience. Oh my God, it's so real. Zuckerberg is in it, Sag. I mean, is that surprising? Come on. In August 2nd, 2016, Epstein mentioned having dinner that night with Musk, Thiel, and Zuckerberg. Remember how they were all at Trump's 25th? Oh, God. I mean, it makes sense. I thought maybe Zuckerberg was a wife guy, so he didn't actually deal with Epstein. Dude, every rabid anti-communist is on this list. It's so funny. The Jeff Epstein saga isn't a scandal about pedophilia. It's about a Russian word called blat, a Soviet-era word meaning the use of personal networks for obtaining goods and services in short supply and for circumventing formal procedures. It's about a kind of government. As with a large number of blatniks in the Soviet era who made sure their factories got what they needed outside of the formal state procurement process, Epstein greased the wheels for the neoliberal state. His job was governance. What does that mean? Well, it's clear that Epstein was an entrepreneurial broker across multiple public and private bureaucracies, helping organize under-the-table deals among the legal, business, intelligence, and political elites to allow them to escape the rule of law and traditional conflict of interest restrictions. It's statecraft to allow a superclass to systematically escape the formalized rules. The pedophilia and prostitution were a part of it. That's obviously violating the rule of law, but so are the random favors that Epstein bestowed. I have talked about this as well. The pedophilia aspect of Jeffrey Epstein's relationship with all the financial elite is obviously the one that like everyone hyper focuses on. But if you recall, I've talked about this time and time again, the paper trails and the numerous other financial crimes and political incidents that Jeffrey Epstein played a role in is the larger story that is getting left out of the conversation. You know who's not in the files? Joseph Stalin. True. Stalin vindicated. Stalin vindicated. You know who else wasn't in the files? Lenin as well. Oh yeah, I've seen this already. Epstein, you should make clear that I don't work for Mossad. Smile. Ex-Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak. You or I. That I don't. Smile. There you go, guys, says Abir. Hi, Jeff. Are you going to be in London on Thursday? Best, Ehud Barak. Unfortunately not. MBS, you should make clear I don't work for Mossad. Smile. Yo or I? That I don't. Smile. Have you seen this handwritten one? What is this? This woman alleges Donald Trump was involved with Jeffrey Epstein in the sale of young women to the sex trafficking ring of Epstein and the Saudis. She also claims that Trump forced her miscarriage after she got pregnant. See letter, entire 32-page letter. Huh. Anyway. I don't know why Matt Stoller is like somehow turning this into a Soviet thing for some reason, but yeah. It's right, and it's not a coincidence that Epstein entered the scene with Iran-Contra, the scandal that helped build the shadow global networks that would ultimately erode and replace democratic institutions. Yeah. Is Ezra Klein going to apologize for saying Jeffrey Epstein is saying it's anti-Semitic to say Jeffrey Epstein is an asset of Israel? Did he say that? Lenin appearance misquote. There's a fucking Lenin appearance in the Epstein files. The most important video relevant message today brought to you in a format that anyone can enjoy and understand. Oh yeah, I mean, this is true.
Narrative taught in every history class is demonstrably false and pedagogically classist. Don't you know the world is built with blood and genocide and exploitation? The global network of capital essentially functions to separate the worker from the means of production, and the FBI killed Martin Luther King. Private property's inherently theft, and neoliberal fascists are destroying the left, and every politician, every cop on the street protects the interests of the pedophilic corporate elite. That is how the world works. Really? That is how the world works. Genocide, the natives say you got to it first.
I did talk to Bo Burnham back in the day when he made this in 2020. But we never linked up. Hassan does not dig it? No, I love this song. Yeah, I mean, it's corny, but who gives a fuck? This is a right-wing conspiracy. Brother, the right-wingers are literally looking at not a conspiracy theory, but the actual conspiracy to conspire to dominate the globe and going, it's actually based, I just wish he wasn't Jewish. That's basically the takeaway from like the far right, at least. And then for the regular right, they're looking at it and going, like that. They're not saying anything. They're going radio silent, or I don't know, going, oh, but what about Zohran Mamdani? Fucking assholes. What? Al Qaeda and ISIS confirm Mossad assets? Wait, no. What? Stop. What? Yes, there's a tradecraft named for this administration's approach, clusterfuck. When China began building bases in South China Seas, we ran freedom of navigation cruises. This is a technical process that describes which ship systems are on and which systems are off. O orders it done. Pentagon sends over details, and Susan Rice views systematic on-off as a protocol, but as a menu of options. She overrules Pentagon and orders which system she wants on and off. In effect, White House diluted challenge for which freedom of navigation cruises were designed. He had a foreign policy strategy that was articulated at Cairo. It is a failed strategy, and he failed to change when its failure was clear. Would you like to hear what Ehud Barak thought when he first heard Cairo? Good example was complete withdrawal from Iraq, military, diplomatic, and economic, followed by passive support for Maliki, who then slaughtered Sunnis and made ISIS a rational alternative. Nusra, ISIS, Al-Qaeda, Jabhat, Hamas, all leaders prefer Donald. Wild. They know Hillary. Turkey gives Nusra a heads up on Iraqi recruits, slaughter. Russia gives Erdogan a heads up on coup. U.S. gives a pass on ISIS to Palmyra. Assad has no support, so will stay. Nuclear base in Turkey, Soviet defense in Iran, Saudi in Yemen. Egypt about to lose all financial support. Jordan has 1 million refugees, as does Lebanon. Also, my guy Thoburn Jagland, Sea General Council of Europe, will be here that weekend as well. Yeah, till Thursday. Yeah, I mean, I don't like, this is not that shocking. I mean, he didn't say anything new. He didn't actually say anything new at all. This is stuff that I've talked about as well. And yes, a lot of world leaders do prefer Donald Trump to Democrats. I will say, as someone who is now at the heart of this, okay, of this maneuvering, let me tell you, these guys absolutely prefer Donald Trump to the Democrats. It's crazy. I know it sounds insane, but they do. And the reason for why they do is because at least they can buy Donald Trump. Liberals, for the most part, have this this worldview that they abide by, have this like false understanding of the neoliberal mechanisms of control. Liberals do shit like this, for example.
Fight for aid to Israel, all the aid that Israel needs. I will continue to fight for it. And we delivered more security assistance to Israel, our ally, under my leadership than ever before.
Thank you, Chuck. I'm glad that he's working hard. Not for like preserving democracy in the States, of course, or anything like that. Not even to like save the Democratic Party, of course, but instead to secure more allegiances and more weapons for Israel.
Keep doing that, everybody. It is so important to give Israel what it needs.
It's so important. It's so important. I've never seen him this animated about anything. Fucking asshole.
And to protect itself from the many in that difficult region who want to wipe Israel off the face of the map. We have to do everything to do that. We have to do everything to ensure that the delicate ceasefire secured last year paves the way to lasting peace, where people can live side by side, as many have mentioned, in a two-state solution.
We begin this morning with some breaking news from overnight. Fort Worth voters have elected a Democrat as a new state senator. Union President Taylor Ramett.
Oh yeah, this story's fucking dope. This guy's like a Bernie cat that won a plus 17 Trump district. It's pretty crazy stuff.
Will now replace Republican Kelly Hancock in Senate District 9. That encompasses much of northern Tarrant County. Ramett.
I love that some guy just straight up called him Indian, by the way, because he won this district. They were like, Indians are voting for the Indian candidate. And the guy they're calling Indian is the fucking dude that you just saw.
Lee Wamsganis with about 57% of the vote.
I think the factor is that this isn't red versus blue. This is right versus wrong. This is about public school funding. This is about helping working folks. This is about lowering costs. This is about everyday working folks.
Ramett will now take over Senator Kelly Hancock's term, which expires at the end of December.
I think we just need, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like let a million Grand Platiners bloom, you know? We just need like hog looking guys who's like, I'm a union guy and I fucking hate the pussy ass Republicans. Yeah, he's pure Aryan. That's what we need. We need the pure Aryan, pure Anglo-Saxon fucking union Dems. Factory reset the Dem party. It turns out you could be clearing districts. I can't believe this guy won without Nazi tattoos. I'm gonna be honest. It's surprising. It's surprising. You've been vindicated. Denny, every time you step onto the court, your country beams with pride. For the people of Israel, you aren't just any star. You're our Star of David. Yeah, fuck him. Crazy month you have had. Well done. February about to be a movie. Hassan Piker's on-stream guest for January 2026. That's true. I did have a fucking pretty stacked lineup this month. Speaking of Bernie, are you going to speak on his insane Theo Von interview? It's disappointing to say the least. No, I'm not. I'm not going to speak on Bernie. I don't care. I have nothing to say about it. Too many white guys. Did you just say too many white guys? Brother, everyone is always like, bro, Hasan, you don't have any black guests on. I had like a pretty reasonable, pretty diverse. There's fucking 2 white guys, 3 white guys in this entire lineup. What the fuck are you talking about?
The legislature will not be in session this year, but lawmakers will be preparing bills for the next legislative session. Both Bremet and Wamsgans will face off again during the midterm election in November to determine who will serve a new 4-year term beginning in January 2027.
Our exclusive interview, you'll recognize this image right here.
All right, Italian and bald are not white. Jeff is Italian. Okay, he's white. Come on. Anyway, that's what I got for today. I'm going to end it here because I'm really tired. It's 4 p.m. for you guys. I've done 6 hours for you. It's 3 a.m. here. I have to wake up in the morning and go and work out and stuff. So that's all I got for the day. I hope it was good though. Yeah, dual stream was success, I would say. 20K consistently. Tomorrow I'm going to try to go to the Palestinian the Palestinian refugee area. What time is your Web Summit thing? It's at There's a YouTube link to watch it. 420 Blaze It. 420 Blaze It. At the main stage. Anyway. Love you guys.
Introduction, starting off the day.
And I will see you tomorrow. As always, peace everybody. Love you.
Has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box. Uncle Uger's face. Sat in Discord at your prop. Great names take on breaks. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips. Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne, bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hasan is streaming.